Mic check. 1, 2. Mic. Mic check for the lobby. Noah, let me know if you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. We have a few opening remarks and then the chair will discuss how we'll proceed with this afternoon and evening's hearing. The commission is made up of citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by city council. They make final decisions on conditional use permits. If a decision is made tonight, it may be appealed to city council, provided the appeal is filed within 10 days of the final decision. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written testimony in advance or verbal testimony at tonight's hearing. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are stricted with this time as it is limited in code. The commission utilizes a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant, sorry, we have no consent items this evening. Never mind. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Celine. Before we start tonight, I'd like to remind us why we're here and what that means for how we behave. Our main goal tonight is to have a fair hearing, a hearing where all voices are heard with courtesy and respect. And so we have a couple of simple rules for tonight's hearing. First, do not call out, cheer, clap, or heckle from the audience. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Everyone will get a chance to speak. And second, when speaking, please address your comments only to the commissioners and not to the other audience members, the applicant, or the city staff. If we receive comments with raised voices or profanities or that are disrespectful to the commission, staff, or the applicant, we will stop your time and push you to the end of the line for public comments. If you ask a question, the applicant may choose to answer your question during their rebuttal time. The commission, however, cannot answer questions during testimony. We are here to listen to all the evidence and then make a decision. We have a lot of interest in this item, so we want to outline a few things. If you've submitted written comments ahead of the hearing, we want to make it clear that the commission has read them, all of them. You do not need to repeat your comments verbally tonight. We'd like to make sure we hear from everyone who wants to speak, but do not need to hear from those who have already submitted written comments. And out of respect for time, we don't need to hear the same comments over and over again. We plan to close the hearing around 10 or 10:30 this evening. If we get much later, it makes for tough deliberation for us up here, and none of us, the commission staff or all of you, want to be here into the morning hours. This is why we ask for new comments this evening and to hear from anyone who hasn't submitted written comments in advance. For those who have submitted comments or speak tonight, you are already considered a party of record, which means you'll be able to speak at future hearings if the decision is appealed to city council. If you submit written comments, you do not need to be present to present your comments again tonight. You are already part of the party of record. Because this is sort of a part two tonight, we'll begin with the commission asking questions to the city staff, applicant, and the neighborhood association that may have come up over the last few weeks. After that, we'll go right into public testimony. Everyone has up to 3 minutes to speak. Again, this is where we'd like to hear from those who haven't submitted comments in advance and any new comments or evidence that we haven't read in our packet or heard already tonight. Finally, we'll finish with the applicant's rebuttal. And if we make it this far tonight, the commission will deliberate and make a decision. For testimony, we'll start with in-person testimony first. Everyone is required to keep their mask on at all times, including covering their nose, and including when you are providing testimony. We do have communicator masks and face shields if needed. We also have limited seating in the chambers, and we have folks waiting in the lobby downstairs. So once you presented your comments, we'll ask you to please leave the chambers so that we can cycle in the next round of the public. You can live stream the hearing on YouTube after you leave. After we've heard from everyone present in person here and those that have cycled in through the lobby, we'll move on to comments from folks attending virtually. Once we get to this part of the night, we'll ask for everyone to virtually raise their hand, and we'll call on people in that order. Everyone online is muted and won't be unmuted until it's their turn to speak. Hopefully this helps everyone realize that we have a full night ahead of us. Again, we'd like to hear new comments from anyone who hasn't submitted written comments, because I think everyone would like to have a decision this evening, but we don't want to rush it either. We might not get through everything this evening, but we will plan to stop around 10 or 10:30. Thank you all again for coming tonight. Your participation is important. And equally important is that we treat each other with kindness and respect, regardless of opinions. So with that, we'll start right into questions from the commission.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Oh, will the clerk please call the roll? Thank you, Commissioner Gillespie.
Stud.
Here.
Danley.
Here.
Blanchard.
Here.
Simfrock.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Mooney,
Here.
Gillespie.
Here.
Okay, great. So now any remaining questions, and I'd like to welcome our brand new commissioner, Commissioner Mooney. He did have the opportunity and did read the entire packet of written comments and staff report, as well as watched the hearing that we had previous. So he is all caught up and believe he has some questions.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, my first question is regarding parking, and it's for staff, I believe. Saline, the director shall determine the parking space requirements. And after reviewing the package and the hearing, my question is regarding the code's coverage for shelter homes and emergency parking or emergency shelter and parking requirements. So was there an analysis accomplished that measured the number of vehicles parked at the current IFS location and projection what that might look like at the new location?
Sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner Mooney, I'm not aware of that analysis, and maybe the applicant can speak to that if there was one. But due to the nature of the use and the tenants that would be at the homeless shelter, typically we wouldn't see a lot of additional cars. And so that is why it is at the director's discretion.
Thank you. Madam Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
I've got another question about the comp plan, and sorry for the new guy questions here and holding up the proceedings, but on the stable neighborhood, we called out 9.5 non-traditional housing and its reference to temporary or transitional shelter for those with special needs, such as for the abused, homeless, and disabled. And then going into workforce housing, that's where I'm kind of confused about the code, and it's a question for staff. When we say promote dispersal of low and moderate income housing throughout the city, is there a process to disperse that? I mean, and there's lots of obvious testimony regarding that as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Mooney, we do not have a specific analytical process for that. That is what Blueprint is guiding us to accomplish. And so, yes, it would have been nice to have that, theory in place before this application, but we do not have that analysis before you this evening.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I think this is my last one.
Great, go ahead, please, Commissioner Mooney.
Procedural question. I think Commissioner Gillespie opened the questions a couple weeks ago with this, which is regarding adverse impact and the one-year review. And I guess my question is, how do we impose further conditions if, we're predicting that there's not going to be, if we approve it, we're predicting there won't be adverse impact. So if our predictions are incorrect and there is an actual adverse impact with evidence, how do we handle that at a one-year review in an informational meeting?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Mooney, the 1 year annual check-in is to do just that, is to review the conditions of approval, make sure that we are in compliance, just from a planning perspective. Obviously, if there's outside occurrences that fall within the jurisdiction of police and fire, there is different avenues to ensure compliance and enforcement through those avenues.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any?
I just want to make sure the applicant didn't want to say anything about the parking.
Mr. Wardle, please start with your name and address.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jeff Wardle, I'm counsel for the applicant. My address is 251 East Front, Suite 310. Madam Chair, Commissioner Moody, in response to your inquiry, we had done that analysis and provided that information previously with staff in our discussions. As you know, our current location has de minimis parking, and most of our guests do not drive and do not have vehicles. Interfaith Sanctuary owns 4 vans that are used to ferry people. Currently, there are 4 guests who have vehicles that park at our facility. And as we shared previously, the requirement is that any vehicle that's parked in our facility has to be licensed, operative, and insured. So the real issue is really one of staff and staff parking. And our staff works over the course of 3 shifts with the maximum number of staff vehicles currently at 7 during any one of those shifts. So, if you take the 4 vans plus the 4 guests that currently have and historically have had, plus 7, that puts you at 15 parking stalls that we currently utilize. And pending final design review approval, we project anywhere from 26 to 31 parking stalls on site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
so I have a question on, again, related to Commissioner Mooney's questions about what happens as we move forward. As I understand it now, a holder, someone who has a conditional use permit, can come to the city and ask for a modification of that CUP. If something changes, if they want to adjust some condition of the CUP, they can come and request a modification. And you'll have to help me here, James and Celine, but I think that CUP modification runs through just a straight CUP procedure. I don't think we have a separate one for modification of CUPs. I can't, and I think the director has some discretion, and I just can't remember all the code language. Can the city I think we all understand that the holder of the CUP can request that. Can the city also start a process for modifying a CUP down the line? And I just don't know.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, there are conditional use permits allow, there are minor and modifications. Minor and major modifications allowed with for conditional use permits. The minor modifications would obviously be minor, but if there were any changes to the conditions placed on this permit this evening before this commission, any of those conditions that were going to be changed would have to run through a conditional use permit process similar to what we have this evening, where there'd be a neighborhood meeting required,
Right.
public hearing, the notice, all of that, just like tonight and before last month. As far as if the city was to start the modification process, that typically doesn't happen. Typically, it is the applicant that has to start that application. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be, the reason to start that application would be, a code compliance issue saying you're out of compliance with this condition. And then the applicant could come back saying, I want to then modify this condition. So it would be on them to start that application. And again, go through the same process that we're going through this evening.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please, Mr. Smith.
for the record, James Smith, Deputy City Attorney, and just to add to planning staff's clarification on that, the code allows for a request to modify conditions. I don't think that would be something that the city could unilaterally invoke, but there are, to clarify on Commissioner Gillespie's question, there are processes provided in the development code for revoking a permit that's issued, and the commission also has discretion in putting time limits on approvals and things like that. So there are other control measures at play. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, Commissioner Stanley.
I've got a few questions of Chief Neymar and Chief Lee. I'll start with Chief Neymar if I can. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so what I'd like to find out a little bit more has to do with the mitigation that's being required and is in our staff report, and a little bit as to how it relates to back to the SEPTED report that we talked about last time. So briefly, I'm reading from the SEPTED report. The proposed move of Interfaith to the State Street location will have a significant impact on our community's public safety services. The bottom of the same page, it talks about the current spot, having 4 calls every 3 years to a forecast of 368 over a 3-year period of time. And it says again, this would have a significant impact to Boise's public safety. Further in, it says it again, and then it gets a little more specific by saying, have a significant impact on our entire community's public service public safety service, not only for the immediate area of the proposed location, and yet one more time, it talks about the response time in Northwest Boise area will be made worse. That's specific language due to the anticipated increase in call volumes to the proposed emergency shelter location. All that's in the SEPTID report. So if we go to the letter in our staff report, it says Boise Fire's capability to respond quickly and efficiently to calls for service as a system would not diminish drastically. In order to get from where we were at the SEPTID report to that statement, that presumes that the mitigation that's contained within the letter and is a part of the application is sufficient to address all of the concerns that were identified in the SEPTID report and from then to now. So getting into those conditions, the first one I would like to explore briefly is the notion of the on-site emergency services. At least 20 hours per business week is what it says here. First of all, I want to make sure we define that. Business week, is that Monday through Friday?
I think we would define business week as Monday through Friday, yes.
So the assumption is that from Monday through Friday, for 20 total hours, EMS services would be provided. Of those 5 working days, do we have any idea when and how those 20 hours would be dispersed?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening. Commissioner Danley, we're working with Interfaith on what that would look like. What we said is we want part-time medical services to be provided. We believe anecdotally, there's no way to forecast human behavior, human medical conditions, but we do believe anecdotally that will help reduce the load to EMS and the responses to the facility. To step back one, and I think I alluded to this in my previous testimony, the SEPTID report was developed, finalized prior to my arrival, so I'm now catching up. But when we say we do not believe it's going to have an impact, and you reference the calls for service, the 4 versus 300 and some, the reference, that's literally simply a comparison of the previous occupancy of that facility to what it will be now. The additional call volume to our department, we don't view as going to be drastic. We're shifting it from one area of town to another, essentially. With regards to the medical on-site work that you alluded to, the 20 hours, again, we do believe that 20 hours spread over the course of the work week provides the residents there an opportunity to seek some low acuity medical care and some medically treated or medically trained individuals that can analyze that care and then shift them to the right place. Currently, right now, our at-risk population typically uses EMS as kind of their medical care, and then the emergency room is their medical care. What we're trying to do with this part-time on-site medical care is to eliminate some of those calls for service from our 911 system and subsequently some of the transports to emergency rooms that do occur. So we believe anecdotally, we've seen this done in other places. We believe that this is going to help.
So the follow-up, so then I just want to make sure we're clear. So 20 hours, 4 hours a day, I'm assuming that one chunk, are we talking about in the evening times, daytime? Have we gotten to that point of when those types of
We'll
services
certainly
will be
work with
provided?
staff. What we've alluded to staff is that we would like to see it somewhere around our peak times, which is typically towards the evening, is when our peak times are. We envision that we will work very closely with Interfaith as they develop that medical on-site and then get to a satisfactory resolution as we continue down the path.
Okay, and just to close on this line of questioning, the other specifics that are the mitigation steps have to do essentially with sprinkler systems, some gates, hydrants, and then the crux of it, I think, is this EMS. So those steps, we are confident, would mitigate against the things that I understand that you weren't a part of the SEPTID report, and I totally understand that. But going from that place to this, we're confident that these steps are what it would take to not see a reduction in service and be able to serve the site as claimed in the staff report.
Under current conditions and projected conditions, yes. Certainly we can't predict the future and the anomalies that may occur as far as population increase, et cetera. But under current conditions, yes.
Okay. Madam Chair. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Danley.
Thank you, Chief Namer.
Thank you.
So my questions to Chief Lee, if I can. Pardon me, I'm trying to quickly bring up the Boise PD staff report. Okay, first of all, thank you for your comments at the International Awareness Day when it came to pedestrian and bicyclist safety at the Capitol steps. Your background and knowledge of that topic is incredibly important to this community. And I just want to personally thank you for taking the time to do that. That was a big deal. With respect to this in this application, so you are also familiar, Chief Lee, with the CEPTED report. We talked about it last time. And again, some of the language in that's pretty strong compared to where we are here. And it says, it is reasonable to expect calls for service, seen it's so forth. It's going to increase. We know that's going to shift. We know all of those things are going to occur, higher volume, et cetera, et cetera. So there again, the specific mitigation steps that we anticipate developing as a result of the use of the property are contained in the staff report, right? So the recommendations are IFS needs to develop a contingency plan for how management and staff address guests who are no longer welcome on the property. Do we have that contingency plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Danley, other distinguished commissioners, we are not in receipt of a plan at this time.
So we have no contingency plan we know of no knowledge. We have nothing in our packet that addresses the very things that we're saying we need to have, right? At least on this first bullet.
We do not have in our possession.
Okay, second bullet. IFS needs to develop a security plan to mitigate minor issues related to their property and guests, which should include private security and reduce police response. Do we have a security plan in place that we are aware of to understand the mitigation action steps as it relates to the use of this property?
Not at this time, Commissioner Danley.
If anybody comes in front of us tonight, Chief, and asks, is security going to be present 24/7, 12 hours a day? Do we have an answer to that question?
I do not. That would be a question for the applicant. If I could elaborate, Commissioner Danley.
Okay.
I think what I want to make sure is clear to the commissioners is that while the Boise Police Department is committed to reviewing and assisting Interfaith Sanctuary with their safety plan, ensuring that it meets the recommendations that we laid out, it's not the burden of the police department. What we expect is that private entities such as Interfaith Sanctuary are in charge of allocating their own resources and deciding what level of security they can commit to for safety planning. This both shows their investment in the plan and their commitment to seeing it through. Interfaith Sanctuary is aware of their responsibility to create a plan and our willingness to review and assess it. We're prepared to discuss whether or not, when we see a plan, whether or not we believe that it meets our concerns and is adequate to address those issues. But at this time, we have not seen a draft plan from Interfaith Sanctuary.
Thank you, Chief. And to your point, don't disagree with the fact that this is the burden that lies with the applicant, certainly not the police department, and didn't mean to infer that. Just trying to understand and get the foundation of on the record. We don't have that. We don't have anything specific to the real bullets. There's a couple bullets in here. I think that we do have some information with regard to lighting and a few other things, but specifically around security and some of the concerns that were addressed or provided to us through the citizen, the letters written to us and so forth. We just simply do not have that.
The Boise Police Department has not yet received a plan for assessment.
Okay, Madam Chair, I have one more procedural question, but before I ask that, I would make sure anybody else has anything else they want to ask.
Go ahead, Commissioner Danley.
Okay, procedural question to our chairman, to our attorneys, our staff.
Mr. Niemeyer, Chief Niemeyer, I think I'm sorry, Chief Lee. I think it's on
Yes,
to
sorry.
sailing now. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if this commission asks for additional information from the applicant, and that information likely has to be developed in concert with staff at the conclusion of tonight's public testimony, that infers a deferral. If that were to take place and that information is then provided at a later date, does it trigger a second public testimony portion of this hearing?
Madam Chair, is that working? Madam Chair, Commissioner Danley, depending on what you're asking for the additional information, most likely, yes, we would have to provide the applicant, the public, an opportunity to respond to that additional information and reopen the public hearing.
So the flip side is if we stopped this hearing made a motion to defer here and now because of information that potentially is sought. And that information is provided at the beginning of a hearing to be determined prior to public testimony, because we've yet to open public testimony, then we would be subject to one round of public testimony, which is basically like every application that this body sees. Is that accurate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Danley, that is accurate. However, if we do receive something in writing, or, depending on the information that you're requesting and we receive that in writing, we would be opening the written testimony up again. So a few more 1,000 pages potentially to your packet for your nighttime reading, if you'd like.
So to the delivery mechanism for that information matters based on, in order to determine whether or not there is additional testimony, that a second round essentially of testimony that would be given. If it was provided in an oral report, I believe then, and not written, then we would be subject to one round of public testimony. Again, just like every hearing we have.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Danley, that is correct. If it was provided orally, like the Q&A that just occurred this evening, because you are all, given that just at this moment's notice, just like the rest of the public. But if there are, certain reports or, a broader request for additional information that would require a lot of staff work or applicant work to prepare something that the commission would prefer to have prior and like ahead of a hearing, we'd probably deliver that to you written wise, and then we'd want to make sure that we had deadlines for public testimony just in order to have you all have enough time to read both the additional information and the written comments. Before then, we would open up the oral testimony.
Okay. Madam Chair.
So commissioners, I would just strongly suggest that you talk through that because if there is consensus that additional information is wanted, we should decide that sooner than later.
Last month.
Preferably, or last month. But if there isn't consensus, then we could proceed with tonight's public testimony.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I would oppose a motion for deferral based on Commissioner Danley's comments. And I would do so for the simple reason that I think condition 20 can be slightly modified to ensure that a proper security plan is in place and approved by both the director, and it says in consultation with BPD. We can amend that word consulting as we wish. So I think there's already in place in the conditions sufficient language to make sure that the security plan is there if we decide that the proposed security plan is going to be sufficient to mitigate the adverse impacts. Because we have the letter, just to read 20, condition 20 says, the security plan shall reflect the recommendations of BPT outlined in comments detailed dated November 5th. So we have those comments. And we also have considerable testimony by Chief Lee and his officers about the sufficiency or insufficiency of the plan. And, we're going to be, I think, have a sufficient basis to make a judgment about the credibility of their expert testimony. So I would oppose a deferral.
Okay.
Commissioners, I might add, if you do want to edit of any conditions, you certainly can, just like any other public hearing. If you want a specific timing of when we receive that security plan, you can certainly add those, modify any of those conditions, not just number 20.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
I'm going to make a motion for the sake of discussion, and I hope that in the discussion we can figure out a way through this. So with that, I would make a motion that item CUP 21-26 be deferred to a hearing date to be determined that works for the applicant as well as our staff whenever that is into the future, specifically to address the multiple contingency security plans and other elements within specifically the Boise PD letter. I butchered that, I recognize, but I'm going to stick with that as my motion.
Second.
Oh, second from Commissioner Blanchard.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
I recognize that that's not a popular thing to do, and I understand why that isn't. However, 3 weeks ago, when we talked about this, I was hopeful that this would have happened tonight. It didn't, and I'm sorry for that. But our job, according to staff, according to our attorneys, according to the applicant's attorneys, is to look at a conditional use permit and evaluate of several pieces. One of those being that is the mitigation that's being proposed appropriate for the use of the property. We do not have that. I know more about how trash is going to be handled at the site at this point than I do about security. I can't answer if there's going to be security on site, nor how many hours or any other details that come along with that. We have more details on the bus shelter needing to be upgraded than we have with this. And so the choice that I see is at the end of this evening, if we were to defer it, the potential would be to drag this out even more and not do, in my opinion, the service to the applicant, which is due process, which is what you also are afforded, as opposed to doing it now and making sure that the testimony provided by public is given to us in a timely manner.
Not quite at this time, Mr. Wardell.
Madam Chair, I do have a due process concern that I would like to be heard on before you take action.
Well, yeah, sure. We'll do our deliberation here first on this.
So I'll pause there.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith.
I'd just like to follow up on Mr. Wardle's comment, again, for the record, James Smith, Deputy City Attorney, that the applicant will be entitled to be heard as to this deferral issue and subject to time constraints and other parts of the.
Thank you.
code.
Can it wait until we've done our chat
Absolutely.
first? Thank
just
you.
A reminder.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gillespie. Oh, Commissioner Blanchard. Wow, mass.
the other
Sorry.
Commissioner Gillespie.
People.
Yeah.
Commissioner Blanchard, please go ahead.
I share the concerns of Commissioner Danley as well. I spent 4 years working in inpatient mental health. I've worked on, I think, at least 5 supportive housing units over the last 2 years. And this is like the thinnest plan that I've seen in my experience over the last few years of developing these things. The fact that the medical procedures are not outlined, when we're going to have medical staff there, I frankly can't see how you would not have medical staff there more than 4 hours a day. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And again, yeah, the contingency plan that we don't have and the security plan that we don't have. I mean, the issues are known to us. What all of these people here want to know is these things, and we simply have no answers for them. And so what we would be doing here is sitting here for 5 hours listening to people's concerns over topics that we simply don't have any answers on. So that it does seem a bit of putting the cart before the horse, because we just simply won't be able to respond to any of this testimony that is coming before us tonight without having these things in front of us. The operating plan, to go up to a more of a macro level, Commissioner Danley's concerned about the contingency plan and the security plan. I'm concerned about the operating plan because we have an operator who is not experienced at what they are proposed to do here. They're proposing from going to a day or a nighttime shelter where people sleep, and then they leave during the day and are gone all day and then come back. And now we're going to a 24/7 facility with an unknown number of residents on hand. And I'm not convinced that that without seeing an operating plan, I'm not convinced that they probably likely thought through all of these things. So without seeing all of those things, I just simply don't know how we're going to respond to all of the concerns that are going to be brought to us tonight if we sit here until 10:30. with no answers in hand. So that would be my reason for supporting Commissioner Danley's motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I will not be supporting Commissioner Danley's motion. And I mean, I think Commissioner Gillespie is exactly the same reasons. I think through conditioning, careful conditioning, robust deliberation for condition 20 and condition 18, both provide us the ability to ensure that through condition 18, even if we don't get it exactly right now, after that 1 year review, it can be reassessed and kind of felt out at that time. I think there's ways to kind of look at it without deferring it and delaying the project further that I'm personally comfortable with, and especially with plenty of time to deliberate. And I think that's really important, that we have plenty of time to kind of talk through the reasons, talk through these conditions, and really come to something based on the robust public testimony that we have in our packets and will hear, and kind of based on these conditions that we have in front of us. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we can invite Mr. Wardall up.
Yeah, good idea.
And Madam Chair, while Mr. Wardle loads up for you, just another point of order for the commission. The understanding there's a motion on the table, and aside from the merits of that under the commission's debate, just like the commission to be aware that requests for deferral, and this would apply to this motion before you, can be acted on only after soliciting input from the applicant, staff, and any members of the concerned public, and that anyone who cannot or will not return for the deferral hearing shall be provided an opportunity to testify. That's tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So just want to clarify that, at least as far as that procedure goes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll be sure to do that before we take our vote here. Mr. Wardall.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the recognition. Again, Jeffrey Wardle, Suite 310, 251 East Front. I am troubled, Commissioner Danley, by what you've proposed tonight. And the reason for that is twofold. One, when we were here last month, the discussion was held by this group about what would come back. You asked me point blank, what could we do? And my response was, we are ready, willing, and able to work with the police department. It will be Commissioner Danley, please show me the respect that you asked the citizenry to show, because you are attempting to impose an application condition after the submittal of an application in a way that is wholly inconsistent with Idaho law. You know why you know so much about the garbage? Because you have a requirement in your code that we adhered to provide a landscape plan that specifically says that. I personally am appalled every time we submit applications and it's the what about? Why didn't you submit? Why did you just do the minimum? And the answer is, where does it stop? I want to share with you the discussions that we've had with the Boise Police Department since the 15th. And we appreciate their work. We appreciate their independence. We appreciate their concern. But even before November 15th, we had reached out to the police. And this goes to the healthcare issue, and Commissioner Blanchard, I take umbrage with the characterization that this applicant is not experienced and doesn't know what it's doing, because we have been providing 24/7 service. There is a class of our current occupants, yes, who leave during the day. But part of this site and part of this application is the inclusion of a hospice facility of 8 beds operated in conjunction with Terry Riley. We already have the type of healthcare people on staff. So if you expect applicants to come and answer your questions, due process dictates you tell us what those standards are. And Idaho code is clear. If you had told me that I have to come and the great case of Fisher versus the city of Ketchum with an engineering study as a prerequisite to you hearing my conditional use permit, I can't ask you to condition that. I have to produce it. But if you ask me, well, where is this, and this in your application, and it's offensive that we know so much about the landscaping and the trash, that's because this body, as a decision-making body, established what the standards were by code. So even before November 15th, Interfaith had scheduled meetings with the City of Boise Police Department to proactively address these concerns. It is something we do regularly. It is something that Interfaith does regularly with the police department because we know this is a population that we have to interact with the police department. We talk to the police department regularly. Boise Police, however, was hesitant in our most recent conversations to be specific, much as you've heard by the chief tonight, and much for the reasons I cited here on last month, that the security plan is largely driven by conditions that you impose. If you don't want the entrance in the back and the entrance needs to be in the front, we have to have an approval. We have to have the guidance to do that. During the 15th hearing, we heard your interest in a security plan, and Commissioner Gillespie raised the fact that us coming back with a security plan, A, was highly unlikely due to the timing, and B, impermissible because you would close the written record. So we have met with the city police department, and the communication is exactly what you've heard tonight. They will review, they will work with us, they will evaluate, but they expect us to draft it based upon our plan. So if you are concerned about that, I understand. Make it a condition like you have to operation, like you do all the time, where you require technical evaluation with your people to come back. And we are happy to develop a security plan. We have security experts that we have previously worked with at our current location who are going to come back and work with us on the new one to do that very thing. But what you have requested tonight raises, like I said, two fundamental issues. One, you're attempting to impose application requirements on us that were not part of your code. And second of all, under your code, you have to act within a specific period of time. We cannot keep kicking this down the road. The time is running. And I recognize that we run the risk that if we don't agree to a deferral, you deny it, and then we appeal it. But I'm not going to leave it open, and I'm not going to surrender the rights of my client where we already agreed to extended review by staff, where we've already agreed to all of these other things. There is no question that we're not jumping through those hoops, but I will not allow the due process rights of Interfaith Sanctuary, and most importantly, the safety of its guests and its employees to be a political football. We will work through these issues. We will address these issues. We appreciate the depth that the police have gone through. But there are fundamentally two due process issues here. You are attempting to impose an application condition on us, which if you had, we would have submitted it. But to do it now violates Idaho law. And second of all, as Commissioner Gillespie noted wisely last month, it's going to take more than 3 weeks, 4 weeks to develop this type of thing and work through it. So make it a condition, modify that condition as appropriate. But if you request and defer us tonight, it poses significant issues of due process to this applicant who has done nothing but cooperate. And finally, I want to specifically address the fact that, again, there is nowhere in your code requirements, we're amenable to the public safety requirements because we already satisfy those. We're not objecting to a requirement that we have a minimum of 20 hours because we already satisfy that requirement. But do not surmise, assume, or project your personal experiences on the hardworking and decent staff and supporters of Interfaith Sanctuary.
Thank you,
With
Mr.
that, I'll
Widow.
stand for any questions.
Thank you. Not at this time. Thank you. I would let, before we, well, Celine, would you like to?
Madam Chair, just to reiterate what Mr. Smith's already put on the record, code states that you have up to 60 days to be able to defer items, and that 60-day mark would be January 13th. So any deferment or additional information would have to occur within the next month, and that is during the holiday season, of course, too.
Thank you.
I will just mention that conditions of approval are just that, conditions of approval. If you want to modify these, put timing on these, you certainly can. You know, something like this, we don't often see. It's not a requirement in code because these are very few requests that we ever see. And similar to what the applicant said, we don't have specific code standards. And so this condition certainly can be edited, but this would be similar to, you know, a business plan or something like that, that as long as we're deferring to the experts, which in this case are Boise Police and Boise Fire, to help with this, the planning team would suggest that we let the experts work through that business plan or the security plan of the facility, because this body, according to Title 11, does not have that jurisdiction.
Thank you, Celine.
To provide that expert kind of expertise on judging that security plan.
Thank you, Celine. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can just say for myself, I will not be supporting the motion. I believe in our conditions of approval and the editing of those as necessary. I don't see how me knowing exactly what time of day security might be on site or medical staff might be on site is going to give me, I mean, I would still, as Celine is mentioning, I would still be deferring back to the experts to say, does this sound like this will be adequate, which is ultimately what our conditions of approval are there for. So for that, and furthermore, it's frustrating because we did discuss this last month. This exact same issue came on the table. We chose not to ask that of the applicant and the police force. And so here we are all back again 3 weeks later, and it just came up again. But primarily because I believe in our conditioning, I will not be supporting the motion.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Just a calm point of order. James, so you'll have to refresh my memory on the actual deferral procedures. So before we vote, do we have to we've solicited comment from the applicant and staff. Before we vote on the motion to defer, James, do we have to solicit public comment as well? Or can we go ahead and proceed to a vote and then ask for people if they'd like to come back or can come back?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, James Smith, Deputy City Attorney. Fair question there. The deferral procedure requires that the review body shall act on requests for deferral only after, I'm quoting, only after soliciting input from the applicant, staff, and any concerned public. If a deferral is granted, continuing the quote here, any member of the public who cannot or will not return for a deferral hearing shall be provided an opportunity to testify. Also, while we're on the point of order, and this is not to dissuade further debate on this topic or action on the motion, but would recommend before any deferral is granted or acted on, that this body deliberate on the basis for requiring these studies. And I'm citing to the next section that part of the commission's consideration on whether to grant a deferral, in addition to testimony, is whether there are additional studies, design, or other development alternatives being considered. It goes on to say, for which the time to complete cannot be accurately estimated. And the connection there is really, the chair spoke to this, whether something has changed between now and the last hearing to require this course and other things. So does that answer the commissioner's question?
Procedurally, yes.
Yes, so we can vote and then,
No.
no,
Solicit.
we've just solicited. the public
That the
first.
acting would be by taking the motion and voting on a motion. That's how this body acts. So calling that question and taking a vote on the motion should be after receiving all that input. Not that you're locked into that, but as long as the motion is on the table, and if the commission intends to act on it, then all that testimony should be opened.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Danley.
I'll make this easy. With Commissioner Blanchard's support, I will retract the motion. I disagree with some of the things that have been said. That doesn't matter. The point is, hopefully, we get to a point where we at least are confident and understand some of these details. And hopefully throughout the rest of this evening, potentially with additional conditions, we'll see if we get there. I have my concerns. I've voiced my concerns. I think there's a lot of validity here, but for the sake of the hearing and the public and the time and everybody's consideration, at this point, I'll retract the motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
and I will support Commissioner Danley in that effort.
Okay,
Madam Chairman,
yes, Commissioner Glassby.
can we ask James, are we in good shape to proceed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, yes, subject to any objections by other commissioners, but as always, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner
I think
Glassby.
we're on last call from
I was just gonna say,
questions
that's right.
from us.
Yeah, I'm gonna move quickly through that. Do we have, this is the last call from the commission for questions. Seeing none,
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie,
since it's been a really exciting start to our meeting,
would you like to take a break?
maybe like, were we gonna do dinner at 5:15?
No, not quite yet. It's
Okay.
not here yet.
I'm okay if we just take a very short break.
We can take 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will come back then at just about 2 minutes to the hour. feel free to grab. Why don't you come right on up to the podium? You can kick us off. Everybody gets 3 minutes. Please start with your name and address.
Hi, my name is Jeff Chapman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just regarding the order of sign-up sheets that were.
We will be keeping track of those that signed up. It's not
huge.
correct. Thank you. Yeah, we'll make sure that everybody's accounted for, but we'll just be taking people as they come up and we're keeping track of those names just so we can keep it moving and I don't have to announce a name and wait for the person to come up. Please, I'm sorry, sir, please start again, name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Chapman. I live at 3019 South Leadville in Boise, Idaho. Hi, I was previously a guest at Interfaith Sanctuary. I am now living in my own home thanks to the support I received during my stay at Interfaith Sanctuary. I would like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for the opportunity to speak about Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location in August of 2020. I came to Interfaith Sanctuary as a guest with a long history of drug and alcohol abuse. It was there I learned about Project Recovery, Interfaith's on-site recovery program. I entered phase 1 of the program, and there I started learning about mindfulness, meditation, and breathing, relapse prevention, and anger management, self-esteem, self-worth, building confidence, affirmations, and strengths, positive self-talk, and dealing with negative circumstances and events. I found a safe place with this program and the community and got on my path to recovery. While in phase 2 of the program, I was then introduced to Interfaith Food Service Training Program, where I found my joy. Being in that food trailer and offering support and food to my friends really opened my heart. I completed the course, got my Serve Safe certificate, and started volunteering in the food trailer, serving breakfast on the weekends and dinner to the guests every night. My case manager helped me actually turn this volunteer position into a paid position through the Department of Labor Work Readiness Program. While working in the food trailer, I was able to find housing on my own. I now work full-time for Interfaith Sanctuary, training guests on food service skills, helping run the food service program at the shelter. I found my recovery and my passion because of the safety and care offered to me during my time at Interfaith. Our friends without homes deserve the same opportunities as me to get back on their feet and find their way home. Please support this conditional use permit. Interfaith Sanctuary will be a good neighbor, and our homelessness community deserves to have a better shelter. Again, thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission, for hearing me.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations on your recovery.
Hello. First of all, hello to the commission. Thank you for listening. My name is Matt Hoffman, and my address is 1620 West River Street in Boise. I'm the Director of Nutrition and Volunteer Services at Interfaith, where I've worked for about 10 months. My career background is in the food service industry. I worked my way up from a dishwasher at the age of 16 to a general manager at the age of 25. Most recently, I was a GM at Mai Tai in downtown Boise. As a recovering addict, which began as legally prescribed painkillers after a shoulder injury and eventually became an addiction to heroin, which I'm almost 7 years clean from now, I decided that I wanted something more meaningful to do for work, something that helped people that were still stuck in the cycles that I'd found my way out of. I decided that just getting a paycheck wasn't enough for me anymore. I left the restaurant industry and took a job with my first nonprofit, Create Common Good. There, I taught a food service training program for refugees and women escaping domestic violence, with the ultimate goal being placement in a good job with fair pay and benefits. The program was quite successful. In my first year there, we had a 92% job placement rate. I developed relationships with several food service companies in town like Aramark, who does the food for BSU, Idaho Power, the Boise Airport, and several others. Some places like Aramark hired anyone who graduated my program because they knew the graduates would be well-trained, consistent, and grateful to work. Today, I've brought that same program along with those same great relationships to Interfaith. At our current location, Our only kitchen is a tiny cramped food truck. So my classes have been small, a maximum of 3 people per class. But we've made it work and we've already changed lives, like my friend and coworker that you just heard from, Jeff. The new location would have a huge commercial kitchen with exponentially more space, new equipment, and many more students. Our goal would be to teach 10 to 15 students per month, perhaps more. The reason I've chosen Interfaith as my home to create and teach this program is simple. At Interfaith, we're not just warehousing human beings indefinitely with no end goal in sight. At Interfaith, our ultimate goal is to end homelessness, our guests' homelessness. Using programs like mine, along with drug and alcohol and mental health programs, to remove the barriers that keep our guests in an endless cycle of poverty. This new facility isn't about having new walls and more space to house people. It's about changing lives and ending the cycles that perpetuate homelessness at their roots. This new facility isn't just about shelter, it's about hope. It won't just save lives, it will make them more meaningful, more dignified, and more successful. Again, thank you to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Please feel free to pull that microphone up so our friends online can hear, and please start with your name and address.
Hello, my name is Barry Brunier. I live at 2703 North Lake Harbor Lane here in Boise. We were fortunate to acquire a home on the Boise Greenbelt, one of the jewels of the area. We already deal with homeless encampments along the Greenbelt and some panhandling, especially during the warmer months. 4 years ago, we left California to escape poor governance and to shield our family from the disgusting state of the community, including public defecation, illegal encampments, constant panhandling, and an ever-increasing crime rate. It was as heartbreaking as it was disgusting. We were so lucky to discover Boise, and I'm honored to be able to share my previous experiences with poor planning and stewardship, and to read the following into the record. Let the record show the type of use requested in this application places a significant demand upon public safety resources and requires fast response, which can be provided from the new downtown police station. The station was intentionally sited to be near the current Interfaith Sanctuary shelter with the expectation that it would be serving an area that has land uses with a high demand population. But this application seeks to relocate the homeless shelter away from the police station, which is literally asking the city for 3 allowances: to waste taxpayer money that was spent on the new police station while simultaneously seeking permission to export the health and safety risk to an entirely different neighborhood, and to increase the cost of public safety services. That is not good governance. Good governance prevents risk. It saves taxpayer dollars, whereas this would do exactly the opposite. This application needs to be denied based on incompatible use and adverse impacts in light of present factual circumstances surrounding this request and resulting impact on public money. A denial of this application is prudent stewardship of the taxpayers' money, as it will ensure that the 3.4 million public expenditure on the new police station was reasonable, appropriate, and returns the highest benefit to public safety. Conversely, approving this application will fail to capture the 4.3 million public investment made in safety and will fail to comply with the regulations and policies set forth in Boise's Business Operations Manual for financial decisions and for city's fiscal declaration that capital improvement projects to represent the highest and best use of city resources. The public has a reasonable expectation of realizing the full benefit or the entitled return on the investment made in public safety using public money. Therefore, the highest and best use of public money expended on public safety will only result by retaining all homeless shelters in the downtown area near the new police station as originally intended. Otherwise, the additional cost for public safety.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
We're
for your
against it.
testimony. Just come right on up. As soon as that podium is free, please make your way right on up. And you can pull that microphone down to fit you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Brunier.
Sorry, I think a little bit closer to the mic, just so we can get it on the written record. No, pull the mic a little bit closer to you. There you go. Perfect.
My name is Lori Brunier, and I reside at 2703 North Lake Harbor Lane. We moved from San Diego to Boise to escape decades of poor city and state planning and policies, resulting in an untenable and unhealthy atmosphere for the homeless population as well as the residents. Sadly, we see Boise moving in a similar direction. Many of the businesses close to the applicant's property benefit from the millions of dollars in public improvements the city has made in the Willow Lane Sports Complex that hosts various youth and adult sports events, which then bring patrons to the nearby businesses. The seasonal team events are organized by the Boise Parks and Rec Department, while the Chamber of Commerce actively solicits regional and national sports tournaments to be hosted at this facility. All of this activity generates significant economic benefit for the surrounding area. The use being considered in this application has significant potential to adversely impact the sports complex and surrounding area due to the facility being a wet facility, which allows open alcohol containers, and it is adjacent to the Willow Lane Park and the Boise River Greenbelt. The city's records for the parks and police departments both show years of recurring problematic issues in parks and along the Greenbelt that involve individuals who stay at the homeless shelters and or use the social services near the shelters. The same adverse impacts will likely occur for this facility and park, which can lead to negative experiences for visitors attending events and decreased interest in this facility. Findings are as follows. The proposed use poses significant potential for adverse economic effects to the interests of the business community, as well as to the improvements in publicly owned property, which are not in the best economic interest of the city. Consistency with Boise City Comprehensive Plan Policy EC 3.2 to protect existing businesses from incompatible use is not carried out if this application is approved. Evidence in the city record shows the adverse impacts to the business in the shoreline Americana area that are attributable, at least in part, to the homeless shelters and social services in that part of the city. Not enforcing policy EC 3.2 impacts policy EC 3.1, as this will lead to a business environment along the State Street corridor that hinders profitability rather than maintains it. Denying this conditional use is necessary. Otherwise, the desires of the applicant will be fulfilled at the sacrifice of economic injury to the other current and future property interests in this vicinity. Departing from the allowed uses in C2 zoning has significant potential to adversely affect the public investment in the Willow Lane Sports Complex that is both an economic generator and a community amenity. For this reason, you need to deny CUP 21-00026. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tina Ellis. I live at 3430 North Plantation River Drive. And I live about 1 mile on the Greenbelt from the park and Willow Lane Park. And I'm a widow and live alone. And I have 30 years experience in investment real estate in Boise, and I'm retired. There is absolute evidence placed in the record of this application that shows low barrier homeless shelter will not be compatible for a predominantly residential area. If this application were to be granted, it asks way too much of the existing private property holders and businesses to make this type of use fit into their neighborhood. It places an undue burden on the other properties to take measures above and beyond the norm to protect their safety and their property values simply to accommodate a type of use that did not exist when they obtained an interest in their property or business. These measures include: 1, having to file no trespassing agreements with the Boise Police Department each year; 2, having to frequently file code compliance violations with the city and ACHD and request service from the police. Just as the records show that businesses by the current IFS shelter location have had to resort to. having to annually meet to review impacts on the neighborhoods and businesses would have limited to no ability to impose new conditions or revoke the permit. Having to install security cameras and alarm systems, just as businesses have done that are near the current shelter location. Number 5, and ultimately the burden of choosing to move because the safety risk has become too bizarre to bear and the economic injury to their property jeopardizes their financial future. Many of the residents of Veterans Park neighborhood have already witnessed their friends and neighbors sell their property because of these impacts. These concerns are no different than the current ones being expressed by the properties and businesses near IFS shelter location now. It is unrealistic to expect that properties and businesses in the Veterans Park neighborhood to resort to these measures and to accept the disruption in their lives and interference with their comfortable enjoyment of their life and their property, especially when this specific use, a low barrier emergency homeless shelter, did not exist when they chose to acquire and invest in their property. And this is not an allowed use. It is the responsibility of the commission to protect from the departure of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Todora Surza, 866 North Merthyr Street. I'm a preschool teacher and member of the Veterans Park neighborhood. Shame on you. This is what the executive director of IFS said in the March neighborhood meeting when I mentioned that I do many safe field trips in our neighborhood, but that I would not take my preschool students on a field trip anywhere near the area outside IFS because it is unsafe. Shame on me for pointing out that it would be irresponsible to walk with the kids in an area that experiences an increased rate of quality of life crimes, exposing them to disorderly conduct, loitering and littering, public intoxication, fighting, public urination and defecation, needles and drugs. A good neighbor does not shame others when they express their legitimate concerns. A good neighbor does not simply dismiss those concerns by asserting that the relocation will happen whether we like it or not. In that same meeting, an IFS board member said that it is not going to be as bad as you think. So how bad is it going to be? Certainly, at least as bad as in the vicinity of IFS. But we can anticipate that it will be even worse because it has been documented that the negative impacts of a shelter are far more important when placed in a residential neighborhood. And this is why this use is not appropriate. IFS claims to be a good neighbor, but the reality is that their current neighbors, businesses, and developers complain about the detrimental effects of the shelter and the lack of desirability of the area, deterring customers and clients and employees being afraid because of increased trespassing, drugs, and aggressive presence. IFS says that the negative impacts we see in the vicinity of their shelters are none of their making, that they are not caused by their guests, ignoring the documented fact that their type of congregate low barrier shelter attracts certain populations and behaviors, hence the importance of not placing them in residential neighborhoods. Apparently, IFS does not care about what happens in the vicinity of their shelter. Otherwise, why would they force this relocation knowing with certainty that it will impair the character and safety of our neighborhood? Actions speak louder than words. Good neighborhood promises, conditions, agreements, and police proximity have been unable to protect the area in the vicinity of IFS downtown. Likewise, conditions, promises, and agreements will not protect the Veterans Park neighborhood. Asking us to believe that miraculously, all the issues that happen downtown will not happen with an accrued impact in our acquired residential neighborhood is like asking us to believe that unicorns exist. Because of all the safety concerns, the economic injury, and the adverse impacts from an incompatible use this shelter we have in our livelihoods, I urge you to deny this conditional use permit. Using the words of the lawyer, you should not permit the safety of the neighborhood to be a political football. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is John Foster. My address is 3907 North Oak Park Place, Boise. I have 35 years of municipal law enforcement experience. My last 18 years, I served as Chief of Police in a city in California. During my tenure as chief, I was instrumental in creating, implementing, managing a conditional use permit and good neighbor policy for our first homeless shelter. It has been my experience for a shelter to be successful in a community, the shelter must hold its guests accountable with consequences for their behavior, both within the shelter and adjoining neighborhood. One of the findings that you need to determine at the end of the hearing is if the proposed IFS site is compatible with other uses in the proposed neighborhood. It's my professional opinion that currently IFS is not compatible with any neighborhood. I'm unclear why the Boise Police Department would take a neutral position on the proposed move. Currently, IFS location and surrounding areas is one of the highest calls for police service in the city. IFS has created a chronic nuisance to the neighborhood, and no successful attempts have been made by IFS to mitigate the issues. In October 2020, the Boise Police Department completed a crime prevention through environmental design assessment of the Shoreline Renewal District. In that assessment, it stated that since 2016, IFS has been in the top 10 addresses for the highest calls for police service each year. The assessment also stated that since 2017, West Cooper Street, South Americana Boulevard has been the top 5. The assessment also shows that IFS increased calls for service from police from 2016 to 2020, 82%. At the same time, West Cooper Street and South Americana increased over 700%. A memo from the police department recently proposed the move. They stated that even the current calls for service IFS and Cooper Court will transition and may increase to any new location. At your last meeting, Chief Lee stated that calls for service are not all crime related. While that may be true, many calls for service are quality of life concerns. A quality of life call is made by a citizen who fears unsafe, or the safety of others. These type of calls demoralize residents and businesses, and if they're not addressed, studies have shown they can increase to more serious crimes. Chief Lee also stated if IFS new proposed conditions aren't met, the consequences can be considerable. None of the current proposed conditions have any consequences. IFS and its guests have already shown considerable negative consequences in its existing neighborhood. So with no consequences, do you really think anything is going to change with IFS and its guests moving to a new location? Having the shelter open 24/7 will not mitigate all the neighborhood's concerns. Therefore, unless you feel an increase in police calls for service and crime is compatible with other uses in the proposed neighborhood, I would encourage you to deny this application. If you choose to approve this request, the CUP must hold IFS accountable with consequences for the behavior of its guests, and the good neighbor policy must include consequences for the guests and appropriate conduct in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Good evening. My name is Sam McCaskill, and I work at 250 South 5th Street, Suite 200. I was first introduced to Jody and Interfaith Sanctuary's mission when I was retained as a real estate consultant in September of 2020. Like any of my clients, we start by covering the imperative characteristics a property needs to have to qualify as a potential purchase. We began by identifying all actively marketed properties and off-market properties that could be a viable option. Due to the overwhelming competition in the market, most opportunities were sourced off-market by contacting owners directly. Properties were identified as either existing buildings that could be enhanced to reach their goals or bare land to start from scratch. To qualify, we sourced and selected by location with proximity to services, proximity to downtown, building square footage capability, and total project cost. Because of rising prices in the valley, especially in the downtown core, finding opportunities to check all the boxes were limited. We were actively pursuing 2 other properties without success when the Salvation Army building came available. The unique property offered quick access to public transportation, a total property size that almost tripled their current facility, and at a total project cost that was feasible in their budget. As we look back on that experience now 1 year later, Interfaith would only be at a greater disadvantage as we see real estate reaching all-time highs in the valley. By being a nonprofit, Interfaith doesn't experience any sort of incentive against the market. They have to compete against every buyer coming into the market while being geographically limited. Over the past year, I've gotten to see firsthand the passion that Jody and the Interfaith Sanctuary employees and volunteers have for their mission. And walking through this property with the team, they see nothing but opportunity to better carry out their mission as an organization and improve the community. working with this group has been an incredibly delightful opportunity. And I'm very confident that they'll do anything in their power to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caskell. Please feel free to pull that down.
Good evening, commissioners. I am B. Black. I live at 2030 North 23rd in Boise. I'm also a longtime member of our Path Home Executive Committee and CEO of the WCA. As the CEO of the WCA, I bring with me to the table advocacy for individuals who end up homeless due to domestic abuse and violence. Domestic abuse and violence are one of the leading causes of homelessness for women and children. I also had the opportunity and appreciated the invitation to serve on the Shelter Better Task Force and want to commend all those who participated, as I felt that there was a lot of information shared, many divergent opinions expressed, good points made, including a recommendation that our Path Home Executive Committee develop an evaluation process for proposed shelter sites. We took that to heart and we did just that. The evaluation criteria included looking at needs analysis, looking at a business and operations plan, reviewing proposed shelter practices, and the engagement process that the applicant went through. Interfaith prepared a plan following our request, which we reviewed, and then we voted to approve. So as a committee, we did vote to approve it. One final comment I would like to make has to do with the crime prevention through environmental design assessment that was performed on October 15, 2020, that has been referred to a couple of times tonight by the Boise Police Department around the area where Interfaith is currently located and which was provided to the Shelter Better Task Force. As I reviewed the data that was contained in the report, I was interested to see that while calls for service have doubled in the past 7 years in that area, there was nothing to indicate what the population growth has been during that same timeframe in the geographic area. So compared to what? From January 1st, 2014 through September 2020, according to the report, there were 1,009,846 calls for service citywide. There were 18,082 calls for service in the assessment area over that same time period, which when you do the math accounts to 1.8% of the total calls for service. In 2020, there was a breakdown of the types of calls for service, and most of them, were for welfare checks and trespassing. With respect to the top 8 crimes, which include murder, theft was the top of the list with 158 incidents during a 5-year period, and 33 were aggravated assaults or battery. Now, there wasn't any information in the report as to were these crimes from homeless on homeless or who exactly was being affected. When you realize that this area includes not just Interfaith Sanctuary, but Corpus Christi Catch, homeless who do not wish to enter a shelter, City Light and Children, City Light for Women and Children, and Rescue Mission, I think it's pretty remarkable and speaks to the outstanding job of our partners.
Thank you, Ms. Black.
Geneva Yara, 866 Mercer Street in Veterans Park neighborhood. This is where I own and operate a preschool. I've owned my home for 17 years. The evidence makes it clear that the shelter will have many negative impacts on my neighborhood, but safety is my main concern due to the direct impact on my livelihood. My preschool offers an atmosphere where families in my care feel safe and secure. We utilize the surrounding neighborhood for the majority of our outdoor activities. We walk to nearby places, including the library, Flying Pie, Willow Lane, and the Boise River. This is possible because our neighborhood is very safe, whereas the surrounding area around the current IFS location is not a safe environment for anyone, let alone a group of 3 to 5-year-olds. I would ask you to imagine how safe you would feel walking with 6 to 8 young children outside the current IFS location, exposing them to loitering and littering, public intoxication, fighting, public urination and defecation, needles and drugs. This is what we would be forced to do in order to access the library or Flying Pie, because the only sidewalk on State Street from Willow Lane to Sycamore is on the north side of State Street, directly in front of the Salvation Army building. The area around IFS experiences an increased rate of quality of life crimes Businesses and developers complain about the illegal and hazardous activities they witness and their employees and customers not feeling safe. But at the end of the day, they get to go home to their safe neighborhoods. We do not have that option, as this is where we live and work. No conditions that you try to impose will change the fact that the area surrounding the Salvation Army building will have an unsafe and unhealthy environment like it is at the current IFS location. But it will surely be worse given the increased size of the shelter and the location in a primarily residential neighborhood. Our safety will be impacted by IFS because this is simply not a compatible use. Many parents have already informed me that they will not be comfortable with me taking their children on field trips with the possibility of people with unmet mental health needs or suffering from intoxication of some kind moving freely throughout our neighborhood. The safety of the children is paramount in a child care facility, and I will not be able to guarantee it in an environment similar to the one around IFS. Therefore, if this large, low barrier shelter is allowed to relocate to the area where I operate my business, I will likely be forced to close it due to the safety risks in the evidence. Because of the direct economic injury to my work, the lack of compatibility and adverse effects to the character, safety, and stability of the area, I urge you to deny this conditional use permit. All of us are here because of safety issues, the safety issues that have not been addressed. Having no security plan clearly shows a complete and utter lack of competence in the leadership of IFS. I urge you to deny this.
Thank you.
Dr. Tanya Kuhn. I reside at 4510 Willow Lane, Boise. I'm a member of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, and I can see the proposed site from my front lawn. Boise City Code requires a finding that the proposed location is compatible to other uses in the general neighborhood. The evidence in the city's record clearly shows a finding of compliance with compatibility to other uses cannot be properly made. The record shows the adverse physical impacts from a homeless shelter are indisputable and substantially documented in the Boise Police Department's record and CPTED assessment, which provides factual evidence to support what is self-evident. The needs of a large, low-barrier homeless shelter are not compatible with the needs of a predominantly family-oriented residential neighborhood. The needs are simply too different. The use being proposed for this location is not in harmony with the character of the residential neighborhood and lacks substantial conformance with the existing uses because a large low-barrier shelter poses significantly more discordant impacts than the by right allowed uses. The location is incompatible because the proposed property, which the record shows involves a large percentage of single males, is entirely insensitive to the women and children seeking protection from domestic abuse at a facility located 150 feet away. This single fact significantly amplifies the inappropriateness of this location for a large low-barrier homeless shelter. The location is incompatible with long-range plans for the State Street corridor because the type of use will not complement and support the proposed future uses in the adopted plans for the State Street corridor, which the record shows does not include a large homeless shelter. Finally, the project claims the operating characteristics and potential impacts of this proposed use are not significantly different than the existing and anticipated uses for the area. Not only is that an outrageous statement, it is unsubstantiated claim that is not based on facts, since the evidence in the city's own record clearly shows otherwise. The data in the police department's CPTED study show the adverse impacts, including 57 pages of individual emails and concerns and complaints from businesses and property owners in the area where the current IFS is located. Plainly stated, this is not a compatible location for this type of use. It will impair the character and safety of a neighborhood, as documented in the city's safety public records. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Maybe we should keep a pair just up there on the podium, right?
She got to use them. Hi, my name is Isaac Espinoza. I'm a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, and for 27 years, I've lived at 4948 Willow Lane. One thing I wanted to bring up that I haven't heard discussed is how the high turnover through a shelter increases impacts. You've heard that people are concerned with the high prevalence of untreated substance abuse among the homeless population. Overall, 8.3% of American adults struggle with substance abuse, but Interfaith's data indicated around 40% of adults on their single side struggle with substance abuse, and approximately 15% of adults on the family side. There are similar percentages for mental health struggles. These can be associated with unpredictable behavior among shelter guests, and in some cases, criminal behavior, as Interfaith's data also shows that at least 6% of their single guests left the shelter for jail. However, the concern isn't just about these demographics. Urban planning recommendations indicate that stable neighborhoods have a homeowner to rental balance of around 50 to 60% homeowners, as they tend to remain in one place longer, supporting a cohesive community of social bonds to welcome renters who may only stay for a couple of years. Veterans Neighborhood Association is currently just about 50% of homeowners. With a shelter, the intent is for guests to stay only for a short time, with a much higher turnover than among renters. In the February neighborhood meeting, Interfaith estimated that they serve approximately 1,000 guests a year. At a shelter that's about 25% larger, I'm assuming that number would rise to around 1,250 people per year. With all of these people entering and leaving, neighbors won't have the time to form social bonds or develop trust with any individual guest exhibiting unpredictable behavior. The impact of living in a high poverty neighborhood is increased by the high turnover. The short-term residency also increases the impact to public safety. The shelter puts a high concentration of short-term vulnerable guests in a position to rely on limited pedestrian infrastructure across State Street, the dangerous angled intersection with Willow Lane, the lack of sidewalks on Willow and State Street, the overparking and high traffic associated with the ballpark on game days. While these safety concerns apply to existing residents of the neighborhood, as well as prospective shelter guests, the high turnover of guests means that the dangerous conditions will usually be unfamiliar to guests, making them more likely to result in accident or injury. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Espinoza.
David Klinger, 1404 North 24th Street, also a board member of Boise Working Together. Commissioners, I know your decision tonight is a narrow one. It has to be based on code and regulation. But let's acknowledge and remember that it's a very narrow finding against the backdrop of a very large concern that spans this entire city. In my view, the proposed State Street Interfaith Shelter fails on multiple counts and makes this CUP, as we heard in the colloquy with the chiefs tonight, just not ready for prime time. There's just something about this project that still feels rushed and thin. 3 points. There's been insufficient analysis of this overall move. Decisions regarding the placement of homelessness services should be driven by careful and patient analysis of social needs, not just the sudden availability of any single given vacant building or structure. Form, as the architects tell us, should follow function, not the other way around. The impact on the State Street Urban Renewal Project. Location of a centralized shelter of this magnitude and impact within the State Street Urban Renewal Corridor demarcates the entire concept of urban revitalization along a major artery into the city. Once again, the city of Boise is sending tragically mixed signals to its citizens concerning the direction in which the entire State Street corridor is headed. Impact on State Street revitalization of public transit. Valley Regional Transit State Street bus line is slowly becoming the system's most heavily used public transportation corridor, but it has a long way to go before it achieves public acceptance and sufficient ridership. Locating a mega shelter on this bus line will compromise existing ridership and negatively affect Valley Ride's ability to attract more new fare-paying patrons, which it so desperately requires. That analysis from Valley Ride needs to be in your record, and I haven't found it. It's a lot more than just where to put a bus shelter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klinger. I understand we have some slides, I think, coming up here, so just give us a moment. Okay, please start with your name and address, and you'll have the 3 minutes.
Aileen, you can go to that first slide. Yeah, my name is Dave Fuji. I live at Lake Harbor in Boise, 5269 West Silver Lake. And yeah, this background slide reviews some facts from publications you've seen in written testimony that provide the backdrop for what I'm going to say. So registered sex offenders, or RSOs, are in higher concentration amongst the homeless with an 8 times chance of reoffense. IFS has said that they're able to screen for RSOs, but that isn't completely the case because screening is unreliable. In the event that a sex offender is identified by IFS and denied access, will they simply camp in the neighborhood? This poses a significant risk to nearby residents, daycares, city park, across the street, where many youth programs are hosted. For these reasons, many cities across the nation prohibit sex offenders from residing 1,000 and in some case 2,500 feet from where children gather. So let's talk about these sex offender screenings. The national database to search for a sex offender was started by the Adam Walsh Act. Unfortunately, many states do not participate. Next slide. In fact, in an article in the Journal of Offender Therapy states that due to concerns about the efficacy and costs of implementing the Adam Walsh Act, only 17 states out of the 50 have implemented the Adam Walsh Act. As such, an out-of-state RSO will likely escape a search of the Idaho and US registries. And add to that, the fact that many states charge fees for access to their state databases. If you could even figure out where out-of-state RSOs were coming from, it's too expensive to do state-level searches. Additionally, there are many sex offenders that are not registered, so they don't show up in a search. Fox 12 News discusses a story of a specific sex offender in Portland, Oregon, and I quote, Fox 12 found that he is amongst roughly 26,000 other Oregon sex offenders who are still deemed unclassified and therefore not posted on the Oregon's public sex offender registry. Screening for sex offenders is unreliable. A homeless shelter draws sex offenders to their doors, and there are many places where children congregate around the proposed IFS site. Accordingly, this proposed move violates CUP decision criteria because it would adversely affect the other property in the vicinity. Please don't tempt a suffering and recovering sex offender, nor endanger the neighborhood children. Please deny this CUP.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Lorraine Fuji, and I live at 5269 West Silver Lake Lane in Boise. This CUP violates the review and decision procedures for CUPs because 1, the proposed location is slightly more than 500 feet from the entrance of a major Boise park that is used for activities such as youth and adult athletic programs and family gatherings, thereby making the proposed facility incompatible with the existing area. And 2, the proposed location will adversely affect other property in the vicinity. Let me further explain how these things all tie together. Next slide. Even though IFS has said they don't accept sex offenders and are able to screen them out, screening for sex offenders is unreliable. One challenge is that about 50% of sex crimes are successfully plea bargained, and many of them from seriously violent sex offender charges to greatly reduced crimes that do not require registry as a sex offender. The Times Standard reports that even when charges are filed, the legal system often downgrades felony rape charges for guilty pleas on other crimes, such as criminal use of a computer, risk and injury, or disorderly conduct. Consider the recent plea bargain case in Caldwell, where Nathan Perez raped a minor on multiple occasions. The Statesman reported that his initial charges consisted of 3 counts of lewd conduct with a minor under 16 and 1 count of sexual abuse of a minor under the age of 16. A lewd conduct conviction alone could result in a lifetime prison sentence. Instead, Perez was able to plea bargain down to a 3 to 10-year prison term and would not require that Perez register as a sex offender. Screening for sex offenders is unreliable, and plea bargaining out of sex offender registration is common. A homeless shelter draws sex offenders to their doors, and there are many places where children congregate around the proposed IFS site. And if a sex offender were to be caught in the IFS pre-screening process, would the sex offender simply walk across the street to the nearby park that includes play equipment that is a magnet for young children and a rad dirt bike course for active kids? Please don't tempt a suffering and recovering sex offender, nor endanger the neighborhood children. Deny this CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fiji. I'm going to say we will hear the line until the gentleman in the red coat, and then we're going to take a 15-minute dinner break for the commission. So anybody behind him, please feel free to have another seat, and we'll pick it up again when we return. And just a reminder, because we have a line downstairs in the lobby, if you leave this floor, you will end up in the queue downstairs. So please stay put during the break on this floor. If you would still like to speak tonight, please come on up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Albert, and I live in the Lake Harbor neighborhood. The CUP violence and P&Z decision criteria because the proposed location is incompatible with areas used for child gathering. It will adversely affect other property of the vicinity. Next slide. Consider the case of the homeless Boise resident, Timmy Kinner. The Idaho Statesman reports as follows. The man accused of stabbing the toddler to death, along with non-fatally stabbing 8 other people on Saturday, has a background ranging from sexual battery, assault, dealing with drugs, spending time in federal prison. I would say this summer was one of the most violent summers maybe ever, said Dan Alt, shelter director for the Interfaith Sanctuary, noting 2 people were stabbed outside the shelter doors. Cooper Court has more drug use than we'd all like to admit. This summer, it created a lot more violent behavior in this population. Kinner was in prison for 2011 incidents of felony sexual battery. IFS admitted him as a resident in 2018 and reportedly stayed at IFS as late as 2 days prior to the stabbing incident. Next slide. Another case is convicted rapist Alan Scott Hernandez. Hernandez's original crime of rage took place in Portland, Oregon in July 2017. The Idaho Statesman says he fled Oregon for Idaho on a $1.8 million warrant. Met a woman while at the IFS that next September, led her to the Greenbelt and viciously raped her. It is not clear if Kinner and Hernandez are examples of IFS making exceptions to their policy of not admitting sex offenders, or if IFS inability to screen for them. The bottom line is that both were drawn to IFS homeless shelter and were a violent danger to those around them. The homeless shelter draws sex offenders to their door. Screening for sex offenders is unreliable, and there are many places where children congregate around the proposed IFS new site. Please don't put a suffering and recovering sex offender in a tempting position when are danger the neighborhood children. Deny the CUP.
Thank you. And we're going to just stick with that original line that we had there. So I know a couple of other people just jumped in line, but we're going to just stick with those 6 people or so that were in line. What do we need to do? Just take a seat until after our dinner break. Thank you. Sorry, ma'am, in the purple, come on up. Thank you. Go ahead and start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. So will I see my slides here?
What's your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Lisa Bulow.
Lisa Bulow.
I work for the Boise School District and I live in Lake Harbor near the Greenbelt.
Great. Your address too.
5575 West Harbor Cove Lane.
Thank you.
I'm here to implore you to prioritize the safety and well-being of children who will be impacted by your decisions. Bottom line, this cup does violate planning and zoning decision criteria. The proposed cup will adversely affect other properties in the vicinity, and it's just incompatible with areas used for children gatherings. Next slide, please. Idaho code prohibits registered sex offenders from residing within 500 feet of a school or daycare. Some cities in Idaho, for example, Garden City, prohibit registered sex offenders from residing within 1,000 feet from the facility. Next slide, please. This map identifies, I apologize. This map identifies several public areas where children congregate in the neighborhood, making them vulnerable. Taft Elementary, children gather for school bus pickup and drop off directly across State Street. Historically, 4 daycare facilities operate within 200 to 1,000 feet away. The Willow Lane Park and Athletic Complex is directly across State Street. And this is a facility for key youth programs in our entire city. Next slide, please. These photos represent one single day of activity, clearly demonstrating that Willow Lane Park is a hub for youth in Boise. The kids playing volleyball were part of a regular city league, not just a one-time occurrence. Many of the kids playing at the playground were there alone while their parents were playing softball at the complex. So let's cut to the facts. Screening for sex offenders is known to be unreliable. Homeless shelters do draw them to their doors, and there are many places where children congregate around this proposed site. Please, for the protection of all children involved, and I'd like to say our most vulnerable citizens. That term has been used a lot, and I would like to propose that perhaps our children are the most vulnerable. Please deny this cup.
Thank you.
My name is Eleanor Sheehy. I am the board secretary for Interfaith Sanctuary Housing Services. I have been a volunteer or board member of Interfaith Sanctuary ever since the Interfaith Alliance was housing guests overnight in churches in 2006 and 2007. I became the treasurer and volunteer accountant in 2007 when we incorporated and we're preparing to purchase the warehouse at 1620 West River Street. For the first several years, Interfaith Sanctuary was an overnight only shelter with limited services, help getting IDs and Social Security disability, job searches, and housing searches. Since Jody Peterson Steigers became our executive director in 2016, she has expanded services at the shelter. We now have job training, and counseling and other services to help people get employed and into counseling. And from here, I'm dropping the rest of my speech to say that these people who are so concerned about the possibility of sex offenders living in our shelter should also be concerned about the possibility of those people buying a house in any neighborhood in town. And I would like to also remind people that it was a number of years ago, Rayanne Leach, the wife of a stockbroker in the Highlands, was mentally ill, grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed the neighbor's baby. And the only reason that child lived was that another neighbor grabbed the child and administered first aid until the ambulance was able to come and take care of the baby. And Mrs. Leach is now in some kind of mental health, a place for the criminally insane. But these things can happen in any neighborhood with any group of people. So to blame Interfaith Sanctuary for Timmy Kinner and some of the other things that have happened is really unfair. So good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Joe Bankard. My address is 4058 North Hawthorne Way. I want to start just by thanking the Planning and Zoning Commission for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location. I live in the Collister neighborhood. I'm also the senior pastor at Collister United Methodist Church, which is located about 2 blocks from the proposed site. In addition, I have a 9-year-old daughter and a 13-year-old son who attend schools in the Collister neighborhood and who regularly access the Greenbelt via Willow Lane Park, which is also very close to the proposed site. So I have a lot of skin in this decision. I care deeply what happens in my neighborhood. I love Collister. I want to see it grow, develop, and flourish. And I also strongly support Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed move. The fact that Interfaith might move close to my home and church will definitely bring change. But these changes give us an opportunity to care for the most vulnerable in our community. One of the pillars of the Christian faith is to care for and love the least, the last, and the lost. I truly believe there are many creative ways my church and these neighborhoods can partner with Interfaith to provide the necessary care, support, and training that Interfaith's guests so desperately need. Boise is growing rapidly, as you all know, and so is the homeless population. The city needs a long-term strategic plan to meet these needs. A part of this strategy, a big part, is going to include Interfaith Sanctuary. More beds, more space, and more resources are needed. And Interfaith is working hard to do its part. The new site would provide 40 additional beds to house homeless families and individuals. The new site will provide round-the-clock programming, food, shelter, and care. Instead of leaving during the day, guests at Interfaith are encouraged to participate in one of the many programs offered. Everyone deserves a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance. At Interfaith, many suffering from homelessness are finding theirs. I've heard several people argue that good is the enemy of great, that if we settle for good, we forsake the more optimal situation. I disagree with this line of reasoning in this case. I would argue that the pursuit of great often stands in the way of progress. If we wait for the optimal solution, we fail to act for the sake of incremental change and progress. If we wait for the perfect location, we will miss out on the possibility of slow and steady improvement. After looking at many different locations throughout the city, the mayor's task force decided that the current Salvation Army building on State Street was the best all-around location. It's not perfect. There are no perfect solutions to homelessness, but given the alternative, Interfaith's proposed move leads our city in the right direction. The homeless are children of God. They need our care and support.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bankert.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm David Shortliff, and I live at 2609 North 36th Street, and I live in the Veterans Park neighborhood. I have two comments that I think that I have some expertise in. First of all, congregate housing is a dangerous and outmoded model. I served as the Hilberton architect for the state of Idaho for several years. And in that capacity, I was in every nursing home and hospital in the state. And the state set aside all congregate housing. The best example is the former state school and hospital in Nampa. And that was a large, really a congregate housing kind of facility. The residents were all homogeneous, permanent. They were not mentally ill or drug users. It was well-staffed with medical professionals and assistants. The sleeping facilities were large multi-bed dormitories, literally a warehouse. The staff spent much of their time just providing for personal hygiene. The head of the health planning division, Dr. John Cambreri, with almost a non-existent budget, partitioned the spaces into smaller sleeping units and larger living units. And after that happened, the residents spent much more time in helping the developmentally disabled to learn and live happy, productive lives. My second comments are related to the 9 years I served on Boise City's Planning Design Review Committee, where we developed the Capitol Boulevard and the landscape ordinances, both strong examples of citizen participation from whom most of the really good ideas came. Some design review considerations are context. What is the context of an area? None of the recently proposed residential projects, 16th and State Street and State Street and Arthur, were of the IFS low barrier congregate housing type. Traffic. This is obvious. Concentrating 200 plus people in this space can only lead to traffic problems. Neighborhood compatibility has to do with the security of existing residents, homes, homeowners, renters, park users, businesses, as well as aesthetic considerations. Just because the Veterans Park neighborhood is divided by State Street does not make it an undesirable place. Trends show that this is a steadily improving area. People regularly improve their properties, even with a lesser property next door. An example would be the residences on the street behind this proposed facility on the north side. There are new homes being built and existing homes being remodeled and improved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
Hello, my name is Mark Montoya. I'm at 2929. Hello, I'm Mark Montoya. I'm at 2929 Innis Street, about 375 feet from the proposed location. About 3 years ago, a man purported to be a homeless transient was hired by a sympathetic woman in a residential neighborhood to do some yard work. This man stole a firearm from her home. Sometime later, a grandmother in the area went out to a convenience store. We believe she went to get items to host a sleepover for her granddaughter, but we can't ask her at this point. In her car near that store, she was shot and killed. Later that same evening, police were called to a nearby location where a man was randomly shooting into an irrigation ditch. He claimed to have mixed alcohol and pills and had blacked out. He was arrested for negligent discharge and drug possession. The Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office was not able to hold him for the nearby homicide because they were waiting on the state crime lab to process the evidence from the homicide scene. Later, however, a murder warrant was issued for his arrest. It seems that the homicide bullets matched one of the guns found on him at the time of his arrest for negligent discharge. This suspect remains at large, presumably continuing to circulate under an alias as a homeless transient. So a trip to the convenience store ultimately led to a trip to a funeral home. This case happened in the southwestern United States, not Boise, but I know of it because the homicide victim was my sister-in-law. Charitable action can sometimes have unintended side effects. My own family has experienced this in the aforementioned case. We have evidence here in Boise that low barrier shelters can attract dangerous individuals. We have experienced this in our own Veterans Park neighborhood here in Boise with Timmy Kinner and the Wiley State Apartments. I understand that one cannot totally eliminate risk, but I believe we can make responsible decisions to help manage the risk. As an example, 4th of July fireworks displays are wonderful to see, but we don't place them in the dry brush of the foothills. The cost of a mistake is too high. Interfaith does wonderful work, but we should not place Interfaith in a residential neighborhood. The cost of making a mistake is too high. Please do not approve this application.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
My name is David Bergerud. I live in Veterans Park neighborhood at 4837 West Willow Lane. Our city founders recognized the need for a Veterans Park neighborhood policy ordinance 5931, which was endorsed by the city of Boise and became part of the Boise's comprehensive plan back in June 8th of 1999. The ordinance has 31 pages. Therefore, I've extracted just key points to stress my objection to this project. The goals of 5931 are to preserve the residential character of the neighborhood and encourage future development, which recognizes its unique amenities and natural features, and to be consistent with that character. Encourage appropriate infill development without negatively impacting the existing neighborhood. Number 2, meet the service needs of Veteran Park residents. For commercial needs, or reducing negative impacts on these types of uses in adjacent residential areas. Number 3, recognize state streets as the importance of the gateway to the city of Boise and project a positive image to the city and the neighborhood. Residential, number 1, the existing residential character of Veterans Park neighborhood should be protected and enhanced. Commercial, B, the office and industrial use which impairs the integrity and the viability of the residential area should not be allowed to expand into the residential areas. Commercial, existing commercial zoning districts within Veterans Park neighborhood should be retained but not allowed to extend into the residential areas. Boise River Plan, preserve and enhance Class A wildlife habitat from Lake Harbor to Main Street. Public schools, promote a safe school route to the schools, and land and zoning goals to provide an orderly, efficient system of public-private services to maintain and enhance the high-quality living environment established in Veterans Park neighborhood. Commercial and an office industrial use which impair the integrity and the viability of the resident area shall not be allowed to expand into them. My opinion, unintended consequences are far outreaching. Damage control will be unavoidable, expensive, and possibly irreparable. We know from observing other cities that orbiting homeless population will spread outside of the shelter and into the surrounding neighborhoods. We will inevitably see a degradation of the Willow Lane Sport Complex, adjacent Greenbelt, and river riparian area. We will see vagrancy, filth, litter, and increasing crime rates. Property values will diminish, and the desirability of this neighborhood will suffer. State Street, the gateway of Boise, will suffer significantly in appearance. Local business will be financially damaged, or worse yet, could fail. The financial and emotional impact on this area will be significant. IFS should not be allowed to proceed knowing well that the sacrifice of this neighborhood will serve their goals.
Thank you.
It is very poor location.
Thank you, sir. That's the end of our time here. Thank you, as per city code. Thank you. Okay, this is the last one we'll hear before the dinner break. Thank you.
My name is Marcus Schlegel. I live at 3219 West Taft in the Sunset neighborhood, and I'm also the shelter coordinator at Corpus Christi House, Boise's homeless daytime shelter, right across the current location of Interfaith Sanctuary. We share Cooper Court Alley. The most, I think, prevalent thing I have to add to our discussions here are our plans as Corpus Christi House. We are planning to stay exactly where we are. We're not moving anywhere. We're staying in the downtown corridor. Catch, who's right down the road from us, staying in their spot. River of Life is staying where they are. And so the homeless citizens of Boise who utilize our services are largely going to be staying in the downtown corridor where they already are. Some of our guests right now are Interfaith Sanctuary guests who come to us during the day, but many of the folks that we serve are the folks who are sleeping outside, who are camping, who are living in their cars. Many of the crimes and calls that Interfaith Sanctuary gets blamed for are not folks who stay at their shelter, but folks who sleep outside and come and utilize our services during the day. In many ways, the folks who come to Corpus Christi and sleep outside are some of our most difficult homeless citizens of Boise, those who can't follow the program or the rules of a homeless shelter. Even though Interfaith Sanctuary is a low barrier shelter, that doesn't mean they don't have rules and regulations. Many folks cannot abide by what it takes to stay at Interfaith Sanctuary, and so they sleep outside and they don't use interfaith services. And so those who are using our services for laundry, for mail, for showers, for food, they will continue to stay where they are. And so just to reiterate that not all the homeless citizens of Boise are going to be migrating to State Street. Only those who can comply with the Interfaith Sanctuary standards, who can be part of their programs. And then the second thing I want to say is that our homeless citizens of Boise deserve better. If you've ever been to Interfaith Sanctuary's current location, you know that they're doing an amazing amount of service with the very limited space that they have. They do amazing work in a small amount of space. And our homeless citizens deserve better. A bigger space, a nicer space, a space where they can eat inside from a commercial kitchen, a space that doesn't feel like a back alley, a space, especially for those seeking recovery, that is away from Cooper Court and our rampant drug use that is in our corridor. Those folks need to be away from that spot. And Interfaith Sanctuary is trying to do more. They're trying to do something a bit bigger, a bit more beautiful, in a space with more capacity for more guests and greater services. And our citizens and our city and our community deserve this. Our community needs Interfaith Sanctuary, the shelter they provide, and the loving and caring spirit that they share. Thank you.
Thank you,
Enjoy
sir.
your dinner.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll be back then at about 6:30. Just a reminder that if you leave this floor, you will be kind of at the end of the queue of the folks downstairs. Oh, that's nice, Mel. Yeah, feel free to pull a chair up in line there.
Fired up.
Okay, thanks for your patience, everybody. We're going to actually start with a couple of online folks and then coming back to the people in the room because of a time constraint. So I'm going to hand it over to the panelists that we have online under the Interfaith Sanctuary name there. Go ahead and unmute when you're ready. Each speaker, please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Karen Heimsath. Thank you to the Planning and Zoning Committee for this chance to speak. I live at 1620 West River Street at Interfaith Sanctuary. I am an at-risk homeless woman living on an extremely limited income. All it took for me to become homeless was a severe car accident. If it was not for Interfaith Sanctuary, I would be living on the street. Because of Interfaith, I am now in an amazing program called Project Wellbeing. It is a way for me to achieve a modicum of control over my anxiety disorder and to be able to save money for a permanent home. In the shelter and in this amazing program, I have been privileged to meet others who have overcome being homeless as well as drug and alcohol addiction. I have seen the human spirit rise up to meet serious challenges in overcoming and/or working toward these same goals. If not this proposed shelter, how are you going to provide for the unhoused population? When dealing with human beings, why are they being caught in the crossfire of political disagreements? For a city that wants to be known as Boise kind and the best city in which to raise a family, why does it feel like we are a city mired in warring political factions? Please give those in dire need of help, both with homes and without, the chance to overcome the individual challenges by voting for hope and human kindness. Thank you for this opportunity to add my voice to the others you will hear.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you mind just repeating your name again?
Karen Heimsath.
Heimsath. Thank you so much, Ms. Heimsath.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have somebody up next?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So, my name is Chris.
Please start with your name and address. I think you were just about to, so I'm sorry to interrupt. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay. So, my name is Chris Alvarez. My address is 1620 West River Street, and I just want to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for let me talk for a second. And I just want to say that I came up here to Boise in 2013, and I was coming up here to be in a band, and because of my drug addiction, I became homeless. Okay, and I eventually found my way to Interfaith Sanctuary, and the cool thing about it is that right now they and back then as well, they offer an integrated look at recovery, and they have a program here called Project Recovery, and it's completely changed my life. And integrated care basically means it has to do with looking at mental health as well as drug addiction, and learning about those two things with each individual and helping them work with that so that they're a successful person. And me personally, I just want to say that everybody that works here is educated, and they have completely changed my whole outlook on life and everything. I've been sober for 10 months today exactly. Not only that, but I'm also on the Valley Regional Transit artist roster. So I'll be doing some work for the city, hopefully very soon, for the bus stations and that sort of thing. Not to mention the fact that also I was able to find and get, with the help of the Interfaith Sanctuary staff, an apprenticeship at Lifestyle Tattoo Company over on Glenwood Drive over by the bingo hall. And I will be a very successful person because of these people. And I mean, I cannot stress that enough. I'm very thankful for it. They're very loving people. And also, I've been giving my life back. You know, I'm 39 years old, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without their help. And I mean, I have done prison time and all that, and had I not received the integrated care that I needed, I would have been struggling. And so, like I said, I have an apprenticeship at Lifestyle Tattoo. I'm on the VRT roster. I'm a successful person now because of them. So anyway, thank you for your time, and I hope that our testimonies change the way that this place is viewed and that sort of thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Hello, my name is Viola Crowley, and my address is 1620 West River Street, Boise. Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission, for this opportunity to speak. I came to Interfaith Sanctuary in June and entered Project Wellbeing in August of this year. I would like to briefly tell you about a time around Halloween when I had a mental health challenge. I had so much help and support from staff and program participants. When I would experience my symptoms, the other ladies would spend time with me and talk me through it. Knowing laughter would help, they encouraged me to tell funny stories from my past. Staff and participants always checked in on me to make sure I was doing okay. Because of the support of Interfaith, I did not need to go to the hospital. We are like a family, and people find healing here. Please approve the conditional use permit. The new shelter will be bigger, better, and have more amenities to help many more people like me improve their lives. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Crowley. Is that the end of the line there where you are?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll move back to in person here, and just in an effort to allow you all to stay seated in the lovely queue that Commissioner Gillespie helped you arrange. Just stay in your same chair then. We're not going to have everybody move chairs. Just stay where you are, and we'll just kind of move down the line. If you can all promise me that you'll keep it moving. So when one person finishes, I would like the second person to just start speaking right away instead of starting to walk up from the back of the room or something like that, if that makes sense. Cool. Come on up, please.
Okay. My name is...
Wait. Sorry. No. We don't want everybody to change chairs.
Not yet.
We want you to just stay where you are. Because they've wiped all the chairs down so that they're COVID safe. And so the whole idea of everybody sitting in everybody else's chair is really fun for musical chairs, but not fun for City of Boise Planning and Zoning hearing. So stay where you are. And when the podium is free, we'd like it seamless, the next person at the podium. Cool? Thanks, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Erin Sheridan. My address is 1620 West River Street. I am a journalist. I want to thank you guys first for the opportunity to speak here, but I am a journalist. I currently edit Interfaith Sanctuary's Word on the Street newspaper. I want to address the idea that our shelter move will concentrate poverty in Veterans Park. This group of neighbors has raised concerns about property values, the concentration of poverty, and fear about increased crime. But ultimately, I think what sits underneath all of those things is the idea that people without homes might be visible in Veterans Park. I say visible because until Interfaith proposed to move, homelessness did not appear to be much of a concern to these neighborhood associations, despite the fact that homeless people have always been visible, but mostly in one place, Cooper Court. This is one of the only areas in Boise where it has been made somewhat socially acceptable for homeless people to live outside, despite having little to no control over their housing circumstances. Men, women, and children experiencing homelessness have been steered there by way of public policy and private discrimination over the course of time, by nature of a lack of social support systems, policy, and not being welcome elsewhere. This stigmatizes people and pushes them not only into a specific area, but also into higher density living situations, like in our current warehouse, which despite our best efforts has only bunk beds and floor mats and does not have space for everyone that needs it. All of this reminded me of something that City Council President Elaine Clegg said in reference to our relocation at the Shelter Better Task Force. Quote, uses that have a high impact are limited to fewer zones always. This is a high impact use. It should in fact have different criteria than lower impact uses. The neighbors have also cited concerns about this. My understanding of high impact is that it's a term generally used in reference to heavy industry that appears to have nothing to do with the siting of a shelter And if it did, would imply that people without a place to live staying at the new building will alter the character of a neighborhood so drastically that they should not be allowed to move in. Why specifically would that be the case unless we're worried about seeing homeless people more often than before? This new space will provide 24/7 access to shelter. The current system causes many guests to have to be outside all day, so they go where they're least likely to be harassed. Interfaith doesn't serve all of the people in Cooper Court, but we know many of them. It is a relatively safe zone in a larger community that would often rather disappear these people than see their humanity. If we tuck all of the services back into that corner because unhoused people make home and business owners and Veterans Park uncomfortable, is that okay? The Planning and Zoning report has given this project a positive recommendation. The new shelter is a badly needed safety net, and our guests have every right to live in a bigger, better shelter in a neighborhood where they can participate just like the rest of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan.
Hello, I'm short. I'm Stephanie Day. My address is 503 South Americana Boulevard, and I'm the executive director of Catch, and so live in that neighborhood that we're talking about right now. I do just inherently get nervous talking to large groups of panels like this, so apologize for that. But I just wanted to kind of speak a little bit to the pieces of information that I have that might be useful to you guys. So one, I actually have 8 years of experience running shelters here in the Treasure Valley. I ran the Salvation Army shelter here for 3 years total, and our shelter in Nampa for 8 years total. And I would just say it is totally possible to have shelters in residential areas and have there be peace and harmony. I know that neighbors are very concerned about lots of different things. The same thing happened when we opened those shelters in those locations, but it is possible to problem solve around issues that arise in neighborhoods. I'd also like to just mention the need that we have. So we house the coordinated entry location where everybody who's experiencing a housing crisis kind of passes through to enter the system. And we currently have about 230 families and 375 adult-only households in Ada County that are experiencing literal homelessness, so either in a shelter or on the streets. And I would just say, I don't think that any of the concerns that have been brought up by the neighbors are unique. And wherever we would try to move a shelter in the future, we would run into these same concerns. So I'm hoping that we can find a way to address concerns and work around them. Because if we don't, then we're ultimately saying that we aren't going to provide shelter. And I promise you, ignoring homelessness will not make it go away. The city is going to have to deal with this in one way or another. The housing market is super out of control right now. And I don't know if you guys know this, if we've been public enough about it, but the numbers are increasing rapidly since COVID. So this is not a problem that is going away. It's only going to continue to get worse. And it's really important that we provide people an avenue. I think people mostly act in ways that seem unrelatable to us when they're feeling desperate or like they don't have hope. So we need to make sure that we still give people hope and a reason to not feel desperate. And then really quickly in my, I just wanted to make sure to touch on this. I'm also a part of our Path Home, and Interfaith Sanctuary does have a safety plan currently. This is not new for them. They've been doing this since 2007. It's just talking about moving the people that they're serving to a different location. They do have a current safety plan. And we've seen it at our Path Home. I'm sure it might have to be more extensive when they're working with Boise Police Department, but just so you know, like they have thought about this, they do it every single day. It might have to change with a new building, but they have all of that in place currently and will continue to brainstorm. And again, keeping an eye on the time, just to let you guys all know, all of the providers in the Treasure Valley, like we're committed to making this work. We will find solutions. We are professional problem solvers. We'll figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
Hello.
Mascot. Thanks.
My name is Allison Woodcock. I live at 3121 North Woody Drive. I'm part of the Collister neighborhood. My children are zoned to go to Taft Elementary School, which is 0.0 miles from the proposed site. Collister Elementary is 0.9, Hillside Junior High is 1.6, Answer charter is 1.5. It is really terrifying and appalling to me that we are even here considering and discussing putting a shelter of this magnitude near schools. Moving forward, the Boise City Code requires a finding that proposed use, if that complies with the conditions imposed, will not adversely affect the other properties in the vicinity. Plainly stated, the finding cannot be made unless you, the commissioners, choose to ignore the data, facts, and photos that have been submitted as evidence into the record to document the adverse effect that will occur if this conditional use request is approved. The adverse impact cannot be mitigated because if they could, we would not have this record of evidence that would document the impacts. The evidence includes the Boise Police Department's CPTE assessment, which is a 60-page report and 29-page slideshow presentation, which examines the conditions and activity in and around the Shoreline Americana area where the current IF shelter is located. This report covers a 5-year time period and was initiated because the businesses, property managers, and landowners in the area have experienced ongoing and escalating issues and conflicts with the individuals and groups of people who are experiencing homelessness. The factual information contained in this report plainly show that the increase in health and safety risks that are directly relevant to the proposed use in the application. The evidence in the record also includes 57 pages of individual emails that were properly obtained through the public record request system, which documents the past 3 years of safety concerns, complaints from the same affected parties in the vicinity where the IFS shelter is currently located. These emails clearly document the recurring health and safety risks, including nuisance violations and the written descriptions of the ongoing concern and complaints, as well as the attached photos. An email with multiple photos from a business owner located very close to the IFS shelter writes about the occurring around his property. Sidewalk items can consist of tent, gas, siphon, benches from vans, other seats on private property, knives, weapons, food waste, puke, animal waste. Another email from the same person about 2 months later simply includes photos saying, raise your hand if you get to pick up poop today, with 3 exclamation points for added emphasis that this was not animal waste. Another email was a different business in the area forwarded photos when individuals stayed on the property and attempted to sleep.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Whitlock. As you see the time winding down, we'd love to have the next person a little bit closer up just so that we don't have to lose time in the walking. Thank you.
Hi. Whew. All right. My name is Miranda J. and my address is 1620 West River Street. Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission, for this opportunity to speak about Interfaith Sanctuary's proposed new location. I came to Interfaith Sanctuary as a BSU social work intern in 2018. I quickly found my passion and heart devoted to continuing to serve the homeless population and have been honored to provide case management and advocacy for our guests every step of the way. Moving into an upper management role, I have the opportunity to be a part of creating a better shelter to overcome the barriers that constantly stood in the way of gracious care that our most vulnerable guests deserve. There's a portion of our population with high medical needs and a level of care that overnight emergency shelter of our community's past had not been able to meet. As the community housing and healthcare crisis have increased to such a drastic level, there's a lack of availability for hospital beds, long-term care, and assisted living facilities to those with nowhere else to go. We have stepped up and opened the doors for an opportunity to provide the privacy and space for hospice and in-home health where they would not enter shelter before. I would like you all to know about a special guest who staff found at our gates in a wheelchair, shirtless, in the heat wave of the summer, unable to tell us who he is or where he came from, unable to receive services elsewhere due to high level of need. Our staff took him in and dove right into meeting his every level of medical, physical, and mental care to get him stable. His brain injuries and onset dementia would have left him wandering lost and left for dead in the streets if we hadn't been able to take him in and give him 24/7 care while we worked on the daunting process of getting him placed in a long-term care facility that he needed. We were only able to do this as funding through the pandemic made it possible to create a medically fragile program at our hotel shelter. And now we do not want to lose the opportunity to continue providing this type of shelter for our guests who need it the most.
The lack of availability for those who cannot care for themselves and are chronically or terminally ill is only going to continue, and we need to be able to keep them safe, healthy, and cared for when the system has no other options. The proposed new location has the privacy needed for in-home health and hospice to meet HIPAA requirements, as well as in-house clinic and a nursing station partnered with providers in the hospitals, Family Medicine of Idaho, and Terry Riley. These components are a life-saving game changer for those who would otherwise be left with no other options but to continue to be in and out of emergency services and continued experience of loss and quality of life. I would like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Jay.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity.
You can go ahead and pull that mic up a little bit.
Oh,
just so we can
sorry.
hear you.
Am I good right there?
Perfect.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Nakia Murguia. My husband Javier and I, we own the Corona Village at 4334 West State Street. This is right next to the desired interfaith location. We both know struggle all too well. As first generation Mexican Americans, our parents had one chance to make things right for us, or they would risk losing their legal status and poverty themselves. I am grateful for the opportunity to be here. Our business has been in the area for 21 years. Our growing community has seen new developments like the Village become deemed the nicer side of the Treasure Valley, while this location, we really have to work hard to survive in this location as it is. Many who have spoken today about their concerns are the population and the clientele of our restaurant. We have not been contacted by Interfaith to help us with some of the problems and concerns we have, which I feel like is going to make it for problems in the future when we have to address some of these things. I have experienced firsthand the problems related to the homelessness in the area. At least once a week, we have some sort of problem. It's not uncommon to find needles, drug paraphernalia, and other items behind our trash. I have torn down tents, and on many occasions, our bathrooms have been targeted as public washrooms. The 44 bar next to us is often what drives some of the intoxicated people to our location, behind our location, to sleep at times. Approval of this plan will result in loss of employees and business. As second-class citizens, my husband and I, our 3 children, we provide for them solely off of this business. So we would like to see that we ask you to deny this plan as it conflicts with the policy EC 3.1 and EC 3.2. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Sir, please pull that microphone up. Great.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Good evening. Nick Duho, 391 West State Street. I'd like to acknowledge Jody Peterson Steigers for her relentless help with the homeless.
Please address your comments straight to us. Thank you.
We need to be careful what we're asking for tonight. From tonight's testimony, you would feel that all homeless people are convicted felons. In my life, I've learned the 10% rule. Just like in your organization here, you've all donated your time. And that's the reason I enjoy participating with Interfaith Sanctuary so much, because I get to enjoy the 10% of every congregation that's tied to the word interfaith. And it's all the good people that give back to the community. So is the city better off without Interfaith Sanctuary? If this doesn't get approved, Interfaith Sanctuary probably goes away. I got connected to Interfaith Sanctuary back when the tent city, Boise, was experiencing a homeless population back in 2006-07. We were able to go from a tent city to the facility on Jefferson. I sat in front of this committee and got a conditional use permit for that building to be able to use from November to March. In that March, we promised that all the homeless would be let back on the street. And that same year, we found the River Street facility, and they've been there since. We are fortunate, which a lot of people don't realize, the cost benefit that Interfaith Sanctuary does at no cost to the city. All the services they provide are donated. And it far outreaches the cost of the additional services that are supposed to be provided by the city. There will always be homeless. If we ignore homeless, as we've heard in the news, in neighboring major cities and everything, homeless can get out of control. And if it gets out of control, we know what the repercussions are. I had lunch with a gentleman this morning. He has a job in Oregon, and he said he went to visit the job, and the job, all of a sudden he went there the following month and it was surrounded by homeless camps. The reason that the homeless shelter is so necessary, it provides that continuity of allowing the homeless person to get all the services at one location, and they're not going to be out on the street. They've got a place in the back to go to. They've got the support for addictions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Madam Chairman, why don't we return to the line with the, because we're now so far back. So let's go back.
Oh, you're killing me.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, that's fine.
Well, the chair served a useful purpose.
Great. And not everybody needs to stand in line at once, but it would be nice to
four
have 3 or 4 people queued up, at a time. Great. Thank you. Please go ahead, name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm speaking on behalf of Linda Hopkins. She's the owner of Idaho Massage, which is at 4501 West Alamosa Street.
We still will need your name too.
I'm Michael Rochford.
Michael
Rochford.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good evening, everybody. Boise City Comprehensive Plan Policy EC3.1, support existing businesses. Create and maintain a business environment that encourages the retention, growth, and profitability of existing businesses to benefit the city, its tax base, and citizens. Policy EC3.2, protect businesses from encroachment. Protect existing business and industrial areas from encroachment of incompatible or non-complementary uses that would threaten their viability or ability to continue to operate. These 2 policies are set forth to safeguard the investments made by existing business owners from adverse impacts and financial harm of future land use and development decisions, which align with the purpose of the LLUPA to ensure that the economy of the state and localities is protected. This statutory provision is one of the 4 set forth with the express term "to ensure." These policies draw on the purpose of planning and zoning as the means to protect property by preventing lawsuits that occur from incompatible uses that adversely affect property values by offering assurances that other types of compatible or suitable uses will likely be future neighbors. The type of allowed use in C2 zoning are geared to the character of residential development in order to be highly compatible and have a positive effect on the value of other nearby properties. Existing businesses in the Collister, Veterans Park, and Sunset neighborhoods along State Street have chosen to invest in their properties in part because of the ability to rely on the allowed uses in C2 zoning regulations to control and direct future development around them with uses that contribute to neighborhood stability and therefore protect their own business investments. Zoning is a valuable protection to ensure the property interests of other property owners in the vicinity will not be harmed in future land use development decisions. Many businesses along State Street have a valid economic interest and investment-backed expectations that will be placed at risk on evidence in the city record for the properties near the current shelter location. Zoning and the type of uses are to provide a level of certainty. Otherwise, why would a business choose to make further investments or a commercial bank lend money on a development project when the protection offered by the zoning ordinances can be easily disregarded? Recall what was discussed earlier in the history of zoning. A zoning ordinance is of value only as it is properly enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I am Chris Tillman. I live at 880 North River Path Lane, just down Willow Lane, directly across from the proposed site. I also have another property in Sunset neighborhood. I'm a 3rd generation Boisean who sells a property and buys a multi-million-dollar one before any permitting measures are in place. Would you sell your property and buy a multi-million-dollar one, expecting to build, not knowing if you can build on it or get the permits to do so? This poor business practice of putting the cart before the horse has put us all in crisis mode at the expense of our neighborhoods, the homeless, and community in general, ignoring evidence-based best practices. Our small River Path Lane subdivision at the end of Willow Lane consists of 15 homes. Within the last 6 months, 5 homes have sold. That's 1/3, and all those neighbors have said a big reason for their move was because of the IF shelter plans. We specifically chose this area to start a family because of the park and greenbelt proximity, but now have families leaving and questioning if we need to do the same. Early this year, specifically May 9th, out my door and right off the greenbelt, I called dispatch. I found a backpack with toiletries, stolen credit cards, strangulation wire, shotgun shells, a receipt for a 9-inch knife, and drug paraphernalia. I had to call 3 times. On the 3rd call, since it wasn't an emergency, they apologized and said they have been very busy and I could transport the backpack to the station if I wanted to. I was not comfortable with that. Over 3 hours later, BPD arrived, and as he was about to discuss the matter, he got an emergency call, grabbed the backpack and left. No follow-up, nothing. I'm scared to see what the future holds in response to BPD response times with no permanent staff returning to the Willow Lane substation. Their solutions include to supply a security plan with IFS, reopen the Willow Lane substation unstaffed for clerical work and report writing, and have a part-time medically trained staff member at up to 20 hours per week. This 24/7 facility makes that less than a day or week or 11% of the time. These are hardly significant. Lastly, the comprehensive plan, but specifically the State Street Area Urban Renewal Eligibility Study, has pictured and deemed this specific area and intersection unsafe. I quote, "There are clear dangers to pedestrians, bicyclists, or motorists due to problems with access points, crosswalks, or sidewalks, significant clustering of violent crime incidents, and more extreme instances of site and structural deterioration. The amount of pedestrians and bike traffic that IFS is introducing this area poses a huge liability and safety issue that needs to be addressed and fixed before any facility enters this area. Be proactive, not reactive." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hellman.
Brian Ertz, 380 South 4th Street, Suite 104, Boise, Idaho, 83702. There is inadequate information on record to support a finding that there are conditions which, if imposed, would ensure that other properties in the vicinity will not be adversely affected. The applicant has been uncompromising in its insistence on the instant scope and magnitude of the proposed use. It's the magnitude, it's the intensity of the use that gives rise to the significance of all the impacts that we're looking at here. 200 plus beds is too many for this small, discrete a site in a neighborhood. Neighbors' use of their property and neighborhood will be negatively impacted. There's no doubt about that. Public safety impacts, noise impacts, environmental impacts, as well as impact of the availability of commercial and business use in the area will likewise experience negative impact. Now, I want for the record to object to any finding that prospective, as yet unknown, security plan provisions are likely to mitigate those impacts. All of these people here who have been testifying from the neighborhood have a right to know the facts and to rebut the facts at this hearing on any such finding. And by withholding those provisions of a security plan to some future date, that's an abuse of your discretion. And it's a violation of all of these people's due process rights to rebut any evidence that presented. You can't kick the evidence and a faith that the evidence will mitigate the impact into the future. You need to make a decision based upon the evidence that exists here before you on this record. The evidence that we do have on this record includes information for a fact that for years, efforts to respond and mitigate through management plans have been inadequate at the existing site. Importantly, if the city of Boise, in partnership with the police, IFS, and others, have been unable to prevent impact with the complaint of some of the most powerful and connected business interests in the city of Boise at the Shoreline District, how can any of you credibly find that among the least powerful neighborhood association is going to get any better results in partnership. They won't. So impact is going to happen, and a security plan that, as yet unknown, is not credibly likely to mitigate those impacts. That's the issue before you. With that, I'd also point to the segregation. This neighborhood has taken a disproportionate amount of impacts, and protected classes are in this neighborhood that will be disproportionately impacted in ways
Thank you,
that
Mr.
more
Ernst.
affluent neighborhoods.
That's the end of your
haven't had.
time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Deese. I live at 4520 Willow Lane for the past 22 years. During the hearing last month, the relevance of VP&A's inclusion of examples from other jurisdictions and from Boise's draft code rewrite were questioned. Boise's existing code contains little guidance about mitigating shelter impacts, but it does require a CUP process. As a requirement for granting a CUP, the commission must find that the conditioned use will not adversely affect properties in the vicinity. Examples from other jurisdictions are relevant because they demonstrate impact and compatibility in similar scenarios regarding a shelter's location, buffering, size, or design, and the resulting impacts. Boise's comprehensive plan has many references to successful implementations in other jurisdictions. Likewise, Commissioner Gillespie requested Chief Lee provide examples from other cities where good neighbor agreements and security plans were successful in similar instances. It is important to deeply review any successful examples provided. For instance, the 3 new Salt Lake shelters are typically considered successful examples, which Mayor McLean often highlighted during our community conversations. But they unequivocally create an impact on the surrounding area. Utah's May 2021 follow-up safety and security audit acknowledges that drug use and other criminal activities continue to be a problem inside the shelters. The February 2021 annual report found these shelters identified many challenges in the surrounding areas since they opened. These include many complaints of nearby encampments, the need for porta potties in the nearby ballpark to mitigate bio-waste, which was also affecting private property. The city authorized funding for half of the bio cleanup, leaving property owners responsible for the rest. An increase of drug transactions and property crimes, the need for more lighting and pedestrian traffic, disposal of weapons and paraphernalia on nearby properties, violent individuals being dropped off at the shelter, public exposure, and many more. Another example, an Idaho Policy Institute piece characterized the Pove shelter in Missoula, Montana as success of community engagement. But the local neighborhood association stated 3 years after opening, no amount of good intentions or quality outreach can mitigate all the adverse impacts that flow from the Pove. We wish as an established neighborhood that we could have come together when the city decided to move the shelter to our neighborhood and fought to move it to a more suitable location. In conclusion, it'd be arbitrary and capricious to find no potential impact. Therefore, this CUP must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Dietz.
Hi, my name is Teresa Legoski, and I have owned and lived in a very modest home at 5022 Wimosa for the last 17 years. Tonight, I and the following 5 people will be reading testimony tonight on behalf of Boise Neighbors for Better Housing. It's a continuation of the testimony. While acknowledging that no conditions can sufficiently mitigate the impacts of Interfaith Sanctuary upon its residents in the community, particularly when the Boise Police Department has said that the issues of Cooper Court will follow Interfaith to their new proposed shelter, this testimony will show concrete examples of conditions that commissioners should apply to reduce some of these adverse impacts. Salt Lake City recently closed its very large Rio Grande shelter because, quote, the Rio Grande neighborhood surrounding the downtown shelter had become a haven for lawlessness and drug dealing, end quote. The city instead split the large population from Rio Grande and reopened 3 homeless resource centers, HRCs, to serve separate populations, a 200-bed women's shelter, a 200-bed men and women's shelter, and a 300-bed men's shelter. The CUP for these shelters contained strict conditions focused on resident and neighborhood safety. In this testimony, the new Salt Lake City shelters will be referred to as reference shelter. To examine the conditions in the shelter CUP and compare them to the inadequate conditions for the proposed IFS CUP. This testimony also shows that the stronger conditions in Salt Lake City can be further strengthened to improve resident and neighborhood safety. And these reference shelter CUP conditions emphasize that the conditions proposed by the Planning and Development Services Boise of Interfaith Shelter CUP are incredibly weak and will most certainly impact neighborhood safety. Next slide. Oh, we didn't have the slide up? No, we did, okay. Outside of denying the CUP, the only way Boise can reinforce the safety of a shelter and mitigate impacts upon the community is with strong conditions enforced through land use authority. For example, the state of Utah states that, quote, the cities where the 3 new shelters are located have used their authority to regulate land use to require the certain safety and security standards to be followed. This action has helped to reinforce the city's intent to improve the safety of the shelters. Salt Lake City Shelter CUP includes recommended safety and security policies that the shelters have agreed to follow. By placing security policies in the conditional use permit, the resource centers are obligated to comply with those policies, end quote. We've also heard from the former Grass Valley Chief of Police about the importance of enforceable conditions in fostering accountability. Boise should strive to learn from and follow this example in conditioning shelter home use.
Thank you, Ms. Legowski.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you.
Can you start with your name and address, please?
Hello, my name is Grace Kuhn. I live at 4510 Willow Lane, and I am a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. This year, the state of Utah completed an audit of the reference shelter with an eye on how they can improve their operations. The audit stated that opportunities exist for shelters to further reduce criminal activity. Although conditions have improved, drug use and other criminal activity continue to be a problem. Additionally, almost 4 drug incidents and 1 each of assault, theft, and weapons incidents occurred per day at the shelters. They also found drug paraphernalia in the neighborhood and concluded a need to further reduce criminal activity. They also said challenges to addressing drugs and other crimes around the shelters stems from the fact that shelters serve a challenging, high-risk population. More than half of the residents in the men's shelter have a history of substance abuse, mental illness, or both, which underscores the importance of shelters continuing to improve their operations by working with law enforcement and the community to reduce criminal activity and adverse impacts. To address these ongoing problems, additional policies were enacted, including ensure no lapses in screening procedure, thoroughly search all personal items, perform pat-downs, and provide on-site training to security professionals regarding screening procedure. Deploy K-9 units at shelters, access to all parts of the shelter at random, unscheduled times to reduce drugs in the shelter. Review current staffing levels to ensure sufficient security personnel as demands have shown to be insufficient, 1.2 out of 100 residents. Provide operators with clear guidance for responding to violations of shelter policies. Transfer those suffering from drug addiction and mental illness to a more appropriate setting. Recognize that a shelter is a temporary stopping point. Continue to work with public and nonprofit partners to learn from and apply the best practices for safety and security. Improve the manner of information sharing with local law enforcement, as many events in the shelters were rarely reported. Improve coordination meetings with law enforcement, as well as provide consistent and frequent law enforcement presence at the shelters. By continuing work with law enforcement and the community to further address criminal activity at the shelters, ongoing improvement to adverse impacts both within and outside of the shelters, is possible. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn.
Hello, my name is Matt Serrani. My address 3617 Burke Avenue. I'm a 21-year resident of Veterans Park neighborhood. We commend the Boise Police Department and Planning and Development Services in proposing conditions upon Interfaith Shelter. However, these proposed conditions are woefully inadequate and cannot be mitigated by an unenforceable good neighbor agreement. By contrast, the Salt Lake Shelter represented in the slides has detailed conditions regarding the operation of the shelter and the CUP itself. By doing these conditions are enforceable and neighbors can rely upon them. These detailed conditions are, for example, a security plan, rules, standards, and procedures the shelter, its staff, volunteers, and residents will operate under, the communication plans that involve the shelter operators, the neighborhood, neighboring businesses and residents, and the supporting agencies and governments. These conditions cover 1, facility, intensity, and configuration, intake procedures, security staffing procedures, detailed staffing and vetting procedures, communication plans, nuisance and parking management, storage areas and management, and more. So let's take a look at the conditions that the Salt Lake City Shelter has and compare it to Interfaith's plan. And keep in mind that the recent audit has found them insufficient. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So Salt Lake does not allow any overflow in the shelter, which sets a predictable amount of people at the shelter and the neighborhood will have to manage. Services to non-residents such as meals, daytime programming are prohibited, which prevents the shelter from having a large number of daytime transient guests. The reference shelter can only reconfigure its use, that is, increase population served, regroup beds, etc., if it can be shown that it will not increase adverse effects to its residents and community. There is no requirement for Interfaith to not provide services to non-residents, so the proposed Interfaith Shelter could create an environment like Corpus Christi Day Shelter, where numerous unsheltered people would be attracted to the shelter but would camp and loiter nearby. By contrast, the proposed conditions on Interfaith allow an unlimited overflow of 25% of the year, only requiring notification after the fact. This implies that Interfaith could, as an allowable practice, allow overflow when they see fit. It would be easy to abuse this condition as well. No matter what Interfaith opens this new shelter, conditions must contain a strict set of guidelines for shelter reconfiguration that must be approved in advance, and they do not. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a reminder to the public that we would like to hear any new comments that we haven't already heard tonight or that haven't already been submitted in advance.
Hi, my name is Trish Charlton. I'm a retired social worker and I've lived at 2736 North Lake Harbor Lane for 21 years. Safety and security start with intake. The reference shelter only accepts guests through off-site coordinated entry or CE. They also have a third-party CE diversion specialist on site who assesses walk-ups. Entry beyond the intake area is only allowed if the assessment determines that it is the appropriate entry point. If it's not, the specialist refers the individual to the appropriate facility within the continuum of care and includes facilitated transportation. This process ensures that those who need the care and services the most can access them. The National Alliance to End Homelessness recommends using this CE system with diversion before intake rather than a first come, first serve or let everyone in approach. Interfaith, however, refuses to adopt this best practice. They have no conditions imposed upon them other than, quote, develop a contingency plan for unwanted guests, end quote. There are no specified procedures, no designated locations, nothing. Interfaith confirmed that the shelter fills up by 4:30 and that they expect to serve 40 fewer single guests than they do now. Without CE, the remaining guests will be left in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. Security is critical in providing a safe environment for residents and the surrounding vicinity. And this is why the reference shelters CUP includes the following in their security plan. 0.35 professional security or law enforcement per 30 guests or more who patrol the shelter and a quarter-mile vicinity surrounding the shelter. Screening for weapons and contraband, and also discouraging nuisance and illegal behaviors on the grounds and near the shelter. Conducting random canine searches and frequent police patrols. Requiring security cameras both outside and inside the shelter that cover all property boundaries. And this video must be maintained for 21 days. Proposed conditions for interfaith simply recommend outside cameras with no guidance. Providing an enforceable safety and security plan in the CUP conditions is imperative to ensure the safety of their guests and neighbors. Next slide. And also, I want to say they serve a wonderful purpose. We know that. It just doesn't belong in a neighborhood.
Good evening. My name is Karen Scriver. I live on my grandmother's homestead from 1920 at 4035 West Garnett Street. The reference shelter cup contains strong conditions to ensure there's professionalism, safety, and adherence to all rules and procedures. This includes background checks are required of all staff. All volunteers and employees are trained on standards, expectation protocols, and operating procedures. Verified non-sexual predators, able to identify drug and alcohol abuse, versed in public health and safety procedures. The reference shelter guests are required to follow standards, procedures, and guests' expectations. There's a list of prohibited items and consequences of violating those standards. Shelter operators are required to enforce these expectations. For interfaith, the conditions proposed by PDS and BPD do not require background checks, identification of guest drug, alcohol issues, or health and safety procedures. Instead, there is simply a requirement for at least one person on staff to be trained in basic first aid. There's a condition that Interfaith develop a guest contract regarding acceptable behavior in areas around the shelter. This could be great if it were aligned with all parties, including those nearby businesses and residents, and baked into the CUP. But as it stands, there's no standard that defines behaviors, no oversight, and no teeth for enforcement. Next slide, please. There is no requirement to ensure engagement between interfaith and neighborhood residents and businesses. There's no requirement for interfaith to engage with the neighborhood until they have operated for a year. Even Interfaith's proposed good neighbor agreement overtly asks the neighbors to not bother them with issues. Even more surprising is a lack of a required 24/7 phone line for the neighbors to call. And while both the reference shelter and Interfaith have conditions regarding working with the police and homeless outreach, the conditions for the reference shelter are broader and include a firmer objective to prevent adverse offsite impacts, not to merely discuss challenges. The reference shelter has reporting requirements that include events at intake, circumstances, and the identity of possible dangerous residents leaving the facility. A reference shelter requires reviewing at least quarterly public safety call volumes and implementing prevention measures to reduce occurrences of nearby incidents. While BPD has required Interfaith to meet with them regularly to discuss issues and problem solve, the condition is weakened by not specifying a minimum frequency and not focusing on an objective such as the reference shelter's objective to implement additional prevention efforts to mitigate impacts and public safety burdens. All Boise police cars have the word protect on their bumper. I have no confidence Boise City and Boise City Police will be able to protect our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schreiber.
Hello, my name is Rosemary McClanahan, and I live at 3300 North Hawthorne Drive in the section of the Collister neighborhood that borders the Veterans Park neighborhood. When it comes to abating nuisances and parking issues, there are a number of good conditions that are being proposed for Interfaith's proposed shelter, such as restrictions on amplified audio, music, smoking, restrictions, on-site trash pickup, etc. But compared to what is needed to provide at least some help to the neighborhood, these conditions don't encompass many broader nuisance behaviors, and there are no conditions regarding nuisances off-site except for quote, developing a parking plan mindful of adjacent neighborhoods, unquote. By contrast, the reference shelter conditions cover all facility, outdoor areas via quiet hours restrictions on deliveries, trash pickups, hours, and donation hours. They also cover nuisances such as loitering, stolen items, grocery carts, etc., and in a 1/4 mile surrounding vicinity. Further, the reference shelter has a large, approximately 80 space on-site parking lot and a required 38 space off-site lot, much like the PDS proposed conditions on only operable vehicles and no vehicle storage in the proposed shelter's on-site lot. The conditions are designed to prevent a blighted appearance. However, with no conditions on off-site parking and insufficient parking capacity for non-legal, non-operable vehicles and RVs, any plan that doesn't directly provide that parking capacity is bound to fail. And of course, the condition only requires the development of a plan, not an actual plan. I also note Interfaith's application in April said they were willing to have an off-site parking and shuttle service condition. This has been removed. Next slide, please. Having sufficient storage for guests' personal belongings is important in any shelter environment. In a very large mixed population congregate shelter, it is easy for storage to become an issue, as residents can potentially store contraband or weapons. Additionally, medications, if stored in general personal storage, could provide a means to create a drug market. This could be problematic as there are little to no conditions for storage of residents' personal belongings. By contrast, the reference shelter has strong conditions regarding access and use of storage facilities. These requirements include access to storage lockers must be supervised by staff, and to access storage outside of the secure building core, re-entry requires rescreening. Any prescriptions must be stored in a separate medical commissary and be dispensed by a qualified staff. But while Interfaith provides many separate storage areas to meet the needs of their guests, there are no conditions upon how storage may be accessed and by whom and what may be stored there. These are among the reasons CUP 21-00026 should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Karen Espinoza. I'm a member of VPNA, and I have lived at 4948 Willow Lane for the past 27 years. Slide, please.
Just 1 second. Press it up, please.
The number of parking spaces at the proposed site is woefully inadequate at only 26 spaces to accommodate parking needs for residents, staff, service providers, volunteers, and vans. Thus, the site is too small for the intended use. Slide, please. The parking needs for a 205-bed shelter can be reasonably calculated. For example, a nursing home requires 1 space per 4 residents. In past Boise Rescue Mission CUPs, Boise has required 1 space per every 4 beds for the emergency shelter. If we assume 138 households occupy the 205 beds and that 1 parking space per 4 households is reflected in Boise precedent, 34.5 resident parking spaces are required for guests. Already, this is 30% more than what IFS is proposing. Interfaith has said they have 4 vans. Based on the pre-COVID staffing ratio Interfaith provided, we estimate 10 required staff, but 1 must also add 2 professional security guards to patrol in and outside as well. Then 1 for catch, 1 for medical staff, and we arrive at 14 staff. Now the required parking space total would be 51.5 spaces. Even if a 50% parking bonus is applied for the staff parking, though P&Z staff indicated that this would not apply, the total parking spaces required would be 44.5, still far higher than the 26 available and without accounting for volunteer parking. Slide, please. To gauge what can be expected in real life, let's take a look at other shelters. First is South Salt Lake 300-bed shelter. In the photo, you can see the almost full parking lot of roughly 78 spaces with 72 in use at the moment. The photo was taken during the day. If we scale this to the IFS proposed 205 bed shelter, we get 53 needed spaces and 49 in use. Clearly, 49 to 53 is much greater than the 26 spaces proposed for the State Street site. Slide, please. Now let's look at the 200-bed Gail Miller shelter. In the photo, you can see the parking lot of roughly 40 spaces with 30 in use. Scaling to the IFS proposal, we get 41 spaces and 31 in use at that moment, again, greater than 26. Slide, please. Last, let's look at the 300-bed Midvale, Utah family shelter to see if family sheltering reduces parking need. In the photo, you can see the mostly full parking lot of roughly 66 spaces with 46 in use. Scaling to the IFS proposal, we get 45 needed spaces and 31 in use at that moment. It appears family shelter doesn't really reduce the needed parking. 31 to 45 spaces are still greater than the 26 proposed here. Obviously, IFS
Thank you,
proposed
ma'am.
parking supply is
Thank
way
you. That's
too
the end of your
small.
time.
Thank you.
So again, we'd like to hear new comments tonight. If somebody has spoken tonight and made the point that you're hoping to hear, we've heard it. So we appreciate the participation, but we're looking for new comments tonight. Please go ahead.
This is different. Hi, my name's Miriam Davidson. I live at 3422 North Tamarack Drive and have lived in the Collister neighborhood for 35 years. IFS provides necessary services, there's no question. However, the proposed CUP does not adequately address the citizens' concerns. With regards to CUP criteria number 4, the proposed use, if it complies with all conditions imposed, will not adversely affect other properties of the vicinity. Mr. Wardle said, the test is not the existence of a perceived adverse impact. The test is whether or not the impact can be mitigated through the conditions imposed. He then referenced the proposed conditions made by several Boise City employees, including Police Chief Lee. While other testimony has laid out an abundance of evidence that the impacts cannot be sufficiently mitigated, it's important to recognize that, as Chief Lee said during a recent Downtown Boise Association meeting, and I'm paraphrasing, that the perception of crime and criminal activity is often as negatively impactful to local businesses and residences as the crime itself. Statistics verify that the IFS has had a negative effect on that area of Boise. The record clearly shows that similar shelters elsewhere with even stronger requirements still create adverse impacts. I would also like to address comments made by the project's architect, Mr. Erstad. During the first meeting regarding this application, he said, "I believe that this is the right use in an appropriate location." Coincidentally, Mr. Erstad is a stakeholder in the Shoreline Urban Renewal District, where Interfaith is currently located. The Shoreline area has attracted substantial investment interests by developers. This is where Rivershore Development plans to build Midtown, Boise's next great neighborhood. However, Mr. Erstad and other stakeholders also recognize that Interfaith has had an adverse impact on that area. A public records request revealed minutes from a project meeting titled CCDC 17th Street Reinvestment Study on April 6, 2021, roughly 3 weeks before Interfaith closed on the State Street building. During a breakout group, Mr. Erstad, the Rivershore developer, the new owner of the current Interfaith building, and the Boise City Director of Community Partnerships discussed how Cooper Court and shelters decentralizing was coming at a good time. If Interfaith has no adverse impacts in its current location, why would moving it be a good idea for their developments? If the IFS isn't appropriate for the Midtown neighborhood, which does not even yet exist, how can it be appropriate for a neighborhood that already exists? This is neither the right use nor the right location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. We're just going to get through the couple of people. Okay, Milt needs a break. Okay, so I'm sorry. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at
What'd she say? Did you cut a little?
Thank you for your patience.
There's supposed to be a slide for me.
What's your
Julie
name?
Vick. Julie Vick.
Julie Vick. Great. Just give us a second to pull it up. Yeah, if you have slides, it helps if we know, just you can let Saline know just a minute in advance or a few minutes in advance so we can make sure to get them pulled up.
It's V-I-C-K. There's a lot of people think I'm saying Beck. It's Vic.
But yeah, we got about
Okay.
50 presentations,
Okay.
so just bear with us. Okay, thanks, Ms. Vick.
It's a common problem with my name. Hello, my name is Julie Vick, and I live at 4748 Willow Lane. The staff report did not adequately consider the key decision criteria, which reads, the proposed use, if it complies with all conditions imposed, will not adversely affect other property of the vicinity. While some of the nuisance impacts were at least considered, such as on-site loud music and smoking, it appears that the staff report completely ignores many critical negative impacts that the proposed shelter and its intrinsic design will have upon other property in the vicinity. The report doesn't offer any discussion nor any conditions to address these numerous impacts upon other property in the vicinity. First, economic segregation and loss of economic opportunity, and the concentration and segregation of poverty in the vicinity of the shelter. The simple act of adding over 205 extremely low-income persons to the neighborhood has a dramatic effect on increasing economic segregation and the concentration of poverty. These major impacts are described by the executive director of the Idaho Fair Housing Council as IFHC is concerned that the city and real estate interests are gentrifying low-income people out of downtown, which is a fair housing concern, engaging in decentralization of services for people experiencing houselessness, and then resegregating low and extremely low-income people and their resources in the proposed State Street area. This segregation and loss of economic opportunity leads to impacts that will deny the ability of children and adults living in the vicinity to be able to achieve their potential. Significantly, these major impacts to properties in the vicinity disproportionately affects minorities and those with disabilities living in the vicinity. Also not considered in the staff report are the below impacts, which are again driven by the intrinsic design of the proposed shelter. Increase in predatory or illegal business, increased disease transmission in congregate shelters, displacement of residents, displacement of businesses. None of these major impacts was considered in the staff report. Additionally, the staff report suggests woefully inadequate responses for addressing impacts for surrounding properties that are created by the proposed shelter. The report focuses on the shelter property itself and not addressing impacts around the shelter in a meaningful way. This includes, among many others, offsite impacts of camping, trash, environmental damage. Overall, it is very concerning that the staff report did not discuss nor address these extremely significant negative impacts to properties in the vicinity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. With a V.
Hello, my name's Brad Gates. I've lived at 2912 Tamarack for 32 years. I also own property in Garnet, on Garnet and on Good Street, and I'm a member of the Veterans Park neighborhood, Collister neighborhood, and Sunset neighborhood. I wanted to point out that Willow Lane Park and Athletic Complex is one of the largest amenities that this neighborhood has. It hosts softball tournaments as well as soccer and rugby games all summer long and into the fall. The softball tournaments even bring in teams from across the United States. Willow Lane is also a wet park, meaning you're allowed to drink alcohol there And I think that contributes to people wanting to attend tournaments here. I know alcohol used to be allowed in a lot of the park space near downtown, but when the privilege was abused, the city just ended up banning alcohol in those parks along the river. Looking forward, I wonder if that wet park privilege could be revoked here and what effect that might have on all the space that we've dedicated in the athletic complex, dedicated to tournaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Hi, Rabbi Dan Fink, 11 North Latos Street. We've been hearing from a lot of folks about Salt Lake City. Unfortunately, we have homeless here in Boise, Idaho, and we need to house them here according to Boise code and not Salt Lake. I've been a part of Interfaith Sanctuary from the very beginning when a group of clergy and congregations, including my own, established the shelter after a man froze to death in our streets. And I can tell you that we are not newcomers to this game. We know how to handle security. We know how to handle medical emergencies. Pretty much anything that can come up in the homeless community, we've dealt with it, and we will continue to deal with it well and in partnership with our neighbors. You've heard questions about the safety for adults and especially for children. When my children were young, I took them with me when I volunteered at the shelter. They were there, helping to serve meals, being there with the guests. What they learned and experienced was kindness and compassion. They learned through Interfaith Sanctuary what it is to be our brothers and sisters keepers. And that is what we are offering all of Boise and our neighbors, the opportunity to do, to reach out, to be compassionate, to grow as human beings in compassion and kindness and justice. I want to remind us that when we talk about Interfaith Sanctuary, we're not talking about numbers. We're not talking about beds. We're talking about women and men and children who want the same things that we all want: shelter, safety, security. There is, in the end, no them and us. It's only us, all of us, neighbors and guests and Boiseans. We're not sex offenders and violent criminals and demons of dreams and nightmares. We are your brothers and your sisters. There, but for the grace of God, go I. So all of us should say. The distance between any one of us and homelessness hangs by a thread. Some of us are lucky. Boise is only as good as it will treat its most vulnerable citizens. And after these votes are taken, and I believe that our new shelter will be serving in this location, we will come together to talk, not to debate, but to listen and to learn from one another. We will be there with our neighbors. We will be good neighbors, and we want to listen to our neighbors to create a better Boise for everybody.
Thank you, Rabbi Fink.
My name is Nisa Jensen. I live at 1809 North 7th Street. And I feel really embarrassed to speak right after Daniel Fink, but
you're doing great.
I'll do my best. So I want to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of the Boise Ada County Homeless Coalition. The coalition is made up of agencies and organizations that provide services to those experiencing homelessness, as well as individuals, school staff, healthcare, and faith communities. The mission of the coalition is ending homelessness through public education, policy advocacy, and coordinated services. We act as a voice so that no homeless or at-risk individual or family shall be without proper services or needed assistance. Incidentally, I am a member of one of the faith communities that started Interfaith sanctuary in order to provide something better than what we had at the time. Now, again, the time has come to step into something better than what we have. The coalition unanimously supports this application for Interfaith Sanctuary. Interfaith is the only low barrier shelter in Boise, and they have consistently performed with care, innovation, and private funding to assure that they are able to stay true to their mission. The comments from various neighbors surrounding the State Street location are based in fear and anger, and I trust that in your process of due diligence, you will sort out the disinformation and hatred behind those comments. The current site of Interfaith Sanctuary no longer serves its purpose and mission. The application for the State Street location allows this organization to provide better and broader services to more people. As we know to be best practice, residents will be able to stay in the shelter both day and night, which results in numerous benefits to them and to the community. It doesn't turn residents out onto the street all day long in the blistering heat or the inhumane cold. It allows them stability as they work to find permanent housing and or to overcome trauma, addiction, mental illness, or financial strain. The basic and humane, lost my place. The basic and humane notion of housing first. This particular site, our reason for being here tonight, provides better services more efficiently than the current site. No one aware of shelter best practices would choose the current location over the proposed State Street site. All agencies that work with this population.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. You did a great job.
Thank you, commissioners. My name's Andrew Scoggin. I'm at 10104 Warm Springs Avenue. I am the current president of the Interfaith Sanctuary Board of Directors. And it's an honor to be able to speak before you this evening. Make 2 points. One is, and I'm sure this is well known, but in any sort of a application of this nature, there is always a well-organized, funded, and coordinated campaign to oppose. But what I think is important is to put weight on facts that are presented without a connection to the actual location and site versus those that exist at our site. And so I would point out that though we've heard some very frightening specters and theories about the negative unsafe vision of conditions around IFS, it appears clear that none of the people that have spoken about that have spent time with our population, with our staff, with our guests, and with our volunteers. In fact, many families with children regularly volunteer and have very positive experience. Prior to the pandemic, teenage high school students came weekly and worked with our guests and their children. Of course, many of our guests are families with children. My own children and my own family have been blessed to be able to spend time there. So that's point one. Point two is a point that Mr. Guho spoke to briefly, but I want to put in very sharp contrast for this commission because it is a key consequence of decisions that will be made with regard to this conditional use permit. And that is that the building where Interfaith Sanctuary exists has been sold. Part of the end decision for choosing a buyer was one that would give us a very lenient lease back at minimal to de minimis cost for a year. That will end this March in order to allow us to pursue the prospects necessary to be able to move to the new facility. We began this process back in February, March time period for numerous reasons, including requests from the city. We've delayed and delayed in order to try and work through the processes that would allow us to come before you. I served on the Shelter Better Task Force. One of the key points that was made in that 8-week process was that after reviewing over 60 different potential sites, that there was one site that fit the zoning requirements and other restrictions within the city. And lo and behold, it was the one that Interfaith Sanctuary has selected. There is no other site. One of the neighborhood leaders in that meeting session called this a unicorn site, that there was no other. So if we are not given this CUP, grant this CUP, there is no place else for us to go. We will not be able to continue our services. That's not an ultimatum. We want to do this. We will do everything we can to do it, but it's a fact that we face, and it's a very difficult one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scoggin.
My name is Paul Guile. I live at 4717 Willow Lane in Boise. I'm the first house west of the Willow Lane Park. My wife and I have owned a daycare there for some years, and we are panicked about what might happen to Willow Lane Park. I have stopped numerous groups that have been using the park, ask their leader what they'd do if they could find a used hypodermic needle in there. Most of them would pack up their stuff, go, and not come back. And the testimony earlier from the fire department, the police department, concerned me a little bit in that they were a little almost cavalier in saying that we have this EMS load, we have this police department load, we have this fire department load, and since the aggregate load will not increase, they don't expect it to increase, it's fine to go ahead and move it to a different place in the city. And I'll have you know, we're not okay with that. I mean, I don't think you would be okay with that if EMS, fire, police said, you know, it's okay, we're going to move it to your neighborhood as long as the aggregate doesn't increase. And I was a little bit off put by that. I understand their logic, but it just, you know, moving this problem from what will be a prosperous area to a poor area just reeks a little bit, you know, of economic racism, if you will. And our daycare is under serious threat if we have homeless people in that park. We will not be able to use that park with other people's children. And beyond that, I wanted to just mention briefly the commercial kitchen. Had this happened in a better way earlier, the neighborhood would have been fine with using the commercial kitchen to supply all other homeless shelters in the valley. We do not want a walk-up commercial kitchen in our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, we would really like an intake model that basically did, it wasn't a walk-up intake model. It is make a reservation, if you will, and that they'll know you're coming and you don't turn away people that can't be housed there. And beyond that, I've been adamantly opposed to this project from the beginning. And I met many people that are also opposed. And I've never heard a single one of them say to do nothing. I've heard them say, do it differently, do it better, do it smaller. And I've heard them say, search for a solution that meets the needs of the homeless without damaging the surrounding businesses or residents. So in closing, if you guys can't protect us from this, what can you protect us from? That's a big concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have now reached our lobby friends. Welcome. So I just want to say a couple of things now that we're kind of changing over the guard here. Just to put it all in perspective, we have 53 people waiting in the lobby and another 45 people or so online. So we still have quite a bit of testimony to get through. We'd like to hear new comments or anybody who hasn't, from people who have not already submitted written comment. So if somebody tonight has already spoken and made the point that you were hoping to make, consider it made. We've heard it and we understand. We are also required to wear masks in City Hall at all times, even also covering our nose, even up at the podium when we're speaking. I know it's hot and uncomfortable, but we're all in this together. And then lastly, once you speak, please then afterwards sign your name on one of the sheets of paper up here so that we have your name and address for the record. So again, please start with your name and address and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Members of the commission, my name is Brooke Bates, and I am also a board member at Interfaith Sanctuary at 1620 River Street. And I can empathize with, you know what? I need to put these on and just pull this down a speck, or otherwise it fogs my glasses. Is that okay? So I'm kind of not knowing what to do, but I can empathize with a lot of the public's concerns and fears. And I had my own before I personally spent hours at Interfaith Sanctuary. And even before that, at Community House, a few years. And over the years, I have observed and participated in most of their programming, and it's new and it's exciting. And I've even done some of their laundry. I love and respect the guests at Interfaith and their desire to get on their feet and the grateful attitudes and hearts that they have. I fed them. I love and respect the guests at Interfaith and their desire to move forward. I fed them, my children, all 3, and all my 9 grandchildren have fed them from 13 years old to 2. And it's been a wonderful experience. We've eaten with them, we visit them often, and we've participated in most of their various programs. I've witnessed their progress in acquiring jobs, which is exciting. Their recovery education, their parenting education that takes place there is amazing. The childcare and nursery school is phenomenal. And their health and food preparation is just a new beginning that's exciting, that's taking place to help them acquire jobs and training in the food industry. And their well-being programs I participated in as well with them. And it's exciting to see their case managers right there with them all day long if they need help. And they don't even have to leave the facility. Whereas in the past, they've always had to leave. A few years ago, they've been able to stay in lately with these new programs. So I've supported them. They have an amazing staff with huge hearts and professional skills in working with guests. They are a special group of guests. They are God's children, our brothers and sisters. They deserve the right to receive our help so they can get back on their feet again. Providing the ability for that second chance. We all love second chances. I hope and pray I would have, based on my experiences, and I've had many years, the love and the courage to accept them in my neighborhood. This facility will provide greater opportunities and capacity to help families get the help and programming they need to get back on their feet. It's in the appropriate location, the right amount of space, the proper amenities and transportation. I hope that this application will be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Francis Rosary, 3660 North 39th Street, Collister neighborhood. My daughter and my 4 grandkids, 17 months to 11 years, live less than 1 football field from the proposed site. Prior to COVID, I volunteered at the sanctuary for over 10 years. And I support causes to help the homeless with time, money, and supplies. Prior to 2013, Boise City Code included very specific language for a conditional use permit to ensure the surrounding property interests were protected. The code used the term justification and described the permit as, quote, conditional uses by definition possess characteristics such as to require review and appraisal by the commission to determine whether or not the use would cause any damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property in the vicinity, unquote. This language was replaced with the broad statement of possible adverse impacts. But just because the specific descriptive words have been removed, thus making the required analysis less transparent, the sound reasoning necessary to determine if property interests will be protected did not vanish. Evidence in the record currently shows damage, hazard, nuisance, and other detriment to persons or property has been occurring in the vicinity of the existing IFS shelter. This won't magically go away by relocating the shelter somewhere else, as the ability to condition human behavior is severely limited. The intensity of this proposed use for a predominantly residential area will create frequent opportunities for residents to be exposed to public safety and nuisance activities and violations, such as discarded drug paraphernalia, public intoxication, public urination and feces, and other indecent behaviors. Records show these nuisances nuisance activities have been happening for the properties around the current IFS location. Also, the intensity of this use will subject the properties adjacent to the proposed location with excessive noise, offensive language, and large amounts of secondhand smoke from cigarettes. The neighborhoods as a whole will be subject to a significant increase in disruptive activity 24 hours a day, as documented by the high level of first responder activity this type of use creates. Records clearly show this type of use creates both private and public nuisance impacts. Therefore, the ability to ensure that the use is compatible with other uses and that the character of the neighborhood is maintained in order to protect property interests is not possible, regardless of the ability to condition an approval. Please deny this application because the zoning ordinance, the policies in the comprehensive plan, and the decision procedures are all in place, so decision makers don't make decisions that put people and property at an increased safety risk or affect other owners' use and quiet enjoyment of their property. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Davis, and I'm actually here on behalf of Dave and Terry Bigelow, and they are the owners of Burger and Brew on State Street. And Burger and Brew is located directly south of the proposed Interfaith Sanctuary. And you've heard a lot of testimony today.
Could we get an address?
Oh, excuse me. It's 4295 West State Street.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Go ahead. Mr. Davis.
Unfortunately, Dave and Terry are out of the country. They did not get to speak last time, and so they've asked me to do this. You've heard a lot today about Interfaith Sanctuary, and there's no doubt they provide service that is necessary. That's not the question here. Not whether it's good service, bad service. It's whether this is an appropriate spot for Interfaith Sanctuary to place this homeless shelter. And Dave and Terry would say no. They have owned or been at this location for 28 years. They had no knowledge that anything was going to be changed as far as zoning in this area. They purchased this property 15 years ago, and then they bought out a partner about 11 years ago. 10 years ago, they invested over $200,000 in this business, in the building, remodeling it. And those business decisions were based on what they thought was Boise City's comprehensive plan. And you've heard it tonight by a number of people, policy EC 3.1, EC 3.2. They made this investment not thinking that a homeless shelter would be going in across the street. These two policies in the Boise City Comprehensive Plan are made to encourage businesses to stay. If you approve this facility, businesses will not stay. They will leave. It'll be a disaster. This is a disaster in the making. You heard earlier testimony from Corona Village. We've got the Flying Pie Pizza there. We've got Cafeana down the street. There's a lot of businesses that are going to be affected by this facility. Had they known that something like this would have been coming up, they would not have ever invested $200,000 into this building. They would have gone someplace else. That's on their minds right now, that if this gets approved, whether or not they stay there. They've got the Women's and Children's Alliance around the corner. They've got Valor Point just west of them, or excuse me, east of them. And they have continuous problems with people parking. And you've heard about the parking today. It's been talked about substantially, but there is insufficient parking and it will overflow into neighboring businesses, whether it's Flying Pie, Corona Village, or Burger and Brew. This facility does not meet with the Boise City Comprehensive Plan. It should not be allowed, and this application should be not denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you just sign up on the form here after you're finished speaking? Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Ben Jones. I'm representing the owner at 4400 West State Street, the store and lock self-storage facility. I'm here a little bit unprepared, but I am coming to formally convey my disapproval of approving this application. As has been stated numerous times throughout the night by many people, that this location is simply the wrong location. I have run self-storage facilities for over 20 years in 12 states, and totaling about 120 to 130 self-storage facilities. I can only speak from my personal experience. It is my experience that every single time a homeless population is next to a self-storage facility, there is a significant increase in break-ins, vandalism, things as has been mentioned multiple times, defecation, public urination, et cetera, drug paraphernalia throughout. This is not something that we take lightly. We pay tens of thousands of dollars in property taxes, like many other businesses in the area, okay? And when we bought this facility and built this facility over 30 years ago, never in our wildest imagination would we think that something like this would come into place here. It's been stated that, look, everyone's getting scared and everything's being blown out of proportion. There's no doubt in my mind that many of these guests of the Interfaith Sanctuary are great people that are trying to make a fresh start and start over. That's very admirable. But the fact of the matter is that far too many people that are the exception to this rule. I'm not going to sit here and say that, throw out any sort of percentages, but it's a significant number of people that are going to overflow and spill out into the surrounding areas, including my business. It's going to, in fact, impact hundreds of customers. People store their personal properties, their personal belongings in my facility. Break-ins happen when homeless population increases in the area. It's just a fact. This is not something that can be disputed by anyone. This is a fact. And so you need to take this strongly into consideration, that we are vehemently opposed to this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Just a reminder to everybody, we're looking for new comments. So if your testimony includes, we've heard it a lot tonight, then we've heard it a lot tonight, and we're looking for new comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Kay Torres. I live at 3415 North Hawthorne Drive. I grew up in Boise. I've grew up in the North End. I lived in the Sunset neighborhood from 2011 to 2016. And I've lived in the Collister neighborhood since 2016. I first like to say that I believe that this commission should have had the fortitude to defer this hearing. It is the purview of this board to assess compatible use of the proposed CUP. That authority inherently includes vetting and mitigating adverse impacts. This body cannot truly assess adverse impacts of the application without the applicant detailing its healthcare services and furnishing you with security and operational plans. With this decision not to defer or to withdraw the motion, the neighbors and nearby businesses are denied the opportunity for input into such conditions before approval. And that denial of our input constitutes an adverse impact in and of itself. Absence of a well-researched, vetted, articulated security plan is an adverse impact in a residential neighborhood. Waiting for those plans as a condition after approval allows the applicant to spearhead its own oversight. It is astonishing IFS doesn't have those plans in hand when they've had nearly a year to develop them. IFS wants to balk at application requirements or conditions on a permit, but they've been well advised regarding this process. They have attorneys, architects, contractors, industry partners, funding partners, and they have all advised IFS, and yet IFS chose to secure a building before filing for a CUP. And they have repeatedly suggested that if they're denied this permit, they will shutter services. That is bad faith. Intentionally limiting the scope of the Shelter Better Task Force with threats of walking or civil suits is bad faith. And the bad faith is particularly egregious when IFS has forwarded the notion that that task force specifically chose the proposed location when it did not, and it legally could not. As the city begins funding and operational oversight of Our Path Home, IFS proposes a path that hamstrings the city to their vision. The city deserves to create a sustainable policy without being put over a barrel by any one privately funded entity. Pardon me. I want to turn your attention to policy DTCCN 1.3 and DTNC 3.2. These talk about the comprehensive plan and how we need to make sure that the proposed use not only is compatible with the neighborhood, but complies with the overall plan for Boise. And it specifically cites that service providers stay in downtown. Comprehensive plan does not have policies that support the proposed type of use to be anywhere other than downtown Boise.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Thank you.
Don't forget to sign up on the sheet there.
My name is Chad Ritzer. I live at 2801 North James Street and am a member of Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. My testimony this evening is strong opposition to the approval of the conditional use permit for the Interfaith Sanctuary shelter on State Street. Next slide, there should be a slide.
She has to pull this slide up.
Totally cool.
Ritzer is the last name.
Apologize for that.
It's
Chad Ritzer. I thought I passed it on to the.
Just let us know you have slides and we'll bring them up.
I tried to. I apologize for that. Okay, within the significant and thorough research and documentation that was delivered to this commission by the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association, there exists an undeniable preponderance of evidence that clearly shows that the site in question is not large enough to accommodate the proposed use, and as a result, the proposed use will adversely affect the property of the vicinity. For 275 days per year, the shelter is designed to provide as little as 118 square feet per resident. To put this in perspective, that is the same as housing 10 people in a 1,200 square foot house. Best practices in sheltering across the nation requires at least double that amount of space per resident. The interfaith model falls grossly short of space for their guests. Next slide, please. The intentional dismissal of best practices in the form of substandard living space will adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood, library, park, businesses, open space near the Boise River. The site in question is not large enough to accommodate this proposed use and will be considerably worsened during the 90-day per year period when Interfaith would be permitted to grow their attendance by an additional undisclosed number of residents who will be provided mats to sleep on the floor. During this period, the shelter could be as crowded as if 15 people were living together in that 1,200 square foot house. Best practices in sheltering across the nation requires at least 3 times that amount of space per resident. The quarterly increase in overcrowding will adversely affect other properties of the vicinity as overflow residents seek refuge to engage in activities not permitted on interfaith premises, such as the consumption of drugs and alcohol for activities that require more privacy than overcrowded shelter can provide, for illegal activities or to camp when they are turned away before, during, or after that quarterly expansion period. Research clearly shows that outdated and overcrowded shelters like the Interfaith design pressure homeless guests into the surrounding areas, which directly results in the physical and financial damages to businesses, parks, libraries, and neighborhoods from the significant increases in crime, littering, trespassing, camping, and vandalism. But interface overcrowding is not a necessity. There are empty shelter beds in Boise. Rather, it is a product of an intentional dismissal of best practices in sheltering. Interfaith chose to neglect the known and common best practice of adding conditional terms to the purchase of the Salvation Army building prior to the sale of their current facility, thereby creating a crisis that they intend to transfer to the citizens of Boise, Veterans Park neighborhood, and local businesses. The site in question is clearly not large enough to accommodate the proposed use, and the proposed use will adversely affect other property of the vicinity. For these reasons, I implore you to please deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Itzer.
Well, I also have a slide for Lisa Harlow.
Lisa, you can pull that mic up too a little bit if it's more comfortable. Thanks.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Lisa Harlow, and I live at Collister neighborhood, in the Collister neighborhood at 3511 North Hawthorne Drive. And my husband and I also own a business in the Veterans Park neighborhood. In 2016, Salt Lake City began plans to shut down the Rio Grande shelter and to open 3 new shelters called Homeless Resource Centers, or HRCs, which would join the already open Midvale Family Center. These 3 shelters were announced in March 2017 and opened in late 2019. One of the new shelters was South Salt Lake Men's HRC with 300 beds. This shelter provides us an opportunity to look at the impact of homeless shelter on surrounding property values. Next slide. The shelter went into an area with some homes on larger lots, and the area is near a juvenile detention facility and the county's sheriff office and the county emergency management building. Other houses are buffered from the shelter by a nearby river. Using the county's property assessment website, the change in values leading up to the following and the announcement were analyzed.
Ms. Harlow, I'm going to just interrupt you. Can we just pause the time for a second, please, Victoria? We just want to be focusing on new information. So if we haven't heard it tonight, we'd love to hear it. Please use your time to bring new information. Thank you. Okay. Go
Yes,
ahead,
this has
Victoria.
not been
Thank you.
talked about yet. Thank you. The assessed value of properties close to the shelter generally declined after it was announced. On average, properties decreased 4.3% in 2018. However, the year before the assessed values went up, and on average, property values increased 6.2% from 2016 to 2017. In comparison, Zillow estimates for the South Salt Lake as a whole neighborhood has from the same periods rose 8 to 11% per year. This data shows that properties surrounding the shelter suffered a expected loss of 12.4%. Next slide. In an effort to minimize the hardship for neighboring property owners, the county mayor, Ben McAdams, promised neighbors of the county would buy surrounding properties if they wanted to sell. He made this promise just after announcing the HRC in March 2017, but the county didn't act until fall of 2018. In total, the county spent over $7 million for 13 properties. Next slide. On this map, you can clearly see the HRC in blue and the properties the county bought around it in green, and those that didn't sell in red. While not everyone sold who could, every property adjacent to the shelter sold, as did some a bit further away. Prices range between $350,000 to $100 million, or to $1 million, sorry. On average, owners were paid the 2018 assessed value, reflecting the value drop, plus a 46% relocation costs. Purchased properties were up to 1,000 feet from the shelter. Real estate is affected by many factors, and it is possible that McAdams' promise may have kept values at a higher rate, but this is an instructive example of a shelter decreasing property values. Next slide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie Wepner, and I live at 4205 West Taft, just 1,000 feet from the proposed site. I want to follow up on a question that Commissioner Gillespie asked our neighborhood association president, why the proposed shelter is incompatible because the neighborhood already hosts an emergency shelter. Well, there are several reasons the current shelter is more compatible with the neighborhood than the proposed one. First of all, the location was deemed appropriate during CUP hearings for the former drug and alcohol rehab center, which the current shelter replaced. This is because it's set back far from the road, it's on a larger 4-acre parcel, and it's bordered by a park on 2 sides, a canal, and a road on the other 2, all of which create a buffer between residential areas and the high impacts associated with social services. As you know, if approved, Interfaith will share a fence line with many residences. Secondly, the population size at the existing shelter is much smaller. According to the Interfaith 2020 organizational report, which is on record, the existing shelter hosts 32 emergency beds and 24 transitional beds. This is closer to recommended maximum shelter sizes, which according to a homeless shelter inventory study of 47 cities, should not exceed 25 beds in residential areas. The fact that a shelter is already there is reason enough that interfaith would be incompatible, because in most cities, a minimum distance between shelters is required to avoid focusing adverse impacts into one area. A recent BSU study by the Idaho Policy Institute regarding siting homeless shelters made this recommendation. Use spatial analysis to identify a location with easy access to services while also being distanced from other shelter locations to prevent a concentration in a single area of a city. And you guys all look like you're falling asleep, so I'm glad I stayed up late with you. On another note, well, I won't repeat what everyone else has said. Simply put, there's already more social services there than any other neighborhood outside of downtown. On another note, I had the honor of joining a call between our group and Catherine Fife, the Director of Programs and Partnerships for Salt Lake City County. She was involved in dismantling the large problematic shelter in downtown Salt Lake and reopening shelters throughout the county. She specifically stated that having strong CUP conditions in place were necessary for successful shelter, which this application does not, as you guys noted at the beginning of the meeting. And as lessons learned, she noted that vacant properties near the shelters became problem areas for off-site gatherings and illegal activities. She stated that reactivating those properties with storefronts and businesses created a sort of natural surveillance. Unfortunately, this is not possible in our neighborhood as we have a very large vacant area, which is the riparian corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
Here are 2 slides for Bond, B-O-N-D. Hello, my name is Susan Bond. I live in the Veterans Park neighborhood at 3011 North Ennis Street, about 450 feet from the shelter. Last month, Mr. Riddle responded to Commissioner Danley's question regarding concentration and poverty by saying it's not addressed by Boise's code. Is irrelevant to the commission's decision. This is false. Boise's own HUD compliance documents acknowledge that federal fair housing mandates are reflected in Blueprint Boise through goals NAC 7, 8, and 9, including stipulations for fair share housing programs and dispersal. Next slide, please. While Mr. Riddle did acknowledge the high poverty in our neighborhood, the applicant does not show the same understanding of this pre-existing condition. Their interpretation of the overarching concern with concentration of poverty in their letter of explanation was, we don't want more poor people. Couldn't be further from the truth. We're already impoverished with approximately 30% of our residents living below the poverty line. Currently, the Veterans Park neighborhood has more low-income housing per square mile than any neighborhood in the city. It hosts an emergency shelter only 300 feet from the old Salvation Army building, and permanent supportive housing, Valor Point, is located across the street 100 feet away. At this time, the Good Samaritan Group Home is negotiating the move of potentially 150 very low-income residents into the recently closed Good Samaritan Nursing Home facility, 1,200 feet away. Meanwhile, the neighborhood continues to welcome low-income housing Arthur Street, while other wealthier neighborhoods are on record for fighting affordable housing projects, the North End, which brings me back to the Fair Housing Act. A provision of the Fair Housing Act referred to as Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, or AFFH, strives to increase opportunities for housing that do not continue to concentrate or segregate low-income housing in already low-income or racially concentrated areas. AFFH policy requires the siting of low-income housing in neighborhoods of all income levels. The vast majority of people living in homeless shelters are very low income, and therefore the siting of shelter homes in existing low-income neighborhoods is an example of housing segregation. The CUP for the Interfaith Sanctuary should be denied because it violates the AFFH mandate of the Fair Housing Act and is not compliant with the comprehensive plan. It will continue to segregate low-income residents into one part of town, while at the same time it fails to ensure that all neighborhoods across the city share in the responsibility of providing shelter and low-income housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bond.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kelly McLeod. I live at 3315 North Hawthorne Drive. I'm a longtime resident in the Collister neighborhood. My testimony tonight, I believe, will be something new. I want to point out that part of the city project report in addressing the summary that they brought from staff suggested that all agencies believed that confirmed that it did not place an undue burden on any transportation system or other services in the vicinity. However, this is not an accurate statement when you consider the comments submitted by the attorney for the Farmers Union Canal. Farmers Union expressed concern that its canal and maintenance road being directly across the street and easily accessible from the proposed site will create both safety and trespass issues. Given the large number of expected shelter residents, the canal road will likely be used by some to go to Veterans Park and other points east of the shelter, creating hazards. And some may even choose to use the canal itself, which of course is extremely dangerous. Farmers Union summarizes that it struggles with the illegal use of its canal and maintenance road and believes approving the proposed shelter would assuredly exacerbate the problems they have with illegal trespassing. Farmers Union concluded with the request to deny the conditional use permit. Thus, the proposed use, unlike what was addressed in the city's project report, it will place an undue burden on some of the services in the vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cloud. That was new information.
Yes, I wanted to give her some time. My name is Ned Collies, and I live at 2226 West State Street. And my concerns are also with the undue burden on public transportation. Excuse me. Placing those who are disadvantaged physically, mentally, and emotionally at the proposed IFS site will increase accidents with them and motorists and cyclists and resulting in deaths. Vehicle accidents are a leading cause of death and injury to homeless citizens. In 2019, San Francisco Examiner story citing the Department of Public Health, homeless people make up 1% of the population, yet they accounted for 22% of vehicle deaths. A Los Angeles County Public Health report in January 2021, transportation-related accidents accounted for about 9% of homeless deaths, the third leading cause of deaths to homeless. Sadly, the undue burden on public transportation of these deaths and injuries is manifested in slowdowns, delays, and complete shutdowns of State Street. These accidents are attributed, caused by any number of behaviors or actions by either persons experiencing homelessness or motorists and cyclists, crossing against signals, crossing mid-lane, walking and cycling on the narrow shoulder, not obeying traffic signs and signals, poor judgment, and impairment. You add in night driving and inclement weather, these risks to homeless increase dramatically. These deaths, injuries, slowdowns, and shutdowns will result if this permit is approved. In return, the impact to daily commuting and overall public transportation will be felt by the entire Treasure Valley, west of Boise, that uses Highway 44 and eventually State Street. How long will citizens tolerate homeless suffering, injury, or being killed? And or the delays and shutdowns that occur on State Street? Animosity towards these individuals will more than likely increase and may result in targeting. These are highly probable outcomes, some of which are concerns of both sides and have been discussed previously. Millions are spent to ease the flow of traffic at major intersections at State Street. Now the city's actions to a degree will reverse this. And how do you measure and quantify the loss and damage? If approved, this change for the worse. If approved, this will change for the worse this vital Treasure Valley transportation corridor for the city of Boise and those that live on the Treasure Valley outside of Boise that use State Street. I implore the PZ Commission to disapprove Cup 21-00026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collis.
Corey Erickson, 4574 North McKenzie Lane, Collister, Boise Neighbors for Better Housing. Good evening, Commissioners. The location for this conditional use request has a significant impact on the new police station that was specifically cited to be near the current shelter location. The city's record shows the following. The January 9, 2019 meeting minutes for the city impact fee. Boise Mayor Beater and the City Council requested the Police Department identify a location for a micro district facility, specifically near the Road Skate Park and Interfaith Sanctuary. The city considered about 10 sites before settling on the property formerly known as Lucky Dog Tavern, which was near Interfaith Sanctuary. And Allison Tate of the Boise Police Department explained the pros of the site, which included its proximity to high call volume areas. The November 6, 2019 meeting minutes for Public Works Commission include the following. Commissioner Crowley asked why the location of the new micro police district was chosen. Mr. Bushfeld answered the selected location is close to the downtown core without being impacted by downtown traffic. It provides good access to the Greenbelt, supports the police bicycle patrol unit, and is close to some high call areas such as Rhodes Park. The city's press release for the station described the building as being ideally located for the Boise Police Bike Unit and says, downtown Boise consistently has more calls for service than any other part of town, and the Boise Police Bike Unit works daily with social service providers. Budget documents show this project cost approximately $4.3 million and required $1 million from the general fund to front load the police impact fee. One of the key responsibilities of government is to provide public services for the citizenry and to do so in a fiscally sound manner that is required by Section 67-6502B of the Idaho Code. This provision is based on the language in the original Model Act for City Planning of wise and efficient expenditure of public funds. It is not an overreach of public power of police power to deny a land use application that would reduce the operating impacts and the effect of the public money invested in the new police station. The city's financial relationship to the proposed location is a critical issue. The record shows City Council member Clegg speaking about the lack of fire stations in the northwest planning area of the city on July 16th, 2019, and the aspect of making sure the location is the right choice. I guess trying to be frugal with taxpayer money, you want to get it right. You don't want to build a station, $5 million, and commit to a $2 million a year in operations if it's in the wrong place. Since this police station was specifically cited to be near the current shelter, relocating this shelter away from the downtown area will result in fiscal irresponsible use of taxpayer money. Thank you for your time.
Connie Seward, 2421 Jaretta.
If you wouldn't mind just pulling that mic down and then stating your name again.
Okay. Connie Seward, 2421 Jaretta Drive, 18 years in the Collister area. Most importantly, I represent my vulnerable elderly parents, lifelong Collister residents who can't address you in person tonight due to frail health and financial limitations. I happily share my back fence with a low barrier transitional shelter. It's small, safe, has a 95% success rate of placing 200 individuals per year in non-subsidized housing. Boise Code asks that you find this proposal will not place an undue burden on the facilities in the vicinity. That finding cannot be made. Boise Police Department has acknowledged the impact and burden this use at this location will have on their services for the entire city. City project report states that comments from public agencies confirm that the proposed use will not be an undue burden or impact. Invariably, the city project report says this, regardless of facts inside
these fact-based agency letters. The project report also claims that BPD is not opposed to the CUP. That is an inaccurate interpretation of BPD's own comment letter, which states, quote, BPD is neutral on whether IFS is approved for its proposed move to the street location, end quote, neutral, neither for or against, neutral. In addition, BPD's letter specifically addresses the impact a higher call load will place on them in the proposed area. Quote, BPD would be required to reallocate resources from their dedicated duty areas to provide services at the new location, and BPD's limited resources will be impacted, end quote. The letter also covers updating the substation and the cost of that, which is little used since the new station downtown has been opened. That gives warning to other issues that will impact their ability to provide adequate services to the entire city, as well as the need for specialty units once the CUP is granted. It is not good governance to knowingly increase health and safety risks to persons and property while simultaneously increasing the cost of public services. Higher taxes for everyone just to fund a larger police budget for this proposal? That's unnecessary. The new police station downtown was specifically cited for this reason. Nor does it do anyone any good to make a decision that stretches our resources thin. This increases the risks for those experiencing homelessness, everyone else, including our first responders. Additional cost and expansion of BPD services is unnecessary. A rational decision must be made. We must adhere to the longstanding policies in the comprehensive plan for social services to be located downtown. Please deny the CUP.
Thank you, Ms. Seward.
My name is Beth Clovis, and I have some slides that I need put up on the screen, please. It should read impact to wetlands and riparian corridors.
It's up.
Oh, I see. Okay. My name is Beth Clovis. I reside at 4859 West Willow Lane in the Veterans Park neighborhood. I'd like to address the potential negative impacts the proposed shelter could have upon the Willow Lane wetlands and the riparian corridor. The applicant has highlighted proximity to the Greenbelt as a key benefit for this facility. However, access to the Greenbelt in the Willow Lane area abuts one of the widest riparian corridor sections in Boise. The river is not visible from the Greenbelt through most of this section, which encompasses areas up to 700 feet in width between the Greenbelt and the river. The riparian corridor includes sections that are very well screened by dense vegetation, shown here in blue. These areas provide privacy from Greenbelt users and those walking on the area's dirt trails. In this corridor, there are Class A lands and one of only 3 wetlands identified in Boise. Class A lands and waters are areas that provide extremely important habitat for fish and wildlife, as well as for flood control and protection. Next slide. By creating a concentrated area in which 1/2 to 1/3 of Boise's unhoused population is served, there will be a high likelihood of encampments springing up in well-screened areas, such as those shown here, as people seek privacy outside of the shelter. The VPN policy guide and Blueprint Boise both call for protecting the Class A lands in this area. Goal ES 7.1 requires the city of Boise to place priority on protecting environmentally sensitive areas and waterways identified as Class A and Class B in that order. Neither the applicant's proposal nor the conditions of approval the staff report proposed include providing required transport out of the area for individuals who are either turned away due to lack of space at Boise's only low barrier shelter, or those who choose to leave the shelter after hours, or who are expelled for failure to meet behavioral expectations. Next slide. These people are likely to sleep overnight in the surrounding park, neighborhoods, or within the nearby riparian corridor. This well-screened area could also offer a space to engage in daytime activities the shelter restricts, such as illegal drug use. As currently exemplified in high day use areas or overnight use areas such as the Boise River Camp, located off Americana, Environmental stewardship is often not practiced, and camp areas are strewn with litter and used needles. The city is required to acknowledge the probable negative impact the proposed shelter will have on the Willow Lane wetlands and riparian corridor. And no mitigation efforts addressing this important issue have been proposed by the applicant, which alone is cause for the denial of the CUP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clovis.
Lattes for everyone, huh? Yeah, okay, good, awesome. I have a slide for Leslie Halverson.
Leslie Halverson. If you have slides, feel free to just let Saleen know in advance. You can just pop around to let her know so that we can have them pulled up when you come to the podium.
My name is Leslie Halverson. I live at 3518 North Tamarack Drive in the Collister neighborhood. Next slide, please. The May 2019 State Street Study Area Urban Renewal Eligibility Report concluded that the State Street corridor is deteriorated and deteriorating areas are both present and prevalent, and that their combined effect is highly likely to impose a serious negative impact on the study area, hindering sound growth, constituting an economic liability, and threatening the public welfare of this portion of the city. This classification within the Veterans Park neighborhood highlights how the city has historically neglected this part of town, specifically with regards to congressional findings, declaration of purpose, and community development, which requires prevention of blight influences and the deterioration of property and neighborhood and community facilities of importance to welfare of the community, and the revitalization of deteriorating or deteriorated neighborhoods. The Veterans Park neighborhood and this part of the city have received low public investment, as evident by the following: lack of infrastructure for pedestrian safety, only 36% sidewalk coverage compared to 70% for the city, $350,000 in park impact fees allocated for Veterans Park were shuffled to the east end of Boise. In 2010, a fire station for a larger area was cited and approved with a conditional use permit, but it was never built. Of the 4 Boise libraries, the Collister branch is the smallest, and it's in a strip mall with little room to expand. Meanwhile, the most recent library the city owns that cost taxpayers $8 million was built in the wealthiest part of town. In addition to the neighborhood is home to the Lander Street wastewater treatment facility, which has a history of odor problems impacting residents in the surrounding area. Sadly, Interfaith Sanctuary has a blighting influence in its current location, which is why the developers of the future River Shore neighborhood have actively facilitated the move of Interfaith out of that part of town by proposing that the city buy Salvation Army building and lease it back to ISF. The decision to approve an emergency homeless shelter for a large special needs population in this low-income neighborhood will impact undue strain on the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Halverson.
Thank you.
You
Hello.
can pull that mic up so it's a little bit more comfortable.
Hello, my name is Troy Clovis and I live at 4859 Willow Lane. I'm a Boise dentist and longtime supporter of the Interfaith Sanctuary, both personally and professionally. I'm also a Veterans Park neighborhood resident. As such, I have struggled with this conditional use permit application. After spending months researching IFS requests, I have come to the conclusion that the Interfaith Sanctuary Board is misguided in the application for this CUP. I'm very disappointed by the actions of the IFS board. Selling their current location to a longtime business associate of board members is a transparent effort to create false emergency situation for the homeless put pressure on the city of Boise, and aid developers in this area. This project as presented does not serve those experiencing homeless or other city residents well. My fear is that this may prevent well thought out solutions for better housing in Boise from being implemented. I believe the city should reject this application for the following reasons. First, it's not a safe location for a large low barrier shelter. The traffic on State Street will pose a significant risk to the shelter residents. I have personally observed the death of a pedestrian on State Street at Veterans Park. Countless studies point to the traffic as a significant mortality risk for this population. I feel it would be reckless and irresponsible to place a large shelter on a state highway and major arterial. Second, in 2019, this planning and zoning group denied a CUP for a 22-bed motel on Alamosa. The current 200-bed is right across the street. It is impossible to believe that a project roughly 10 times the size would not also negatively impact the neighborhood. After reviewing correspondence that's taken place between the city officials and property owners in the Shoreline District for over the past years, the impact on the surrounding area of an IF shelter is clear and well known to city officials. If mitigating the impact is possible, why has this not helped at the current location? No other commercial property with this impact would be allowed in this location. Planning and zoning should be consistent with its rulings. We should not approve this based on what may happen, but evaluate this based on what has happened in their current location. This commission needs to rule on the facts. I feel that it is not feel-good bonus points. I feel that the city council is the forum to evaluate if a value of a project overrules the code, not this commission. I also feel that the CUP application will have the greatest impact of any zoning decision made in years. If approved, I believe it will create problems that will take decades to correct. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to assist those experiencing homelessness, not just warehouse them, while improving the city for all residents. Both the city and state governments currently have unique funding opportunities to work with the IFS and other agencies. I believe this is our only chance to get it right. We do not want to live and work in cities like Portland, Seattle, or San Francisco. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Because we just changed the crew.
Okay.
Right?
We don't need reasons because we haven't had a break in an hour. Thanks. We'll be back at about 3 minutes after. Everybody ready?
Everybody pick an X.
Yeah,
you go.
please
Thank
go
you.
ahead. 3 minutes.
Pick an X. You up on
Name and
the X.
address. It's
All right.
okay.
All right. My name is Craig Cheney, and I live at 3203 West Hanson in the Sunset neighborhood. And I'm going to follow what you asked. I got some new information. Okay. I personally am a business advocate, and I visited 15 businesses on this corridor where the shelter is to ask them the specific question, how many employees do you have? So I found out that of the 15 businesses, there's 151 employees. Of those employees, they're all at risk because what happens in this corridor is a huge amount of traffic. I checked the ACHT website, and it said that there are about 34,000 cars that go up and down this corridor. Those cars create business for those businesses that I talked to. They have to have people coming into those businesses. So with that in mind, I said, how many employees you got? So I heard from previous things that the shelter is going to have about 30. So my contention is that's incompatible. 30 employees versus 150. That's an incompatible amount. And second point on incompatibility is traffic is not necessary for the shelter like it is for all these businesses. That's a huge incompatibility. Third is this traffic, all these cars going by. Look at the signs. They make an evaluation if they're going to go into that business by the look of their sign and by anybody that might be outside the business. Shelters have a tendency for loitering. The people in the shelter during the day don't have anything to do, so they go outside the shelter. You know they're going to be up and down the State Street. There's 2 bus stops. Panhandling is going to happen, guarantee you, on those. So those 35,000 cars, 34,000 cars are going to be impacted. The people are going to be upset. So 3 points. Traffic is important to business. It doesn't matter for the shelter. The businesses create revenue from this traffic, and it's not necessary. Traffic is not necessary for the shelter. The shelter creates no revenue from this traffic. The businesses do. So with that in mind, I have to say, you gotta not let this shelter go into this place. It's gonna make those businesses, and you heard from several of them tonight, they're really scared about losing their life, which is their business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Don't forget to sign the sign-up sheet here.
Hello.
Could you go ahead and pull that microphone down so we hear you a little bit better? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Estelita Edlin. I live at 5016 Willow Lane and Veterans Park, a neighborhood association. I would like to refer to a couple of articles. Property owners lodge complaints in 17th Street area, CCDC launches study. And the other one is developer hopes for improvements to area around Interfaith Sanctuary. Both of them are for boisedevelopment.com. And I am using these to support the concerns that have been expressed here tonight. Moving to the IFS to State Street would not solve the crime issues that were reported or solve the homeless issue. It would just move them to a different area. It is terrifying that our families, homes, and businesses are being put at risk. The city has a responsibility to its residents and businesses to protect and keep them safe. The chief of police's response about protection for our neighborhood was no plans for increased protection. This adds fear, stress, uncertainty, as well as added cost and financial burden to people who may not be able to afford cameras, fencing, and security measures to protect their property. The area towards the end of Willow Lane, close to the entrance of the Greenbelt, where it connects to Willow Lane
and the park would be a prime place for those that don't stay at the shelter to congregate, especially at night. Unless the police are called, activity would go unnoticed. The Good Neighbor Agreement does not hold any accountability. When asked if the agreement worked, they were unable to give an example of a situation that solved. CCDC is the developer doing the Shoreline and River Street development. Even though they have stated they were not involved with the IFS proposal to move, it stands to reason that it would be beneficial for them for this move to occur. I respectfully question if it would be a conflict of interest for anyone on the board or related to anyone working for CCDC to vote or have influence on this application. I have a proposal that could eliminate a lot of fear and anxiety to all involved. I'm going to use the piece of land next to St. Al's as a possible example. Ask the Salvation Army to refund the money to IFS. Ask St. Al's to donate some of the unused land that is next to the hospital and it is not in a residential area. If St. Al's does not want to donate the land, the money could be reimbursed from the Salvation Army, could be used to buy it. If that is not an option, we could ask the state or city to donate some land. Ask the Habitat for Humanity, CCDC, other local construction companies, Home Depot and Lowe's, to help by donating construction supplies and volunteer workers to build a structure that would separate the different types of guests, along with bathroom and shower facilities in each section. Build a training center and store on the same land. Put a bus stop and bus transportation there as well. If the land next to St. Al's is used, this would put them close to medical care if needed and close to the current police station. All services donated could be tax deductible.
Thank you, ma'am.
And
That's the end of your
companies could
time,
be
Ms.
given a
Saban.
tax break.
Thank you. Don't forget to sign on the sign-up sheet.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Ethan Mansfield, and I live at 4409 West Albion Street in Boise, Idaho. I'd like to start by echoing the city's A Home for Everyone mission statement. The city of Boise is committed to doing everything we can to ensure that there is a place to live for every resident at every budget. To approve CUP 2126 is almost literally to actionize this mission statement. Were it not for the landed gentry, I believe that this would be an extremely easy decision, guided by Blueprint Boise and conditionally allowed by the city's development code, which Mr. Riddle expertly laid out in his staff report. I urge you not to make this about politics. Please listen to the technicians. Here's an excerpt from Mr. Riddle's report. Based on detailed comments provided by partner agencies and city departments, along with the detailed operation plan proposed by the applicant, the planning team finds that the potential impacts of the shelter can be mitigated with appropriate conditions. You can approve the CUP and acknowledge that those experiencing homelessness deserve a safe, warm place to sleep at night without, in the technician's opinion, ruining the neighborhood. If there are truly safety concerns that are specific to this site, you can add additional conditions to improve the safety of the site and the surrounding area. These conditions become part of that permit. And while you consider this, sure, ask the larger question, even though it's not part of the approval criteria, where is a better location? With equal or better access to services where neighbors will not object? And if there is one, is there a willing seller willing to work together with a charitable organization to make this concept a reality in that neighborhood? And most importantly, what is the cost to the individuals and families experiencing homelessness right now to wait and find out? I laud the city's efforts to build permanent supportive housing. Unfortunately, the demand for housing options for those earning between 0 and 30% of the area median income far outstrips the supply of those types of housing. These options simply cannot be provided by the private market. They require government and/or charitable support. In this case, it's a charity asking a government for help. Why wouldn't this government, especially one that prides itself on being a city for everyone, oblige? What do you have to lose? If you won't permit a shelter to be located on State Street, I welcome Interfaith Sanctuary to find a place along Orchard Street near my home. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's imperative that we provide a diversity of housing types if we truly want to create a city for everyone. And I welcome that diversity in my neighborhood. I hope these neighbors can truly embrace their "in this house we believe" yard signs. Because yeah, kindness is everything. So please step up and be kind to those less fortunate than us and say yes to CUP 2126. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mansfield.
Hello, my name is Scott Burney and I'm with VPNA and my address is 3905 West Garnet Street. I'd like to revisit the topic of exemptions from the Boise City Code Section 11030413. When the VPNA representative reiterated that the code purpose shown here to allow conditional uses that are of equal or lesser impact than the allowed use and the benefit of immediate community does apply to both general and specific exemptions. Mr. Wardle responded that AE uses on the R1C zone section of that property would all be allowed in R1C so that the exception is a non-issue. Even if we take that at face value, the entire site should not be considered a shelter home. Let's look more closely at the uses over the 25% of the site zoned R1C. Oh, I was supposed to have slides.
I think they're up.
Oh, next slide. I was looking up there, sorry. Not to be dismissed as just an outbuilding, this section includes the proposed day shelter replacing access to Corpus Christi, and it includes the outdoor congregation area for over 200 shelter guests. It includes both the garbage enclosure servicing the entire site, which has the potential to generate odor or pest issues, and the large bike storage area, and finally, the small play area serving 50 to 75 children. Based on the large population size, all of these uses are much higher intensity and impact than allowed by single-family uses. Next slide. Here is a list of all the allowed and conditionally allowed uses in an R1C. As a reminder, no shelter homes are permitted in an R1C zone at all. We've highlighted childcare uses as an example of how increased intensity of use comes with increased requirements. Daycare centers over 6 children or group homes over 12 children require conditional use permits. Larger daycare centers come with additional restrictions to accommodate the higher intensity of use, including minimum play size area, which the site doesn't comply with. While some of these allowed uses may not be the ideal fit, such as a major utility, it is hard to see how a shelter home could ever have equal or less impact than any of these uses. Absolutely none of the allowed uses in R1C, whether with or without a CUP, would generate either the amount of immediate impacts like noise or the amount of a broader impacts like crime, concentration of poverty, and loss of economic opportunity as would a large shelter home. And neither the shelter home nor the specific uses on the back half acre will benefit the immediate community at all, whereas many of the less intuitive allowed uses would. There are absolutely no conditions which could proactively eliminate the increase in crime, and certainly not the intrinsic impact of adding over 205 impoverished residents to an already impoverished neighborhood. Please disallow the general exemption. And finally, we were surprised to see this request just sort of sneak its way into our mailboxes along with the hearing notification rather than being disclosed during a neighborhood meeting, which is required for a general exemption. Also, I'd like to touch real quick on to correct a mistake I keep hearing regarding the Shelter Better Task Force. The Shelter Better Task Force did not select a site or give a nod to any site. In fact, they aborted the selection process and did not complete the work.
Thank you,
They were
sir. That's
clearly
the
in
end
need
of your
for
time
further
for
study and
code.
discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corey Marsh. I live at 4713 West Catalpa Street. I've been a resident for over 20 years in the Collister neighborhood. I'm going to try and make 2 points here tonight. The first, last month when we were here, Mr. Wardell said that this commission was just about adding bike racks and planter boxes, and those were the only factors that the Planning and Zoning Commission should consider. If that's true, all we really need in this city is a bike rack and planter box enforcement committee, and we don't need any of you guys. So I would ask you to actually put a little more thought into this. When Mr. Wardell addressed the neighborhood's concerns, he said, don't worry, we have a good neighbor agreement. He's had several opportunities to prove that he's a good neighbor during the Planning and Zoning Commission. The first was when we asked him to provide adequate parking. Mr. Wardell said parking is what it is. It's not a problem for us, and that the United States Constitution does not require him to provide adequate parking. That might be true. The United States Constitution might not require him to provide adequate parking, but I'm asking that the Planning and Zoning Commission require him to provide adequate parking. This committee also asked him to produce an adequate security plan. When we came back here this month, he said that he can't be expected to produce every single document that this committee may or may not request. If the IFS can't even address these most basic concerns,
then what confidence does anyone have that they're going to adequately address any issues going forward, especially as they move and expand from their current operation to a 24/7 operation? The second point is the location. It's been suggested earlier tonight that the city is going to have an issue no matter where they locate the shelter. And they're going to be dealing with the addiction problems and the mental health issues that IFS addresses through their services at any location. The current City of Boise's River Street Master Plan cites the current IFS homeless shelter as a real public safety threat impacting development on the River Street downtown area. The current location is nearly 1 mile to the north from the nearest residential neighborhood or school, and nearly 1 mile to the south to the nearest residential area, being the Boise Bench. The new proposed location has within it 6 parks and 5 elementary schools within a 1 mile radius of the proposed location. This move directly offloads impact from downtown developers and shifts it to residents with one of the highest concentrations of poverty in the city, which currently contains 3 shelters within a quarter block of the proposed location. I've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years. I spent a lot of time walking my dog in these parks and spending time there during the day. And there's another group of people that is there, which is stay-at-home moms and preschool-age children are the people who are in these parks. And these are some of the most vulnerable members in our city. And we're going to be placing them on the front line, dealing with hundreds of people suffering from substance abuse and mental health issues. I ask you to vote no on this conditional use permit for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh.
So my name is William McNeil. I live at 4879 West.
Oh, you know
Wymost.
what? I'm sorry. Mr. Marsh, would you mind just signing up on the sign up form here? Sorry, I forgot that. So yes, sorry,
That's
you'll
fine.
start your time again. Please go ahead.
Okay. So my name is William McNeil. I live at 4879 West Wymost. This is my first time public speaking, and I thank you for allowing me 3 minutes to speak to you tonight. So I live, I'm part of the Veterans Park Homeowner Association. So what I heard at the last meeting was 200 plus residents on one site, smaller than a standard apartment building. That's a lot of people. Interfaith Sanctuary routinely exceeds that capacity at their current location. So this infers that that they will routinely exceed the capacity once they get established. So can you really believe the numbers that they're giving you? Can you really believe them when they routinely exceed what they say? So, and then the most scary part of this whole thing, what I heard at the last meeting is no conditional permit was ever revoked, ever. Okay, so now you have one chance to get this right for our neighborhood. One chance. Because if you vote yes, our neighborhood can spend decades paying the price for this. Decades. You know, and so ask yourself, what happens when they break the agreement or the obligations that they promised you and promised us? They have a conditional permit that will never, ever be revoked. And we have to pay the price for decades. I believe it's safe to assume that all those that are turned away are going to end up in our neighborhoods. They said at the last meeting, only 2% have cars. And the bus line shut down at night. So where are those people going to go when they come in to get a free meal? They're going to end up in our neighborhoods. They're going to end up in the back of my truck. I haven't locked my car ever since I've been there. It's always unlocked. All of my cars are unlocked. This is going to be an increased security risk for the surrounding neighborhoods. And the last thing, it's been brought up over and over again. There has been no answers to the hard questions about security. They can conveniently deflect. And the police department has raised the concerns. We almost postponed it tonight to get more information. And so a yes on this permit means a burden for decades for my neighborhood. Please do not approve this and then just forget about us. We've been around here a long time. look at the number of people that have showed up to this. This is our neighborhood. This is our love. This is the money, the time that we build into it. And don't just forget about us. Don't approve it and forget about us. We exist. We are people. We have homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. You did it very well for your first public speaking experience. Please don't forget to sign the form.
Go ahead.
Yes, whenever you're ready.
My name is Bobby Aitchison, 3019 North 35th Street, Sunset Neighborhood. I've been a social worker for 25 years, and I've operated an independent living program for people coming out of the correctional facilities. I'm also a landlord. 45% of my units are rented to persons who were previously unhoused on the sex offender registry, had criminal backgrounds and/or disabilities. Clearly, I have a heart for believing in second chances, and I live my beliefs. However, when I heard about the Interfaith Sanctuary project, I had many red flags. Of course, we need emergency shelter services, but I'm counting on you. I'm counting on my city government to protect those that are unhoused, the neighbors, and all of Boise, and to say no. Don't say no forever. Just say no, try again. My independent living program helped over 600 people with criminogenic mental health and substance abuse issues to locate appropriate housing. In searching for housing, I believed, one, my guys deserved a place to live that would support their efforts at success no matter what their issues were. But first, the landlords and roommates offering the housing opportunities deserve to be safe and supported as they so generously offered a second chance. I learned that for my participants to be successful, the housing selected must first be compatible and safe for the landlords and tenants and the neighborhoods. Interfaith has selected an inappropriate site, which violates principles of good practice as well as city criteria. In fact, as I read it, the current Interfaith proposal violates all 5 of Section 11-3-4. The National Coalition for the Homeless in their 421 call to action says, the most important recommendation is to end congregate living shelters without privacy and with all the problems that occur when we stuff too many people into a confined space. Let's revisit that. The National Homeless Coalition saying all the problems that occur. The Interfaith lawyer this evening started by admitting the frequent police interaction. And yet, IFS appears to disregard the advice of the National Coalition for the Homeless, trying to fool us into thinking that what they're proposing is not congregate living. But don't be fooled. Many beds under one roof and behind one door equal congregate living, even if they're not lined up in a bunker format. I've listened to every neighborhood meeting, and my impression is that IFS doggedly demonstrates exclusive advocacy for their guests and has unsatisfactory response to neighbors' concerns and safety questions. They offer no safety plan for what will happen in the footprint around their property other than telling the neighbors to call the police. They offer empty and unfulfilled promises to trust them. They will be a good neighbor, yet they prove themselves unworthy. My conditional use permit operated for 25 years as a halfway house with people coming out of the correctional facility was successful because I offered better. And I believe Interfaith can offer better and that you all must insist that they offer better because the time is now, not later. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shane Harris. I live at 3019 North 35th Street. I am the co-coordinator of the community garden at Taft Elementary School, which is located 0.6 miles from the proposed site for Interfaith Sanctuary. The history of the garden started by Dr. Susan Williamson, a beloved educator, the principal of Taft Elementary. They built this urban garden sanctuary in 2010. It has an amazing history of countless hours of volunteer services where people have donated thousands of dollars to continue for it to thrive. The garden is an amazing educational tool and is an important part of the teacher's curriculum in the spring and the fall. During COVID, it has also created a great outdoor classroom for them to use. So the community very much cares about this garden. The garden has been described as the perfect blend of agriculture and Eden. It has 27 raised beds also known as kitchen gardens, 600 square feet of row beds, vertical gardens where we grow food vertically on the chain link fence on the north, south, and west fences. In additional, we grow native flowers, grasses. We have a learning circle that's 30 feet across where all the kids can kind of create their own space. And we call that the learning circle. The garden is a unique, successful native flowers, grasses. We have a learning circle that's 30 feet across where all the kids can kind of create their own space. And we call that the learning circle. The garden is a unique, successful story combining the school and the community partnership. While the school owns the garden, it's the community members that provide 100% of the funding and make the garden thrive. What I'm worried about is that talking to the volunteers that run the garden, most of them are elderly, are women who are elderly and are often toiling in the garden until after dark. A survey of the garden volunteers, they're afraid of what's going to happen when the demographics increase the numbers of the possibility of alternative needs of those coming into the garden. So it is also reasonable to believe that occasionally someone will be turned away from the Interfaith Sanctuary. They will need a place to reside for the night. They will come to our garden. We have witnessed that. The garden is close to the proposal site. There's places to hide within the garden that would give them cover. It would be clandestine refuge there. We have tool sheds. We have places where they could use the restroom. They could be camping out. It's very important. So what we're worried about too is when all these people come, the surrounding areas will also bring additional drug users, drug paraphernalia, and their dealers. It is very difficult. Interfaith Sanctuary people will also, the residents will need a place to go during the daylight hours. They will also be coming to the
Thank
garden.
you, sir.
So
Thank
thank
you.
you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good evening. I am Christina Lassano and I reside at 3215 West Sunset Avenue. Thank you all for the opportunity to hear so many of our testimonies. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to enter into record. I'm going to read a statement to enter into the record a procedural error. The Boise Planning Department transmittal document shows that the Garden City Police Department was not sent this application for review and comment as required by the Idaho and Boise Code per zoning ordinance. They are a procedural subdivision that provides services to the site as the city of Boise has shared service agreements with them because their city boundaries are close to this area. They will be impacted by this proposed location as their patrol units will often be closest to the response and respond to the call. So I just wanted to enter that into the record. And I also wanted to, reiterate a few of the things almost in a summary of some of the things that we've heard tonight. In a public statement to the public, IFS admitted that they were going to have 205 beds, but they also admitted that they were going to have extra cots of unknown number. And when asked how many the number of extra cots, they would not satisfy an answer. When asked repeatedly how many extra cots, they would not supply an answer. And they would not supply an answer as to how long the residents were going to be allowed to stay on these extra cots on top of the 205. So if they can't even provide the basic information, that should give you pause on this conditional use permit. The fact that they went and bought the property before they even considered whether or not they were going to get the CUP approved should give you pause on this CUP. They say that they're going to enter into good neighbor agreements with the neighborhoods. And I beg of you to understand who's going to oversee these agreements, who's going to hold them accountable. Who? The neighbors. We are the ones that are going to have to hold them accountable. And I implore you to understand how much of a burden that will be on the neighbors. By your own admission, the fact that they're going to just develop a plan after CUP approval for security should give you pause on this proposal. The fact that, by your own admission, they have a very limited and poorly written out operational plan should give you pause on this conditional use permit. The fact that, again, they have that very limited scope on security should give you pause on this permit. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay,
Aaron Ruth Sullivan, I have slides.
Aaron Riesel,
Sullivan, yeah,
Sullivan.
that's Ruth Sullivan. It's a hyphenate.
Got it. Reese Sullivan. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Aaron Ruth Sullivan. I live at 4042 West Plum Street. I'm a member of the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. The proposed location on State Street is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan policies, which indicate that social services should be downtown due to their accessibility to the entire Treasure Valley and economics of scale. Next slide. Further, the importance of social services being located in the downtown area is unanimously supported by a recent report created to provide information regarding a conceptual plan for a new Interfaith Sanctuary facility. The report concludes the findings from interviews with 7 key individuals identified by IFS Executive Director as having substantial relationship with Interfaith Sanctuary's role and work in the community. These key individuals agree that downtown is the right place for a new Interfaith Sanctuary campus to be located. Of particular significance are Maureen Brewer of Our Path Home and Stephanie Day of Catch, as these individuals have day-to-day firsthand experience in knowing what would work best. Each of these interviewees supported the keeping of the shelter in approximately the same downtown area as the right place. Due to the proximity to other services, the perspective of these individuals supports why IFS pursued the nearby Red Lion Inn for purchase in mid-2020, as this building is located 1 block north of their current location. Downtown is the right place for Interfaith Sanctuary because access to social services and other forms of assistance are conveniently accessible in a network system rather than an uncoordinated maze of confusion for those who seek help. This is because the planning documents have done what the city asked of them when created. Local services, organizations, and providers to be downtown area so that they can function effectively and efficiently as an integrated system. To locate elsewhere would not comply with this comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese Sullivan.
Erica Schofield, 7363 West Limelight Court. The existing transitional housing and emergency shelter already in the Veterans Park neighborhood is not a reason to satisfy the criteria of compatibility for this shelter. Before I explain why, I understand that the domestic abuse shelter that is 150 feet from this proposed location is a sensitive topic, and that the city would prefer that we not talk about this. But it is not the residents in this area or the neighborhood association that has put this shelter in the spotlight. It is the applicant who has done so by choosing an inappropriate location for their type of shelter. And I believe the city wants us to not talk about this because they know this is not a compatible use to that shelter that's already there. They don't want this to be evidence included in the record. This proposed location is entirely insensitive to the women and children seeking protection from domestic abuse at the facility nearby. I say that because I have walked in their shoes. I am a survivor of domestic abuse, a relationship that lasted 3 years. It's very easy for people to say, why doesn't she just leave him? It's not that simple when every day means you are walking on eggshells and you don't know when or where the next violent eruption of rage will occur. More than 30 years ago, I told my abuser that I didn't care if he burned the house down or took my car. I didn't even care if he killed me that day. It was better than living in fear every moment of my life. To this day, I can't recall where I went, but I do recall that it took every ounce of courage I had. So it's astonishing to me that anyone would think this is a compatible location for a low barrier facility with a large percentage of single males
who are chronically homeless and have been described as, quote, the worst of the worst by a staff member of the IFS shelter during the August 16th Shelter Better Task Force. This staff member should be commended for their honesty and transparency in describing the people they are trying to help and the mental health issues and severe addiction they are dealing with. The women in the nearby shelter have found the courage and the strength to leave their abuser. As a city, we need to do everything we can to protect them and their children. The last thing that many women who leave a domestic abuse situation need is to be in an area with a large number of unstable men. If this application is approved, you will simply make it even harder for them to get their life back together. If you can't understand that, you might consider recusing yourself from this decision. Please deny this application. The location is not just incompatible for a predominantly residential area, it rises to the level of being grossly incompatible to that nearby shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schofield.
Hi, my name is Kathy Sherman, and I live at 3208 Treasure Drive, and that's in the Sunset Neighborhood Association. For 4 years, I've been housing homeless veterans with a program. 10 years previous to that, I worked with as a disability advocate for people with disabilities. I'm on the board of Sunset Neighborhood Association. I'm on the board of the Homeless Coalition. I'm on the board of my church, Boise Unitarian University's Fellowship. And I'm the Democratic precinct captain for precinct 1605, which covers right behind the shelter all the way down to Hill Road. And in 2 weeks, I'm transitioning to be the housing specialist for new Americans, most of whom are arriving from Afghanistan. I say all that to say I don't speak for any of these groups, but I do have some skin in the game. I first want to just correct some of the comments that I've heard about poverty zones in Boise. And maybe all of you have seen these maps that exist around where poverty exists in our city. We're lucky because poverty zones are pretty spread out in our city. We don't have any real ghettos. We have what I would term pockets of poverty in almost all our neighborhoods. But just to point out that where the shelter currently is one of the most low-income zones in the city of Boise. So those who say, oh my gosh, we can't move more poor people to veterans, veterans isn't at the bottom of this list. Where the shelter is now is the bottom of this list. So if we're really using that term better and just looking at stats, this is a better location. I want to also make sure that everyone knows the definition of housing. I've kind of heard a lot of people say that, this is housing in the neighborhood. It's not housing. A shelter, under the definition for being homeless, a shelter does not count. Trying to skip through stuff that people have already talked about. Sorry.
Thank you.
So the quickest way to resolve a full shelter, and I really believe that we can do this as a city, is housing first. 90% of the people that we get into housing as quickly as possible retain their housing 2 years after they're housed. So I look forward to working with all of you folks who have spoken to really move towards having more housing built in our city. Density is a good thing. I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, surrounded by 17-story buildings, and our property value just kept going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. I appreciate your consideration to time. And as such, I understand we have about 10 more people downstairs. I know that there are still more than 40 people online. I think it seems unlikely at this hour that we're going to be able to accommodate our online testimony tonight. I know people are probably disappointed to hear that. I am as well. I would have really liked to have gotten through all of the public testimony tonight, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. So we're going to do our best, I think, and we can commit to getting through the remaining in-person testimony. And we'll probably have to leave it at that tonight, but the commission can make that decision as we get to the end of that in about another half an hour. Yes, please go ahead.
Jeffrey Street, 5100 West Bainbridge Court. I'm here tonight to kind of speak about a little bit more about the process that's played out and less about the potential outcome. I think a lot of the statements that have been made throughout the community tonight have really been focused on or come from places of fear, from a lack of understanding. I think part of that is just there's been a lack of information throughout this process. And Mr. Worrell's made a great point about the due process rights of interfaith to this, but the citizens themselves have due process rights as well.
If you can just come a little closer to the microphone. Yeah, so that, thank you.
The citizens themselves have due process rights as well. And part of that is getting to know the information beforehand and be able to respond and rebut that here at these hearings. Now, concerns have been brought up tonight about the security plan, the healthcare plan, the operating plan. Yes, we don't have that information. We cannot respond to it. Part of that due process is the notice beforehand to respond to it. Individuals are not getting that. So I would challenge us to consider whether this is the right time and whether we have the complete information. That's not just from a place of fear, but from the law. And I would also point out that City Council member Patrick Badgett, just March 3rd of 2020, in a similar situation when he was talking about information, he was looking at a proposal or the City Council was looking at a proposal down in the Shoreline District. It was to do a multi-story building where a single story currently existed, and it was going to go from, I believe, housing to multi-purpose. And one of the issues was the traffic impact, and they didn't have any information. And as he responded to it, he said, how am I supposed to know if this proposal is the best for a portion of a neighborhood and a fitting and proper use for the neighborhood without knowing the traffic flow for the streets will bear? And they deferred that decision to have the ACHD make a decision about what the traffic impact was going to go so they could know if that was right for the city. Now, one of the things that has not been discussed at all during this entire time is the comprehensive plan in detail. And the reason why I have concerns about that is because Boise Code 1134, Idaho Code Law 676512, and the Supreme Court in Blaine County, Ferguson, and Bone all discussed that there's a zoning portion and the comprehensive plan portion, and you have to make that analysis. And one of the issues I have is that the comprehensive plan, if you look on page 66, NAC 5.3 specifically adopts the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association policy into the comprehensive plan. There's been no discussion about the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association's policy. And let me tell you what that one says. It says, will the proposal impair the integrity and viability of the residential areas? Commercial zoning districts should not be allowed to extend into residential area. I believe we've been talking about 100 feet of R1C in this to be changed. That is written to this. Promote location for office uses offering family healthcare services. Discourage drive-by traffic. What analysis has been done on any of that? And that is adopted into the comprehensive plan. And I haven't heard any discussion on that to this point. And so I agree with some of the council members tonight that this should be deferred until there's more information to be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Street.
Chair, councilors, thank you for.
You can pull that mic down. So yeah.
Thank you for staying late. My name is Leo Cardoza. I live at 2519 Arthur Street. I've owned the house there for 10 years. I want to make a personal statement, and I want to read some testimony from somebody else. So tonight, in opposition to this shelter, we've heard a lot of fear about the crime that comes with homeless shelters, and we have heard, understandably, impassioned testimony pushing back against the characterization of the guests of Interfaith as criminals and drug addicts and worse. And I have heard tonight and in the last P&Z meeting and in several of the neighborhood Zoom meetings that people not experiencing homelessness commit crimes too. And that's true and that's fair. So let's set aside anything that anybody's presented about higher rates of crime specifically surrounding homelessness. And let's just talk about the number of people we're talking about. Because in this area, the space that they're looking to build the shelter is the amount of space that would probably be taken up by 4 or 5 residential homes. And we want to put 200 people there. So we're talking about a factor of 10 more people. So even if we assume that every single person in this room and every single person in Boise, whether they live at Interfaith or they live up on the hill, has the same possibility to commit a crime or to have a drug problem or to have a mental health crisis, we're still putting 10 times the amount of probability that that's going to happen in one small area in a neighborhood where I don't think it fits. So this testimony is from a former employee of Interfaith Sanctuary who asked to remain anonymous. Most of the time, the staff and guests at IFS are truly doing their best in making it work, but the response of IFS leadership to many situations has been unacceptable. IFS directors need accountability and guidance from the IFS board and the city of Boise, who have funded the hotel stays and influence outcomes in the proposed new location. Specific things needing addressed. A protocol to address people with addictions holding substances on site and those needing but refusing a higher level of care than IFS staff can provide. A man was found with meth in his room after an OD in direct proximity to rooms and space with children and was taken back in by shelter administration when he was very ill and clearly needed more than IFS staff was equipped to provide. Staff were instructed by administration to give an elderly man with severe alcoholism who was a fall risk hard liquor because he needed it but was unwilling to attend medical detox. This resulted in several falls and risk of further injury. Practicing zero tolerance for registered sex offenders on any building site with children presence. At least 2 RSOs stayed in close proximity with children during 2020. In both cases, IFS leadership failed to refer these men out, not only immediately upon background check, but even immediately in response to their problematic behavior towards children sheltered there. Older children and adults displaying abusive sexual behavior to children. This ranged from exposure to graphic sexual language, imagery of sexual intercourse, and physical sexual abuse. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for remembering to sign up there.
Steve Cozine, live at 3413 Red Oak. I'm opposed to this permit. I live in the Collister neighborhood close enough to the proposed site to expect crime to increase at my residence based on studies of emergency shelters in other cities. I'm also distressed over the thought of raising my 2 young children in a neighborhood like the one surrounding IFS now, which is a byproduct of the congregate shelter business model and not solely the proximity of Corpus Christi, as these issues are not unique to Boise. I wish to bring your attention to 3 specific issues that provide additional evidence in the record that supports health and safety risks for the type of use proposed in this application. The city record shows a $300,000 annual contract with a private firm to provide on-site security services at Roadscape Park, which is currently near the IFS shelter, and for the downtown library, which receives heavy use by those experiencing homelessness. Please note that this contract has been in place since at least 2018, which is prior to COVID. The scope of services of this contract includes the following: the ability to identify regular, repeat offenders and problem patrons, adapt conflict resolution, including disagreements amongst persons experiencing homeless or between general public and persons experiencing homeless, monitor restroom facilities and knocks on doors when someone has been in there for an unreasonable amount of time, and ability to work with persons experiencing homelessness in a public setting and make court appearances as needed. In addition, the past year, the Parks and Recreation Department requested more than $200,000 in funding to demolish and replace the existing restroom at the Rhodes Park. The presentation to the council on January 26th said the new facility, request the new facility to clean up the area, and the police helped design it so it's less interesting to hang out in. The formal bid for the project gave the following reason: the existing restroom has been closed due to public abuse of the facility, and new restroom design to be resistant to the form of abuse and the current bathroom receives. The new bathroom is referred to as a Portland loo, is designed to discourage loitering inside the restroom facility or having more than one person in a stall. Finally, in May 2020, the Boise Police Department contracted the same private firm mentioned earlier at a rate of $55 an hour to provide security at a hotel where IFS placed some of its clients during COVID. Yet the applicant's representatives appeared surprised that a security agreement would be necessary for this permit. Each of these examples demonstrates a health and safety risk involved in the types of use being requested, and they have a direct nexus to those experiencing homelessness. Please deny the application, and the adverse effects on the property cannot be significantly mitigated by conditional use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Williams. I live at 4862 Alamosa Street in the Veterans Park neighborhood. I'm going to share email correspondence with the city that documents the recurring health and safety risks that take place in and around the area where the current IFS homeless shelter is located, so that tonight's record can clearly document the risks you will be subjecting a whole new area of the city to if you approve this conditional use permit. In May of 2020, a property owner in the current area wrote to Mayor McLean saying, "The problem has gotten progressively worse since my email in February with no action taken. I've had employees harassed and property damaged." By February of 2021, that same person sent another email with the subject 17th Street disaster, action needed. The email stated, "The situation on 17th Street in Boise continues to deteriorate. Our organization has invested substantial capital to real estate and businesses in this area to make it better. The broken down mobile homes and trailers filled with garbage fill the streets and sidewalk. Employees feel unsafe to go out after dark, and we are crying for help." On July of 2020, the former Boise planning director who worked on the Shoreline Urban Renewal Area plans shared a slideshow with the police chief, which included a slide labeled threats with the following list of 11 issues. 1, 3 times more parked vehicles along the streets in May 2020 versus January 2020, temporary daytime shelter in Shoreline Park along the river and on South 17th Street, 3, temporary nighttime shelters on private property, 4, increase in needles, drugs, and trash, deterring customers and clients from businesses, 5, sewage disposal from campers into storm drain systems, which flows into the Boise River, defecation on private property, 6, employees feeling unsafe because of increased trespassing, drugs, and aggressive presence, pedestrian bikes versus auto conflicts, 8, frequent violation of City of Boise's 72-hour policy for parked vehicles, 9, substantial increase in out-of-state license plates, 10, use of dumpsters at private office buildings, and 11, use of water and power at private office buildings. A little over a year ago, the former planning director sent an email to the police department regarding their SEPTED assessment and said, "Clearly there is a reason this area qualified for an urban renewal district, high crime." The writers of these emails remind the city of the investments they made in their property and businesses and how the issue has put their economic interests at risk. If this request is approved, you'll be subjecting the property and business owners in the Veterans Park neighborhood to these same risks and negatives For these reasons, you need to deny CUP 21-00261.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can pull that microphone down too. If that's easier.
Hi, I'm Teresa Cobbler. Holy heck. I'm at 3928 West Glendale Street. I have rented a room to one of the interfaith people, and I asked him what he thought about having having this happen, and he said that it would not be a good idea. He said that they don't fingerprint right on the first day, so you get people in there that they don't even know who are for at least 24 hours. So anybody can come in there at that point for that short time. Parks are really where the biggest problems will become, because you got the wet park. There's half the dealers are inside the sanctuary, only screen with a wand, so it's not a dog, so it's easy to hide that stuff. He said that people who get kicked out, they still come to eat, even if they're kicked out. So they got to go to a place, which obviously that's going to be us. They said that if they were going to give them ferrying back and forth, to hold them accountable to continue to do that, because they said it was impossible. And unless we actually force them to do that, I mean, you know, you have wanderers, people who got messed up and didn't make it back in time, so they're stuck in your neighborhood. He said you need a lot more staff. Homeless don't attack women or kids. That's stupid, he says, but if they're drunk, then that changes things, so he wouldn't let his child out there. He said that when he first started being in the sanctuary, everybody was at one spot. He said there was a lot more crime, problems, fights, everything. When they separated it out to the Red Lion or whatever, that a lot of that changed and it was a lot better for the families and the others. So having it in the big warehousing was a horrible idea, he said, and he said that he helped try to give alternate solutions, but they weren't real happy with that. And he said that with the big group, that many are addicted to drugs, and when you have one, then you have two, and then you have four, because it works out that way. I don't know, I haven't been there, but I have. They said they did allow pets, but that caused the fleas, ticks, and bug beds, so now it's only service animals that are allowed. He said they say it's not a mega shelter, but he says it is. And then they said that they have programs.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's the
sorry.
end of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Culprit.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Yes, you got it. Yep, come on, everybody can move a little bit closer. There's some X's on the floor, I think, to guide you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leslie Charles. I am not going to give you my address because my husband's retired Boise police and he doesn't want our address in a record. And thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I truly believe that we need shelters in our community. And I really empathize with the mission of the applicant. But that said, I also think that we need a healthy police department and first responder community. Currently, BPD is grossly understaffed. They're down about 50 officers. They're working overtime. I personally know how that affects families and the officers. I've been married to my husband for 43 years. He has 2 Medal of Valors, the Idaho State Medal of Honor, protecting our city. He has a little bit of post-traumatic based on one of the shootings he was in protecting our city. And I think it's up to Boise City leadership and the planning and zoning to really take it seriously that you're going to stress our law enforcement and first responders. And although we really want to support the homeless shelters, I think first responders and law enforcement should come before that, because there's going to become a time where every single one of you in this room is going to need those services, and you want a healthy law enforcement officer responding to your critical incident. And they do happen. So then going from there, the other thing I keep, I can quote, I have several quotes from retired law enforcement that aren't allowed to speak publicly or the current, but I can say 100% with authority that not a single BPD person, retired or current, agrees with this move. And that's after interviewing about 50 different people and talking before they were muzzled. As far as everyone going to Boise and saying this is Boise's issue, I was highly involved in Community House. I donated, I was part of the fundraising, I continue to support them. And in the end, it was not sustainable. And it was really, if you, so it was founded by a volunteer board. The facility was an emergency shelter for both single and families, traditional housing, childcare center, single room occupancy, all coupled with supported services. This eventually fell apart. It wasn't financially sustainable. And if you get the law enforcement records, it had so many problems. And they go back to the quotes from law enforcement. And I can give them to you if you want, but they're pretty much all negative and derogatory. So I think this move is really going to stress our community. And it's at a time when law enforcement should not be stressed across the country. You can't hire quality law enforcement right now in Boise. And there are people that I know personally that work for the city of Boise that are looking to move. They'll go to Meridian, they'll go to Nampa, they'll go to ISP, they'll take a cut in salary not to work for Boise City Police. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charles.
Hi, my name is, go ahead. My name is Leah Bowman and I live at 2714 North Tamarack Drive in the Veterans Park neighborhood. I'm speaking today as a veteran social worker and clinician in the community for the last 10 years, a homeowner 3 blocks from the proposed location, and a mother to a 7 and 8-year-old in an already vulnerable neighborhood. I'm in opposition to the placement of any large low barrier shelter in any neighborhood due to the clear risks these types of shelters pose on surrounding communities. We've already discussed at length the disproportionate impacts that our homeless community experience with addiction, trauma, and mental health challenges. I work compassionately with these issues every day and know intimately that trauma and addiction are some of the toughest things to help people recover from. A large low barrier shelter does not have the means or ability to provide the significant and meaningful level of care needed to mitigate the negative impacts of trauma and addiction to nearby communities. A large congregate shelter actually serves to exacerbate trauma amongst its residents. I must say that I often returned folks to emergency shelter from the hospital, and Interfaith was always my favorite and had my respect for how they treat their residents. Virtually every homeless person I worked with and spoke with felt cared for and unjudged there, which is something you sometimes do not hear. This is because they are a low barrier shelter. However, we have to keep in mind that low barrier shelter also means these shelters house folks passing out in and out from out of state who are just out of prison, are actively using drugs, or who are not interested in mental health support. Residents who cannot comply with the basic behavioral code will be discharged into nearby neighborhoods and green spaces. Folks who desire to freely use drugs will set up temporary shelter nearby to intermittently access services and shelter in inclement weather. This is how Cooper Court has existed and still does today. This subset will follow IFS, and these are the folks who will pose risk to the neighborhood. I'm not sure if you've ever seen someone in a psychosis, drug-induced or otherwise. I have many times as a social worker at the hospital. It's often terrifying, especially when it's drug-induced. No neighborhood should be asked to take on the increased risk to their children of encountering someone on their residential street in a meth-induced psychosis, someone actively using, or someone who could be violent. My daughter was the same age as Raya Kadir, the 3-year-old girl who was stabbed to death in an outdoor party 0.3 miles from this proposed location by a recent unsheltered resident of IFS. I spent weeks crying after I put my 3-year-old to bed, grieving for the family and their unacceptable loss, images flashing in my mind of my own daughter being stabbed in front of me, guiltily thanking God my children were okay. It is critical for the city to have a realistic understanding of the risks present in a definite subset of our homeless community. IFS is asking this neighborhood to shoulder those risks. I worry most for our Title I school, low-income families, refugee neighbors, and elders in the area. Placing the shelter in any neighborhood is too risky, and placing it in this neighborhood is a tinderbox. Please do not turn a blind and naive eye to the obvious and known concerns being raised here today.
Don't forget to sign the sign-up sheet up here.
Hello, my name is Matt Oman. I live at 2714 North Tamarack. I'd like to speak today about my time as a volunteer at Interfaith Sanctuary. While I was a volunteer at Interfaith, I did a couple different things. I worked at a computer, checking people in as they came in. I also worked at the front entrance gate and wanted people looking for weapons and different paraphernalia as they came in. While I was doing that, I noticed a couple different instances of violence. I only volunteered for 3 shifts, I think, before I was asked not to come back. There's a couple scenes of really severe violence that were really disturbing. There was a man that was beaten, older gentleman that was beaten bloody, right there in Cooper's Court, right through the gates of the shelter, and that happened again another time. And just watching those things take place in the city that I grew up in was really eye-opening to me. Just to know that was kind of being allowed to happen. Now, while I was wanting people, making sure that the other residents were, secure inside the shelter, I did notice regular drug use. I saw people under the influence of alcohol, screaming matches, weapons being brandished. And, as a dad that lives in the neighborhood of Veterans Park, and also an employee of the local elementary school, I have serious concerns about the safety and well-being of the children and families in my neighborhood, especially with witnessing firsthand what does occur in the Cooper's Court area. And so that's why I'm speaking up. I'm looking out for the safety of my block and the safety of my neighborhood, the kids in my block, and I consider under my protection. the reason that Cooper's Court exists, in my opinion, is because of a certain portion of the homeless population that are not in the recovery phase of their substance use, meaning they're still actively using. They're not allowed to use within the shelter gates, but they are, it seems to be tolerated. That use is tolerated in Cooper's Court. And to think about that element then coming to the neighborhood, it raises extreme concerns. Now, like I said, I grew up in Boise. I'm not going anywhere. I've started documenting the area, the neighborhood, the people involved, had interviews with different board members of Interfaith Sanctuary, and I'll continue to do so. So I'm speaking up, but I don't know how much good it's going to do. But what I will do, and I'll say this now, is that I will document the effect that the shelter would have if it does go in. And I'll also document the outcomes so that there can be evidence in case there is something that goes horribly wrong, like in the Timmy Kinner incident. Like I said, those families that suffered, we're going to make sure that if anything like that happens again, and there is an increase in violence, there is an increase of drug use, that those people that facilitated this move will be held publicly, politically accountable. And so that is my purpose here tonight. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Yep, don't forget the sign-up sheet.
Yeah, I'm Fred Houtman. I live at 5075 West Alamosa Street. I've been a builder developer for 49 years. I've invested 15 years on Alamosa development property and building affordable homes. And what brings me here tonight are two items. One was a house at 5021 West Alamosa. It was a crack house. The police didn't do anything to get that taken care of for 7 years. Finally, the property sold. You can't trust the police to take care of it. The other item is a man walking down the street at Alamosa. He wore a red hoodie, and he didn't belong in the neighborhood. He stood like this, okay? And that was a couple years ago. I saw him a couple times in my neighborhood. I spend the summers out of state. I came back and found out that guy was the one who stabbed those girls and killed a 4-year-old at her birthday party. And he has mental problems. Now you're going to increase the amount of mental patients in the area by putting the shelter there. And the other thing that I wanted to say was, this is all going to go to court anyway. These people don't want to stop just at your approval or disapproval. They're just going to go to court. And the legality from the attorney here, I don't think he can say that the city stands up and can back their ordinances with what they've got written. So it's going to go to court. And here you are put up here to have to vote on this. And if you put the shelter in the area, it's like dropping a bomb on it. And you have to live with that the rest of your life. It will go with you. You'll have to think about it when the next murder goes on or drugs problems goes on there. You guys have to live with it. You have to vote your conscience. And that's all I got to say.
Hi, Selene. This is Clay Elkin. So, I know my wife and I are both gone. Am I able to see him up here?
Yes, you'll see them on the screen below me.
Awesome. My name is Clay Elkin. I live at 5000 Wimosa Street. I'm a first responder in the IFS area. The impacts of this move are significant and proposed conditions will not mitigate those impacts. Next slide, please. IFS is one of the highest 911 call generators in our county. From 2018 through 21, the current block where IFS operates averaged more than 368 EMS and fire calls per year. This is compared to the proposed block that only averaged 4 calls per year. For the warming shelter off 8th Street, EMS and fire calls jumped 785% from the previous year when no IFS warming shelter was operating. When IFS began operations at the Red Lion Hotel, fire and EMS calls jumped 295% from the previous year. This 911 data objectively shows us that the significant impacts to fire and EMS resources of this move. This commission heard misleading testimony from Fire Chief Niemeyer about these impacts and how to mitigate them. The increase in 911 calls is not a simple swap from engine 5 to engine 9, as the chief stated. For the proposed location, there is a scarcity of resources compared to the current downtown location. Station 5 has a minimum of 7 firefighters on 2 apparatus. What this means is that ladder 5 is still available to respond to calls even when engine 5 is out on a call. Station 9 only has 3 firefighters staffing multiple apparatus. The engine 9 crew cross-staffs brush 9, meaning they run calls for both. When engine 9 or brush 9 is out on a call, nobody else is available to respond in district. Additionally, ambulances are scarce in the surrounding the proposed location. Slide, please. The Boise Fire Department created maps to demonstrate this. This first map shows ambulance response times. As you can see, the proposed site has no ambulance within 4 minutes. Next slide, please. The second map demonstrates the lag time between the first arriving fire unit and second EMS unit. The darker blue surrounding the proposed location means citizens wait longer for emergency transport. This lag time can be the difference between life and death. The chief did not highlight this resource scarcity. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? You've heard about the 5-minute, 30-second travel time standard for access, but longer response times are an impact with no proposed mitigating condition. This project was also compared to the siting of a nursing home, but those typically have 24/7 medical staff. Only up to 20 hours per week was proposed by Chief Niemeyer of medically trained staff, with no specific details. Without evidence of a study of call volume, types, times, and medical needs, this condition will not mitigate the impacts. Objective data demonstrates the impacts of this project, and proposed conditions will not mitigate them. As a result, the application must be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Feel free to come on up to the podium.
I have one slide.
Okay.
And my name is Jessica Elkin.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Jessica Elkin. My address is 5000 Mimosa. And in deciding a CUP application, the hearing body must apply the following criteria, as you see on the slide. What you are not required to do to issue a CUP is based on the merits and compassion of the company requesting the CUP. During all of this testimony, no one has disputed the compassion that Interfaith Sanctuary has for their guests or people experiencing homelessness. What we are here to discuss is whether or not Interfaith Sanctuary proposed plan will negatively impact the area based on the comprehensive plan, the neighborhood plan, Blueprint Boise, and the zoning code. It does not include the Shelter Better Task Force. And neighbors, restaurants, massage studios, garden managers, social workers, real estate agents, first responders, and others have voiced their concerns regarding how there will be adverse impacts in their area. They've cited through evidence-based research and city documents how they will be impacted by the relocation of Interfaith Sanctuary. Dramatic increase in crime and loss of safety will be unavoidable. This is demonstrated by the current surrounding properties of Interfaith Sanctuary. While current organizations working with Interfaith Sanctuary, including members of Our Path Home, state that they have done this before and will continue to execute current safety plans in place as they translate to the State Street location, I would like to point out that their current plan is faulty. Their current plan has seen the increase in urban camping in the last few months in Cooper Court, and the SEPTED report from 2020 demonstrates their impacts in the surrounding area currently as well. And you may say, well, this is not the product of Interfaith Sanctuary. However, the warming shelter and Red Lion also saw the impacts to their locations, and they were managed by Interfaith Sanctuary, and they had an increase in police, EMS, and fire calls. Boise Fire and PD indicate that they will move resources in response to this. I'm often unable to rectify this. Why are we indicating that there will be no impacts to the surrounding area, but then ready to move resources at the drop of a hat as we see the impacts travel to the new proposed area? I also question whether as a low barrier shelter, it is inherent that guests will or use substances, illegal or not. Unless Interfaith Sanctuary will allow guests to inject or use substances on their property, where will substances be used? It's likely within the neighborhood. Further, the increased crime and attendant nuisances change how the citizens of Boise will treat the neighborhood, causing further impact. Avoidance and stigmatization will be common. Couple this with significantly increased concentration of poverty, and you have a recipe leading to reductions in investment, depressed economic activity and business viability, and ultimately to the displacements of residents and businesses. And I'd like to address Kathy Sherman's introduction of the poverty map. So the poverty map, as it was drawn previously, includes the West End in the Boise or in the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association. That is no longer the current map. And so the Veterans Park neighborhood specifically is at a higher concentration of poverty when you remove the West End neighborhood. And it is similar to the Collister neighborhood that was a high target of poverty within that map. And so the 2020 census is pending the redrawing
Thank you, Ms.
of
Elkin.
that
That's
map.
the end of your time. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yep, the sign up form.
Hello, commissioners. You've heard from me before. I am using my citizens' time now to respond to some of the things I heard tonight.
Ms. Decker, sorry, name and address.
I'm sorry.
Nonetheless. Thank you.
My name is Katie Decker. I live at 5001 West Mimosa Street. First, we've heard several times and copiously in the public testimony emails that the Shelter Better Task Force site selection found either only very few or only this site. I was also a member of the Shelter Better Task Force, and there were 3 sites that made it through what I would consider overly stringent screening criteria with regard to site size. The other 2 sites were not discussed at all by the task force. I also want to note that VPNA submitted approximately 30 sites to that screening exercise that were primarily based on the open commercial real estate listings at that time. They were on the market. We've submitted more than 30, approximately 30 were not included in the final site screens presented by the task force. And when we questioned that, we were told it's because they had sold in the few weeks between the request for sites and the presentation. This doesn't mean that there are no sites available for shelter in Boise. It means that yes, sites move quickly, but it is appropriate to find a site reasonable for shelter. I'd also like to respectfully note that our comments are not based on disinformation or hate or unfamiliarity. Our opposition is based on data. And as you've heard, we have heard from a number of people who work professionally with this population. We've reached out to people who have experienced homelessness or continue to experience homelessness, and we've based our comments on those interviews. I also support the due process statement that public input is required for the security or operations plan things included. They materially affect the question of impact on the surrounding area. And I will also note that this isn't a new request. I requested those during the task force hearings as well. We heard that some agencies have reviewed a safety plan and or an operations plan for the shelter, but if these are not on record, then they can't be considered by the public or the commissioners in their decision. In response to a question that was raised of why a shelter for people which should be considered high impact akin to an industrial use, the answer is because of the data. As I said before, the aggregate effect of the shelter is reflected in the data, and it would be a disservice to the surrounding area to refuse to consider the data that we have on hand. And finally, I recommend that the commissioners access the Utah Shelter Audit Report, which is on record in the supplemental materials or materials reviewed that we provided. It provides 6-month and annual look backs after the shelter opened and talks about impacts that the surrounding community experienced. And it includes impacts in both a qualitative and a quantitative sense. And so I think that it may be more readily digestible. I recommend that everybody read that. And
time. Thank you, Ms. Decker.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Sturgill. I'm a member of the board of the Interfaith Sanctuary at 1620 River Street. And thank you for staying this late. I'm your final speaker, I think.
I think so.
So I'll make it quick. The lawyer brain wants to respond to a lot of things you've already heard, but I won't. The heart wants to help resolve the concerns that you've heard, but there's not time for that. The thing that I would like to share with you is that I have studied homelessness and been involved in serving homeless for as long as my wife and I have been in Boise. I grew up in a small town in Idaho when Boise was a small town. And I came back 25 years ago to find it much bigger, and we're bigger still. And the issues of poverty and homelessness have not gone away and won't. And you've heard that. I think we all understand that, and the problem will grow. It starts with affordable housing, of course. I served time on the Affordable Housing Transition Committee with the new mayor. It requires all the services you've already heard about, from mental health services, drug rehabilitation services, vocational rehabilitation services, and the like. And most importantly, it requires friendship and mentorship from anyone who is willing to do it. And in our case, we pay trained personnel, we call social workers, to do that. The fact is that any solution to homelessness is going to include all of those things. It just has to. And it has to be bracketed by housing made available and affordable to people who, once they have gotten their lives in order, can return to being housed. And that's what we are about. And I would tell you, my wife and I would not have devoted as much time, resource, money away from our family and brought our family to volunteer at the shelter and at the Boise Rescue Mission and at other settings, including the Women's and Children's Alliance, where we see these issues, if we didn't believe that it was a solution, not a cause. We have found, I believe strongly, you've listened to hearsay from, old disgruntled employees, you've listened to old history. The fact of the matter is that this shelter today offers the most comprehensive help to people trying to get back on their feet and back into housing. As a privately donated money with volunteers that does the best that it can with the resources, the donated resources, and the limited space to try to do what is necessary to solve this problem. And so I would urge you, please, to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Sturgill.
go home.
Thank you. Okay, well.
Madam Chairman.
Oh, Commissioner
I don't
Gillespie.
know about you guys, but since it's late, I have notes for 86 people who testified. So that's how far we got. I think we did as good as well as we could tonight. I want to thank everyone who testified and who's still here. And with that, 86 people later, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, this is there's a lot of passion to this application, and we still have a lot. There's still even now 40 people still online that I know, most of which we're hoping to testify tonight. So with that, I would be
You have to defer, right?
yeah, we do. So with that, I'm open to
Madam
motion.
Chairman.
I think we're looking at next week, the 13th. Commissioner Gillespie.
Madam Chairman, as per city code, and due to the lateness of the hour, I move that we defer the remainder of this hearing until our meeting next week. And I'll just put in the motion that it should start at the normal scheduled time of 6 o'clock.
Yes. Great. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Great. A second from Commissioner Blanchard. And does that work for the applicant? The 13th? Does that work for city staff? Commissioner, I'm sorry, Celine.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it does. I just want to point out for the folks who are online, you can certainly attend online again next week or attend in person, and we'll go through the same motion. Those who have spoken this evening cannot speak again next week.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. So I'm going to repeat that. If you participated in tonight's hearing, you will be prohibited from speaking at the next hearing.
Please.
Please. And we're looking for new information.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
And I don't know if we do this before or after this for the vote. Now, normally when we defer, we ask if there's people who can't come back for the next meeting. We didn't do that last time. I worried about it for 3 weeks.
So can I
So-
please do that
Okay.
tonight? Do we have, I see one hand raised, but is there anybody else? Yes,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Do you want to vote first and then ask, or ask first and then vote?
We can vote.
And then we'll ask.
Yeah. Will the clerk please call the vote? So I'm sorry, we have on the table a motion to defer CP 21-26 to the December 13th hearing. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Stanley.
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Benfrop,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
Gillespie.
Right.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so with that, then we need to ask the public, is there anybody online? Celine, I feel like you're going to stop me.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, all I would ask is that if anyone who cannot attend next week's hearing, if they have already submitted written testimony, to clarify that, while they are allowed to provide oral testimony, they have put their comments into the public record and are a party of record.
Great, thank you. Okay, so again, we're looking online for anybody who can absolutely not participate next week. They're unavailable to return to next week's hearing.
And they're not parties.
And they are not already a party of record, which means you have already submitted public testimony through the written portal. Okay, I see 3 hands up and I'm going to stop it there. So we will hear the 3 there and then we'll pick up everybody else next week. So let's go. Oh, we're down.
Yeah,
to
Madam Chair, there has been a few hands up this evening, so we might just unmute them, check in with them personally, and then see if they actually want
Okay.
to testify or if
Yeah.
there's questions.
Let's start with Howard and then Deborah, because I know Deborah's hand's been up for a while, so. Hi, Howard. Are you unable to attend next week's testimony or next week's hearing? This is why it's late.
Chairman, I'm not quite sure. I will be out of the country. Can I pick up the Zoom or however it's?
You can still pick up the Zoom.
I just hope I have sufficient internet, but I'm going to try to defer until that time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Frank, we're going to go ahead and unmute you and ask the same question. Are you unable to attend next week's hearing? We just need you to unmute when you can there.
I can attend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, that was the last hand. So with that, we will see you next week and this meeting is adjourned.